Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Becomes a Wizard? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. By a waterfall with two stone people, on one of them we see a blonde guy, his name is Naruto, and on the other one we find a guy with black hair and his name is Sasuke. Naruto said, "Come on Sasuke, let's head back to the village, don't make use force." Sasuke, who had an amused look, said, "As if you can dope." Then charged his hand for a Chidori. Naruto, seeing he has no other reason, made a Rasengan, then both charged at each other. Sasuke punch right though Naruto's his T, while Naruto lowered the power of the Rasengan at last minute, and both landed in the water and the current pushed them to shore just as their sensei showed up, looked at both, then went straight to Sasuke. He picked him up, then went to leave but stopped when Naruto said, "What are you doing Kakashi-sensei? What about me?" Kakashi looked at the boy then said, "You are going to die now." Then throw a kunai at Naruto, then left. Naruto woke up in a room that was pure white. He looked around and saw a drop-dead gorgeous woman in a white dress looking at Naruto, and she said, "Greetings Naruto, you are not supposed to be here, but somehow I'm not surprised that you are here." Naruto looked at the woman and said, "So I really am dead anyway, who are you anyway?" The lady was surprised, said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I am the one you call Kami, least to meet you Naruto-kun." Naruto's eyes went wide. Then he said, "So are you going to judge me, then send me to hell?" Kami gave a little chuckle then said, "Not at all Naruto-kun, I am going to give you a second chance at life should you accept it, but the world will be different as you was the champion of light that your world needed, and the world that you are going to, if you accepted one, doesn't have one." Naruto tilted his head slightly to one side and said, "What is this champion of light?" Kami said, "A champion of light is someone that is born time and time again in their own world when great threats arrive that disturbs the balance of the world." Naruto thought about it for a few minutes, then asked, "If I do this, what are the difference?" Kami said, "Well, for starters, there is no chakra, but they do have a power that is similar to is called magic, and not everyone can use magic. There are several names that the wizards have for non-magical folks, so we are going to stick with muggles, okay?" When she saw Naruto nod, she continued, "And muggles don't believe in magic, but there are some that do, and that is because they have a family member that is a witch or a wizard, and the other main thing is this world is more advanced than your world." Naruto took a few moments to think it though, then said with conviction in his voice, "Okay, I will do it." Kami clamped her hands together and said, "Wonderful, now on to the important bits." Then she waved her hand, then next to Naruto a little fox with 10 tails appeared. The 10-tailed fox looked around, saw Naruto and said, "Hey kid, what is going here?" Naruto rubbed the back of his neck and said, "Well, here's the thing Kurama." Naruto then Kurama what Kami had told him, and that's about it. Only you would get this type of offer. Kurama said, then turns to the goddess then said, "So what going to happen to me?" Kami lewd at the little fox then said, "Well, that is your decision Kurama." "Well then, if that's the case, I want to stay with the kit." Kurama said, "What if you come with me? Then there is no way to get back, and I thought you wanted to go home and be with your Bijou siblings." Naruto said, "And you are like a son to me. I might not have held you, but it was me you came to when you had problems, and I have watched you grow up." Kami, who had a smirk, said, "Oh Kurama, I am surprised you haven't noticed it yet." "Noticed what yet?" The 10-tailed fox said. Naruto took a long look at the fox, then noticed something, then said, "Kurama, you have 10 tails?" Kurama looked behind him and saw that he indeed did have 10 tails, but before he could say anything, Kami said, "I know that you would choose to stay with Naruto, so when I summoned you I merged all the tailed beasts and made you the new 10-tailed, but unfortunately you won't be keeping the power as you world need the Bijou to protect it in case something happens, and the ninjas can't handle it as you Bijou/S are its guardians, and every world has something like this." Then she held out her hands, and in flash of light there was a lifeless dummy replica of Kurama. Then Kami waved her hand and Kurama turned into a ball of light, and then it split in two. One went into the replica, then it disappeared, and the other one went into Naruto, and before Naruto could voice his concerns, the goddess continued, "Don't worry, I put 2 very special seals on the new guardian. One stops people trying to steal his chakra, and the other one prevents him being sealed." Naruto sighed, relieved that the new guardian was never going to be sealed, then turned to Kami and said, "Okay, is that all Kami?" Kami said, "Not quite Naruto, first I am letting you use both magic and chakra." Then she held out both hands, and in a flash of light from both hands, in one hand there was a book, and in the other there was a circle of light, and in the light there was 12 stones. Then Kami continued, These are my gifts to you for the two reasons. The first is accepting this request and for staying true to yourself and not succumb to the darkness. She first hands him the book and says, "This book hold all the jutsus that your world has created to the moment you died, and I placed a spell on it so that when you touch it you will gain all the elements including the sub-elements that are Kekii Genkai, and only you can touch it unless you hand it to them." Naruto then grabs the book, then it disappears and a book Kenji appears on his forearm. Then Kami continued, "Now these are powerful artifacts called talismans, and there are 12 and each one has its own power. The rooster talisman give you the power of levitation and telekinesis. The ox talisman gives you super strength. The snake talisman is the power of invisibility. Rabbit talisman grants you super speed. The sheep talisman's power is astral projection. The dragon talisman power is combustion. The rat talisman power is animation. The horse talisman grant you healing and regeneration. The monkey talisman power is shape-shifting. The dog talisman give you immortality and rejuvenation. The pig talisman grant you heat vision. Tiger. The talisman power is spiritual balance." Then the talismans went into Naruto. "Cool, can't wait to try them out," Naruto said after. "That can wait until you are reborn, Naruto. Right now, I have two very important people that wants to meet you," Kami said, then steps to one side to reveal a blonde-haired man and a red-haired woman. Naruto looked at the two people and knew who they was and said, "Wait, Kami, are you sure that the fourth Hokage and the Red Death wants to meet me?" Kushina looked at Naruto shocked and said, "Didn't the Hokage tell you who we are?" Naruto shocked his head and said, "No, we learned who you two are in the academy." Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, took on an army and won in a matter of minutes thanks to his flying thunder god technique, and you Kushina Uzumaki, the red-hot habanero, because of your fiery anger that promised death to anyone that pissed you off." Minato looked at Naruto shocked and said, "Is that all, Naruto?" Which Naruto nodded. Then Minato said, "You see, Naruto, we are your parents," shocking Naruto after a few minutes. Once he came out of his shock, he went up to his parents, then hugged them. They talked for a long time mostly about Naruto's life, but eventually the happy family reunion had to come to an end. Kami came and said with a heavy heart, "All right, Naruto, time to go." Naruto looked over to his parents and said, "Well, goodbye, Mum, Dad," then left with Kami as they went to where they came from. Kami was looking around the wizarding world looking for a suitable couple for Naruto. Then she found James and Lily Potter, who looked devastated. So she went over and said, "Hello, is everything all right?" Lily looked at the goddess, not sure whether or not to trust her, but there was something in the back of her mind saying to tell her, so she said, "Just came from the doctors for some test and it turns out I cannot get PR'd." Kami then said, "I have a solution about your problem, so how about we go somewhere more private?" Getting a nod from the two wizards, then the trio left. When the trio got to the Potter estate, James looked at Kami, then grabbed his wand, points it at Kami and said, "All right, who are you? Don't casually walk up to someone and ask them for what is wrong, then say you have a solution to something when the wizard doctors can't do it." Kami just chuckled, then says, "You're right, James, the first didn't just do that out of chance. I chose you. And I mean what I said. I do have the solution to your baby problem." Lily looks over and says, "What do you mean by you chose us, and who are you, miss?" Kami sits down and says, "Simple put, I am Kami and I have chosen you to rise a special boy who deserves a second chance." Lily thought for a moment, then asks, "Before we decide, can we please see a glimpse of his life?" Kami grant Lily her request after showing them a day. James lowers his wand then says, "We accepts it, Kami." Kami nods her head and says, "Good, but you cannot tell anyone who and what Naruto really was," and Lily and James agreed to it. Time skip. It is Halloween and it is the middle of the night in some street when the light started to go out. When all the light was out, an elderly man walked out and started to wait. Then he heard a meow, looked over to where the cat was, then said, "Should have known you would be here, Professor McGonagall." The cat then transformed into an elderly woman who said, "Hi, Professor Dumbledore, are the rumors true?" "Yes, they are true, the good and the bad," Dumbledore replied. "And what of the boy?" McGonagall asked. "Hagrid is bring him," Dumbledore replied. "You think it is wise to trust Hagrid with something as important as this?" asked McGonagall. "I trust Hagrid with my life," Dumbledore replied. Then they heard a sound from behind them. They both looked and saw a light from a motorbike coming and descending towards them. The bike landed and stopped in front of them, and the rider got of, and he was taller than them, and he said, "Professor Dumbledore, Sir Professor McGonagall." "Any problems, Hagrid?" Dumbledore asked. "No, sir, the little fella fell asleep as we was flying over Bristol." Then hands him over to Dumbledore. As Dumbledore held the boy, looked up at Hagrid, who had tears in his eyes, said, Now Hagrid, no need to cry, you will see him again. Dumbledore walks to a house. McGonagall following said, are you sure it is wise leaving him here? I have watched them all day. They are the worst kind of muggles, they really are. The only family he has left. Dumbledore interrupted McGonagall. The boy is going to be famous. There won't be a child who won't know his name, McGonagall stated. All the more reason he is better off here and growing up in the Muggle world until he is ready, Dumbledore said. Then he put the baby on the doorstep, then placed a letter on him, then said, good luck, Naruto Potter. Time skip. Naruto wake up to his aunt banging in the door to his bedroom that was located under the stairs and saying, get up, then unlocks the door, then says, now. Then she bangs it one more time. The walks of as Naruto quickly got ready. His overweight cousin came down the stairs in a hurry, then stop and bangs one of the steps while shouting, wake up cousin, we're going to the zoo, then run down the steps. Then he pushes Naruto back into the cupboard. When Naruto got into the kitchen, his aunt said with stern tone, finish cooking the breakfast and don't burn it. Naruto rolled his eyes and said with a mock polite tone, of course ma'am. Petunia glared at him and said, watch the tone, boy. Then take Dudley into the living room. Not giving Naruto time to dish up, his uncle was saying, hurry up boy, where is my coffee? Coming uncle. Naruto replied. Dudley, who saw the amount of presents, turned to Vernon and asked, how many are there? You have 35 presents this year, Dudley my boy, Vernon said proudly. Dudley, who did not like the answer, shouted, I have 35 this year, but last year I got 36. While Naruto was pouring his uncle's coffee, rolled his eyes and thought, spoilt babe. Ah yes, but you see some of the presents are bigger the last years. Vernon tried to calm his son. I don't care if some of them are bigger. Dudley shouted. Petunia came up behind Dudley and said, how about we get 2 more presents at the zoo, Dudley? Dudley agreed. Then the Dursleys had there and left Naruto only scraps. Then when Naruto was about to enter the car, Vernon closed it and said, now boy, you listen and listen good. There will be no funny stuff or you will not eat anything for the remainder of the week, understood? Yes sir, Naruto replied. Then Vernon walked to the driver's side and Naruto got in the car at the zoo. The Dursleys was looking at a snake and Dudley and Vernon was trying to move, then got bored and the Dursleys moved along, but Naruto stayed and talked to the snake. Sorry about the dumbass, I called my relatives. I think they should be behind this glass, not you. Snake raised its head and said, that was funny speaker, surprising Naruto. Naruto with wide eyes said, I'm okay, I am now talking and understanding a snake. Cool, so what is a speaker? The snake said, you have an extremely rare magical ability that gives you the ability understand and talk to snakes, and the ability is called Parseltonge. Before Naruto could chat with the snake, Dudley rushed over, shoving Naruto out the way. Then Naruto glared at his cousin. Then as if by magic the glass disappeared, causing Dudley to fall in the snake pen, and the snake slivered out. When the snake was out, he looked at Naruto and said, thank you speaker. Not a problem, Naruto said. Then the snake slivered away, causing havoc. When a wet Dudley tried to get out the pen, only to find the glass was back. Naruto snickered at the panic look that his aunt and uncle had when everyone was back. Vernon, who had a tight grip on Naruto, asked, what the bloody hell happened there? Naruto, used to pain because of his past life, said, I have no idea. One moment it was there, the next it was gone like magic. Vernon then shoved Naruto in the cupboard bedroom. Said, there is no such thing as magic. When Naruto was let back out, he went to pick up the mail. Looking though the noticed that one of them was addressed to him, he handed the rest to his uncle, started to open it when Dudley snatched it and said, hey dad, Naruto has a letter. Hey, that letter is mine, you don't see me snatching yours. Naruto said, a little peeved about having his first letter taken. Nonsense boy, who would send? Vernon said, then shut up when he saw who it was from, then burnt the letter. For the rest of the week Naruto kept on getting the letters, but his aunt and uncle kept on destroying them on Sunday morning, and Vernon, who was sitting in a chair, said with a bit of glee, fine day Sunday. The only good day of the week. And do you know why, Dudley? Said boy just shrugged before Vernon said, that is because there is no post on Sunday, and so there will not be a single letter coming in this house. And as if by karma, a single letter shot out of the fireplace and past Vernon's face. Then there was a rumble, then tons and tons of the fireplace. Naruto quickly grabbed one, then run to his room, but Vernon was in hot pursuit and grabbed Naruto before he entered his room. Then he shouted, that is, we are moving to a place where they can never find us. A few days later, in an old wooden house, everyone but Naruto was asleep, and Naruto was sleeping on the dusty floor drawing a cake with 11 candles. He looked at Dudley's watch that just stroked midnight on 31st of July. He looked at the cake and said, well, might not be a proper cake, but beggars can't be choosers, so make a wish. Then he blow the cake. Well, Kit, happy birthday. came Kurama voice. So when are we getting a magic letter? Thanks, Kurama, and you and I have been getting the letters all week, but the assholes have been destroying them, and before anyone could there was knocking at the door. Vernon and Petunia came down while Vernon was holding a shotgun. Then the door fell and in the door was two people. One was in Professor McGonagall and the other was Hagrid. They walked in and Hagrid said, "Sorry about that." He put the door back while McGonagall went up to Naruto. Vernon said, "Leave this place now as you are breaking and entering." Hagrid, not liking Vernon's attitude, walked up to Vernon and said, "Dry up, Dudley, you great prune," then bent the gun up and Vernon, scared, accidentally pulled the trigger. McGonagall was talking to Naruto. "Hello, Naruto, how are you?" "I have been good, Professor McGonagall," Naruto replied. McGonagall was shocked, said, "How do you know me? We have only met once, and you was a baby." Naruto, not sure what to do, but Kurama said, "Tell her, Naruto, she was the only one concerned about leaving you with your assholes relatives." "Okay, thanks, Kurama." Naruto thought, then turned his attention back to McGonagall, then said, "I will tell you, Professor, but only you, as I feel I can only trust you." McGonagall then nodded and took out her wand, then waved it, causing everyone but herself and Naruto to collapse asleep. Then Naruto told her everything from having both his memories and powers from his past life to the power that Kami gave him to being a Jinchuriki. Shocked by what she had been told, the professor raised her wand and said, "I, Minerva McGonagall, swear on my magic not to tell anyone what I have learned and will learn from Naruto Potter." "You know you didn't have to do that, right?" Naruto said. "I know I didn't have. I wanted to just to show you your trust in me isn't misplaced. Now shall we go?" Naruto said. McGonagall replied, "Sure, but wouldn't it be an idea to wake up Hagrid?" Naruto said. McGonagall nodded, then waved her wand and Hagrid woke up, and before he could say anything about the sleep spell, the professor said, "I am sorry about that, Hagrid, but Naruto wanted to tell me in private. He will tell you when he is ready. Now then let's go and get Naruto ready for Hogwarts." Hagrid, understanding, just nodded, then left with Naruto and McGonagall. It has been a couple days later since Professor McGonagall and Hagrid came to pick Naruto to get him ready for Hogwarts, and the trio are in London when Naruto turned to Professor McGonagall and to ask, "Hey Professor M, where are we going?" Minerva looked at Naruto and said, "We are going to meet a family whose daughter is also starting this year. Then we will be going to Diagon Alley to get the stuff for school year." After going into a pub, the barkeeper said, "Hey Hagrid, you want the usual?" "Not right now. I am accompanying Professor McGonagall on Hogwarts business. Speaking of which, is there a Muggle family called Granger?" Hagrid replied. The barkeeper took a moment to think. They said, "Yes, they are in the corner." Minerva said, "Thank you," to the barkeeper, then went over to the corner, said to the family, "Greeting, are you the Granger family with the Muggle-born daughter?" The father said, "Yes, that is us, pleased to meet." "Now then, shall we go?" Minerva asked, getting a nod from everyone. Then she led them to the back. While heading to back, Naruto noticed the daughter was a bit nervous, so he went up to her and said, "Hi, my name is Naruto, what's yours?" The girl nervously looked at Naruto and said, "My name is Hermine Granger." "Well, Hermine, why so nervous?" Naruto asked. "Just nerves because of this whole new world, as I never had too many friends because I am always wanting to learn," Hermine replied. At this, Naruto get a mischievous look and whispered in her ear, but loud enough for the adults to hear, "Sweet, now I know who to come to cheat on my homework," getting a chuckle from her parents and Hagrid. Minerva was about to scold Naruto, but notice he was joking about to ease Hermine's nerves, and when the group got to a wall, Minerva took her wand and hit a few bricks. Once she was done, the bricks opened up and Minerva said, "Welcome to Diagon Alley. The first stop we go to is Gringotts." They went into Gringotts and headed to the head cashier. The cashier looked up and said in a gruff voice, "Hello, I am Snapfist. How may I help you?" Minerva said, "Yes, I need to make 2 stops. One is to Hogwarts Vault to help Miss Granger here, and Mr. would like to make a withdrew." The goblin looked over the counter, looked at the blonde, then looked at Minerva and said, "Of course, but we need him to take a BLD test, and if he is who he is, does he have his key?" "Cool, I get to take a magic BLD test," said an excited Naruto. Then a second later calmed down and looked at the goblin and asked, "And how does that work, and also what key?" "I have his key because his parents trusted me enough," Minerva said as she reached into her pocket to get the key. Then she turned to Hagrid and said, "Hagrid, as I will be with Mr. Potter taking the BLD test, can you get the money for the Hermine?" Naruto and Minerva followed Snapfist to a private meeting room. Once everyone was sitting at the desks, Snapfist went down one of the drawers and placed a sheet of paper and a knife on the table, then said, "Now Mr. Potter, I need you to place a few drops of BLD on this paper, then it will tell us who you say you are." "Okay," Naruto said, then grabbed the knife and sliced the tip of his finger, but will the horse talisman not to activate once the test had the necessary BLD? He let the talisman activate once Snapfist was done reading the test. He excluded himself by saying, "Excuse one issue, but I need to get the director of Gringotts." Naruto, curious what his test said, asked, "Is there a problem?" Snapfist replied, "No, well, yes, there are a couple of problems, but we can easily set them straight." Then he went out of the office. Naruto looked at Minerva and asked, "So what do you think is going on?" "No clue, but whatever it is, it's get to be big for him to get the director," Minerva replied. Then she remembered something, then said, "Naruto, you never said what the powers of the talismans, so mind telling me while we wait?" Naruto thought for a moment, then said, "You're right, I never did. Okay, I'll tell you their powers. The rooster talisman is levitation and telekinesis. The ox talisman is super strength. The snake talisman is invisibility. Rabbit talisman is super speed. The sheep talisman is astral projection. The dragon talisman is combustion. The rat talisman is animation. The horse talisman is healing and regeneration. The monkey talisman is shape-shifting into any kind of animal in the None's animal kingdom is the Muggle world. The dog talisman is immortality and rejuvenation. The pig talisman is you heat vision tiger. The talisman is spiritual balance, and that is all." Minerva was shocked but snapped out of it quickly, then said, "Well, that's some power you've got, and that is not including your chakra." Before either one could say anything, the door opened and Snapfist came in, followed by another goblin, and the latter said, "Greeting Mr. Potter and Professor McGonagall, I am the director of Gringotts, and my name is Ragnarok." Naruto walked up to the director and said, "It's nice to meet you, and I don't mean to be rude, but what the heck is going on?" Ragnarok gave Naruto the paper with the test results and said, "Best you see for yourself. Name: Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Potter DB 10, 1555, DU, 31, 07, 2005, current, father, Minato Namikaze D, James Potter, current, mother, Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze D, Lily Evans Potter, current, godfather, Jiraiya D, Sirius Black, current, heir by inheritance, House Uzumaki Du, Namikaze Du, House Potter, House Peveril, House Gryffindor, House Hufflepuff, House Ravenclaw, heir by conquest, House Slytherin inheritance, Potter Vault, Peveril Vault, Gryffindor Vault, Hufflepuff Vault, Ravenclaw Vault, Slytherin Vault, Hogwarts School, by all finders wills, magical potential, blocked by 18W's Bean D. Naruto handed the results to Minerva and asked Ragnarok, "What does that mean?" "What it means, Mr. Potter, is that your potential has been blocked by Albus Dumbledore," stated Ragnarok before saying, "It also means that you are the rightful heir to 6 houses, and 4 of which are the founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and so stated in the wills of 1 Godric Gryffindor, 1 Helga Hufflepuff, 1 Rowena Ravenclaw, and 1 Salazar Slytherin. Should someone inherits all 4 founders' houses, they inherits Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, but to rightfully inherit it, 2 conditions must be met. The first condition states the person/us must attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and the second condition is they must keep the open, but you cannot take the seat of Wisengamot and the main vaults until you are of age at 17, but you have you trust vault. Cool, and I don't think that the 2 conditions will be a problem, as I am going to attend said school starting this year, and I have no problems keeping the school open for future generations. Naruto said. Ragnarok nodded the sense Snapfist of to get the deed to Hogwarts, then turned to Naruto and asked, "Now Mr. Potter, can you please explain to me why you have 2 names in the mother and father?" "Okay, I can trust you, but you can't tell anyone or else," Naruto stated with a glow and smoke coming out his mouth and a glowing eyes. Ragnarok, not one to be intimidated easily, was downright scared of the 11-year-old boy in front of him, so he nodded. "Okay, then you see I am originally from a completely different universe, hence why there are 2 sets of names and the DU, and the reason I am here is because Kami gave me a second chance, but I must become a champion of light." Ragnarok took a moment to process what he just heard, then asked, "What is a champion of light?" "A champion is someone that is decided by the gods to protect the world when the balance is off," Naruto replied, then asked, "Hey, how can I get rid of the blocker that Albus placed on me?" "We can remove it for you, but it will cost you," Ragnarok replied as Snapfist came in with the deed and handed it to Naruto. "That's fine, let's go," and withdrew some money and then get rid of the blockers. Naruto said, "Nice, then I will have it ready for when you come back. Now Snapfist, please take Mr. Potter to his vault," Ragnarok said. After a little they came back and true to Ragnarok's word everything was set up to remove the blockers in Naruto, so Naruto paid the goblin and entered the room. In 5 minutes Naruto came out, then he and Minerva went meet Hagrid and the Grangers outside the bank. Hagrid first noticed them and said, "What took you so long, Professor McGonagall?" Minerva sighed and said, "There was a bit of a problem, but it has been sorted," then looks at Naruto and Hermine. "Now then let's get your school stuff." A few hours later. The group was almost finished as Hermine said, "Now just need wands." "Well then let's head over to Ollivander's as there is no place better," Hagrid said. When they went in, they was met the owner who said, "I was wondering when I would be seeing you, Mr. Potter. I am Ollivander." "Nice to meet you too." Naruto shook his hand. Ollivander smiled, then went to a desk while saying, "Now then let's get you both a wand, shall we? So who is first?" Without hesitation Naruto said, "Ladies first." Ollivander smiled and said, "My, what a gentleman." After sorting Hermine with her wand he moved to Naruto, but none of the wand Naruto tried weren't capable. Then Ollivander thought for a moment, then mumbled, "I wonder." Then he went into the back shortly. He came out holding a majestic-looking box, then took the lid of, then turned the handle to Naruto, who picked it up, and there was a soft breeze and the lamp started to flicker. When it Ollivander said, "Yoicks." Naruto looked at the wandmaker and asked, "Is everything all right, old man?" Ollivander looked at Naruto and said, "You are very lucky, Naruto, and your magic potential is unlike I have ever seen." "What do you mean by that?" Hermine asked. "What I mean is that, young miss, is that no one know where or who made that wand was made, and we all had agreed on a few things. One of thing is the core is a phoenix feather, but not a normal phoenix but a blue one, and we don't know what type of wood was used, so we believe the wood is from a mythical tree," Ollivander explained, leaving 3 people with their jaws unhinged. When the 3 people picked their jaws up, Naruto and Hermine paid for the wands and a maintenance kit. The group was heading out when Naruto felt something like a pull. When Minerva noticed Naruto and asked, "Are you all right, Naruto?" Naruto looked at Minerva and said, "I'm fine, Professor, just wanna need to go in there." Then point to a pet shop. Minerva looks at the pet store, then looks back at Naruto and asks, "Why is that, Naruto?" "Not sure, Professor, but I feel some kind of pull pulling me there," Naruto replied, getting a nod from the professor. Minerva looks at Hagrid and says, "Looks like we have one more place to go." "All right, Professor," Hagrid replied. When the group went into the pet store, Hermine and her parents went to look at the cats with Hagrid accompanying them. Meanwhile, Naruto was looking for whatever is giving him a tug. After some time he found what was tugging him, and it was an egg, so he picked it and took a closer look at the egg, which was royal blue with darker blue flames at the base. Seeing the egg, Naruto looked to at Minerva and said, "Hey Professor, I found it. Do you know what this egg is?" Minerva gentle took the egg and looked at it, then said, "I don't know, but Hagrid might know," then shouted, "Hagrid, please come here." Once Hagrid walked over, he said, "What can I do for you, Professor?" Minerva gave Hagrid the egg and said, "Do you know what this egg is?" Hagrid took a look at the egg, and after a few minutes of looking he handed the egg back to the professor and said, "Sorry, Professor, but I don't know what kind egg this is." "That's okay, Hagrid," said the professor, took the egg and gave it back to Naruto. Naruto was heading to the cashier, saw Hermine cuddling a ginger kitten, then smirked when he got to the till and saw a middle-aged woman and said, "Hello, I would like to pay for this egg." "Of course, sir," the cashier said. Once Naruto had paid for the egg, the cashier said, "Is that all, sir?" Naruto took his signature grin and said, "Yes. I would like to buy the ginger kitten the ginger is playing with along with everything to take care of it. Then can you please give it back to the girl, but don't tell her that I am the one buying it for her until you hand the kitten back to her, okay?" Then paid for everything for the kitten, then went over to Minerva and said, "Hey Professor, I am all done here, so I am going to wait outside and wait to see the look on Hermine when she realized that I just pranked her." "What do you mean by that, Potter?" asked that professor. "Tell you outside," Naruto replied. Then he, Hagrid and Minerva went outside before Naruto continued, "You know the kitten that Hermine was playing with?" Gaining 2 nods. "Well, I brought it and going to give it to her as a thank you gift for being my first friend." Meanwhile the lady went over to Hermine and said, "Excuse me, miss, but someone would like to buy the kitten." With a sad look Hermine gave the kitten to the lady. Few minutes the lady walked back over to Hermine and gave her a box, and the lady said, "Here you go, miss." Hermine looked in the box and was surprised to find the kitten that she was just playing with. She looks at the store owner and her mother said, "But I thought someone paid for him." The lady looked at Hermine and said, "Somebody did, and I was instructed to give the kitten to you, and it was Naruto that paid for him." Hermine was surprised by this, walked over to Naruto and gave him a hug and said, "Thank you," then gave him a light punch, then said, "That was for what you just did. And if I told you that I got you the Kitten, then it wouldn't have been a surprise, Naruto replied. Fine, you win, Naruto, Hermine said, pouting. Minerva clapped her hands, gaining the two soon-to-be students, and said, Okay, we are done now, take these and don't lose these. She then handed both of them a ticket, then said, Be there at the end of the mouth. Then took Naruto to the Dursleys while the Grangers went their own way. Time skip. Naruto is in King's Cross Station wondering how to get to platform 9 3/4 and was about to use his sheep talisman to look around and let Kurama take over when he heard, It's the same each year packed with muggles. Looks around and sees a woman holding a girl that looks 9 or 10 followed by 4 boys. The oldest one looked like he was 16 or 17, then next 2 looked like they was twins, and the last one was his age. The mother says, Platform 9 3/4 this way. So Naruto decided to follow them. When they came up to a pillar, the mother turns to the boys and says, Percy, you first. The oldest looking boy walked right up to the pillar and walked, thought it. Then the mother turns back to the boys and said, Fred, you next. One of the twins said, His not Fred, I am. The other twin said, Honestly, woman, you call yourself our mother. The mother said, Oh, sorry, George. As George walked past his mother, he turned to her and said, Just kidding, I am Fred. Then he run, and the proper George was close behind. Naruto thought, Think I will get along with those two, what do you think? Kurama, just don't invite them in here, I can just handle one moron, I don't think I can do handle 3. Kurama replied. Both chuckled. Once the last boy was through, Naruto went through the barrier. Once Naruto placed his luggage minus the mysterious blue egg in the cargo car, he went and found an empty booth. He set the egg on the table and sat down and unsealed a chakra book about sealing. After about an hour after the train left the station, there was a knock. Naruto looked up and saw the boy that was outside the barrier, who said, Excuse me, do you mind if I join you? Everywhere else is full. Sure, there is more than enough, Naruto replied, then went back to his book. Once the boy sat down, he said, Nice to meet you, I'm Ron Weasley. Naruto looked up from his book and said, Nice to meet you to Ron, I'm Naruto. Naruto, are you Naruto Potter? Ron asked, gaining a nod from Naruto before continuing, Blimey, so is it true? That all depends on what it is, Naruto replied. Do you really have the scar? Ron asked. That is true, Naruto said. After a while, Naruto was munching on some sweets that he had brought and offered some to Ron, which he accepted, and gave some to a rat. When Ron noticed Naruto looking at the rat, he said, Oh, this is Scabbers, and he has been in the family for years, and get this, George taught me a spell to turn him yellow. Then he got his wand out. Naruto remembered the George pranking his mother with his twin and thought, Hey Kurama, how much do you want to bet that the spell is a dud? With your luck, Kit, that's a sucker's bet, replied the Ten Tails. Just before Ron could do the spell, they heard, Excuse me. From the door, Naruto looked up and saw Hermine. Hey, Hermine, how have you been? Naruto asked. Hey, Naruto, I've been good, thanks, Hermine replied. So, what do you need? Or did you just decided you couldn't wait till we get settled in before you came looking for me? Naruto asked. Hermine looked confused for a moment, then remembered what she was doing. Right, have any of you two seen a toad? A boy named Neville has lost his. Naruto remembered his summoning with the toads. Thought to Kurama, Hey Kurama, do you think it's possible to summon a summoned toad? It might be possible, Kit, as the summoning jutsu is a space/time jutsu, so here is what I suggest you do. Firstly, settle and then talk to Professor McGonagall and ask her if you could use a large bit of space. Kurama replied, Will do. Naruto thought, then turned his attention back to Hermine and said, Sorry Hermine, but I haven't seen a toad. Oh, okay, Hermine said before noticing Ron had his wand out and said, I see you're about to do a spell, mind if I see it? Ron just shrugged, then coughed and said, Sunshine Daisies Buttermellow, turn this stupid fat rat yellow. But nothing happened to the rat. Naruto, trying strong not to laugh, said, Sorry to tell you this, but you are a moron, as the spell might be a dud, and I saw the prank they did to their mother this morning and knew they were like me, not liking being called stupid, Ron said in a harsh tone. And what are you? Ignoring Ron's tone, Naruto said with pride in his voice, I am a prankster. Before anyone could say or do anything, they heard a cracking sound and looked at the egg that is on the table and saw blue bird's head poking out of the egg, and Naruto carefully broke and removed the eggshells, saw it was a boy and him Zazu, and decided to show Professor McGonagall tomorrow. Then said, Well, better put this little fellow with Hedwig and change, then turned to Hermine and said, Don't you have something to do, Hermine? Hermine went back to Neville to inform him that no one has seen his toad. When then train stopped, Naruto heard Hagrid's voice saying, First years of the train first and step over here. And when all the first years was the train, Hagrid said, All right, this way please. Then he lead them to boats and said, All right, no more the 4 to a boat. When all the Boats was full. The boats began to move on their own and was heading to a castle. When they got to the castle, they was met with Professor McGonagall and Hagrid said, "Here you go, Professor, the first years." Kurama talking, Professor McGonagall looked at Hagrid and said, "Thank you, Hagrid," then turned to the first years and said, "Okay, students, welcome to Hogwarts. I am the deputy headmistress and teacher of charms, Professor McGonagall. Please follow me." Then she led them up a few flights of stairs and to a set of doors and stopped, then turned to the students and said, "In just a moment you will join you classmates that just behind these doors. But first you will need to be sorted into one of 4 houses." Before the professor could say anything else, there was a croak. Then someone shouted, "Trevor," then went to pick up the toad, got the toad in hand, looked up and said, "Sorry, Professor. The houses they are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Now I will see if they are ready." Then went into the hall and closed the doors. The moment the doors closed, a white-haired boy walked over to Naruto and said, well, looks like the rumors on the train are true. Naruto Potter has come to Hogwarts." Everyone was murmuring, and Naruto, being the Joker, was looking around, said, "Really, Naruto Potter here now? Where is he?" After looking around a few times, he looked at the boy and said, "So what can I do for you, scaredy cat?" "I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Malfoy said, "Nice to meet you, 007 wannabe. I am Naruto." Naruto said, getting a chuckle from some of the Muggle-born and the half-bloods not liking being made fun of. Draco said, "And here I was going to offer you some guidance on people to befriend," then offers Naruto a hand. Naruto looked at Draco and said, "Well, thanks for the offer, Malfoy, but I am pretty sure I am capable of doing that myself." Before Draco could say anything, Professor McGonagall came up and tapped him on the shoulder, and Draco went back where he was. Then the professor said, "The sorting ceremony is ready, but first the houses will be like your family. Any triumphs will gain you points, and any rule breaking you will lose points, and at the end of the school year the house with the most points will win the house cup. Now come." Then the professor led the new students into the main hall. Along the way, Naruto heard Hermione says, "I read in Hogwarts a history that the roof is actually just enchanted to mimic the sky." When everyone was in front of the teacher's table, Minerva said, "All right, gather round. When I say your name you will take a sit on the stall, and I shall place the sorting hat and it will sort you into your house." After a while the professor said, "Naruto Potter." Naruto walks up to the stall and sits down on it, and the professor places the hat on Naruto and says, "Well now, Aunt, this is a surprise. It's very rare I get someone whose mind I can't get into. Sorry about that. I will try and get my mind open for you." Naruto whispers to the hat. Then he thinks, "Hey, Kurama, mind letting the hat do its job?" After a few moments the Ten-Tails replies, "All right, but it better put you in the house that represent your ninja way. Thanks, and you might be able to do that yourself." Naruto thought. Then he whispers, "Now you should be able to do your job." "Well, now isn't this a surprise? Your potently is greater than any I've ever met, and what's this? You have something that is bound to your very soul, and you were reincarnated as a champion, and as for your toads, I am pretty sure that you can do it now." "Then which house should I put you in?" The hat says, "You better put him in a house that has honor, or else I will take that kid over every night and hunt you, and when I do, I will rip you to shreds," says the fox. The sorting hat, scared, says, "Well then, Fox, since you put it nicely, it better be Gryffindor." And with that said, McGonagall took the hat off Naruto and he heads to the Gryffindor table. Along the way, Naruto says to the fox, "Was that really necessary, Kurama? And we both know that you wouldn't have done that." The fox chuckles and says, "That may be true, but that piece of enchanted cloth doesn't know that." Before long, all the new student was placed. The headmaster stood up and said, "Now before we begin the feast, I have a few announcement to make to the first years. The Dark Forest and our very caretaker Mr. Filch has reminded me that the right-hand side on the 3rd floor is out of bounds. Now let the welcoming feast begin." A few hours later, the Gryffindor was being led in to the common room by a prefect who said, "Now then, I am Percy Weasley, and the rooms are the boys are up the stairs down and to the left, and the girls are the same but to the right." Then he just walks off. Naruto, wanting to talk to Professor McGonagall, goes out and looks for her, but just he was almost out when Ron asked, "Hey mate, where are you going?" Naruto looks at Ron and says, "I need to talk to Professor McGonagall real quick." Then goes out the doorway, then activate his rabbit talisman. Then starts to run around the school, and after a couple of minutes he sees her, then stops a few meters in front of her, turned to her and says, "Hey Professor, what can I do for you, Mr. Potter?" asked the professor. "Yes. Is there a small field where I can try a jutsu?" Naruto asked. Minerva looked at Naruto and said in a warning tone, "What kind of jutsu?" Naruto, catching the tone, said, "Don't worry, it isn't a dangerous properly, it's just a summoning type, so as long as I don't summon a big One, it should be alright. The professor raised an eyebrow and asked, why do you think that it will work? Well, according to Kurama, it is space-time type jutsu, so I was wondering if I could summon them, and if I can talk to people from my original universe. Naruto replied with a downcast look. The professor saw the look and knew and said, alright, I can take to a decent area. After all, I am curious about this summons and what animal it is, so does this weekend sound good? That way it give you a couple of days to settle down and you can get it done before lessons start on Monday. Cool, thanks professor, see you in a few days, Naruto said. Now run back to the common room and get some rest. Minerva said. Naruto was about to activate the rabbit talisman, remembered something, turns to the professor and said, oh yes professor, the egg hatch on the train, so mind if I bring him to you in the morning? Sure. Naruto, meet me in front of the main hall, say about 11 in the morning. Asked, the professor asked, and Naruto nodded. Then the professor said, now off to bed. Naruto then activated the rabbit talisman, then speed to the Gryffindor common room, and the professor walked to her room. Time skipped. The next morning Naruto was in the Gryffindor common room heading out with Zazu, who was in a spear cage, brought to meet up with Minerva. When he heard, hey Naruto, where are you going? Naruto turns around and sees the boy that lost his toad and said, hey Neville, right? Neville nodded and said, that's right. Just heading to the hall to meet Professor McGonagall to find out what kind of bird Zazu is, Naruto said while showing Neville the blue bird. Then had a thought, then said, hey Nev, why don't you come with me? You don't mind? Asked a surprised Neville. Nah, I don't mind, otherwise I wouldn't have asked. Naruto said, thank you Naruto, I was wondering what kind of bird it is. Neville said, and with that both boys left the common room and headed to the hall to meet Professor McGonagall, and when they both got there they saw that said professor was already there, and Naruto said, hey Professor, sorry for keeping you waiting. I decided to invite Neville as he was wondering what kind of bird Zazu is and he seemed to need a friend. Afternoon Potter, and to you to Longbottom, and that was a nice gesture. Naruto, we are going to see Hagrid, as I am still sure he will know what kind of bird it is, said the professor. Then the trio walked to Hagrid's hut, and they got there. The professor knocked. When Hagrid answered the door and saw the professor and the two boys, he said, greeting Naruto. Professor McGonagall, what bring you lot to my little hut, and please come on in, just about to make some tea, would and of you like some? While stepping aside, catching a glimpse of the bird in the cage, then said, hey Naruto, did that bird come from the egg you brought? We was in Diagon Alley. Naruto holds Zazu up for the half-giant to see and says, yea it is, and that is why we are here, to see if you can name what kind of bird it is. Hagrid took a closer look at the bird, and after a few minutes he said, well Naruto, I do believe you have a very rare phoenix, a blue phoenix, and this kind of phoenix is said to have two kind of elemental powers, one of which is blue fire, which is hotter than any flame, and ice, which is said to be so cold that it is at absolute zero. After hearing this everyone was shocked but was broken out when Naruto said, sweet, that is awesome, so any take on how to keep one healthy? And for the next hour or so everyone was chatting about various things, and the professor had already left to sort out her classes for the following week. Time skipped the weekend. Naruto was eating lunch when Professor McGonagall walked and said, you ready Potter? Been ready for a couple of days professor, Naruto said with excitement in voice as he jumps out of his seat. Ron, wondering what's going on, asked, hey mate, what's going on? Naruto looks at Ron and said, I will properly tell you one day Ron. Then he walks out of the hall. Then he stops and waits for the professor. Once she passes, follows her. While they walked, Naruto thought, hey Kurama, what do you think of Ron? I get the feeling that he might be a shallow friend. If you want my honest opinion, Kit, he doesn't seem to be the brightest person, and you can do better than him as a friend, as I am getting some mild negative emotions from him. And when I say you can do better, I mean like that Neville boy. True, all the oi needs is some confidence, or the Granger girl that you seemed fond of, replied the ten-tailed with a teasing tone towards the end. So I become friends with Neville and Hermine and give Ron a trial run? Naruto asked, missing the tone. Kurama took a few moments to think and said, sounds like a plan. After a few more minutes of walking, both professor and student came to a clearing, and the professor said to Naruto, is this big enough for you Naruto? Naruto looked around and said, yes, it is. Then he walks a far bit from the professor, then thinks, dear Kami, I hope this works. Then does the hand signs for summoning and said, summoning jutsu. Then there was a puff of smoke, and when it cleared there stood an orange toad with purple markings around his eyes, mouth and stomach, and looked around and said, what just happened? After a couple of minutes the toad notices Naruto and said, Naruto, is that really you? Know it can't be, you're dead. Wait, does that mean I'm dead? Naruto, laughing at the sight before him, he failed to notice the professor walking up behind and said, Now Naruto, I am assuming it worked judging by the panicking Toad. Naruto manages to calm down, turns to the professor and said, yes professor, it worked, now I have to Gamakichi and explain the situation. Then he turns to the panicking Toad and seeing how he is and knowing that it will be a hassle, he uses the rooster talisman to levitate the Toad and says to the Toad, now calm down Gamakichi, you are not dead and neither am I. The Toad looks at Naruto and said, what do you mean that we aren't dead Naruto? We buried your body. Well, now that a story, now I am going to put you down and I want you to stay calm and then I will tell you, okay? Naruto asked and Gamakichi nodded, and so Naruto told him that he was alive when Kakashi arrived, then getting killed by Kakashi, meeting Kami, then getting reborn in a world of magic. Gamakichi, who was having a strong time believing Naruto but found that it was properly the only way that Naruto could still summon the Toads, then said, okay. Naruto, I am going to go back and talk to Dad and let him know what is going on. Naruto was about to say okay but said, hey Gamakichi, how about you take me with you, and I can tell the boss Toad all about what has happened. After a few moments Gamakichi said, sure, I don't mind, and it will save me a headache about making that you are alive and in a different universe. Before Gamakichi could do anything, the professor said, wait Toad, mind if I come with you? And Naruto, Gamakichi looked at Minerva and said, who are you? I am Minerva McGonagall and I am a professor at the school that Naruto is attending. Nice to meet you. Minerva introduced herself. Well, nice to meet you Minerva, I am Gamakichi and I am the heir to the Toad clan and I don't think it would be a problem. Gamakichi said them returned home along with Naruto and Minerva. When they both got to Mount Mayaboku, Gamakichi said, well Naruto, you have been here before, so I will be saying this mainly to Minerva, welcome to Mount Mayaboku. Now if you two will follow me I will take you to my father. Then Gamakichi started to hope along to where his father was. After a couple of minutes they came to a massive Toad that was a dull rusty red with a brighter red around his eyes, lips, and Gamakichi stopped and said, yo Pops, guess who I found? What is it now Kichi Tatsu? Not playing with you now, said the massive Toad before the little Toad could say anything. Naruto walked up to the massive Toad and said, well, I guess it's nice to see you again Gamabunta. Gamabunta looked down upon hearing Naruto's voice and said, Kichi, what is going on here? Well Pops, I think it would be best as if I let Naruto and Minerva tell you, replied Gamakichi. Naruto looked at Gamabunta and said, well Chief, I will tell you, but I need you to do something first. The Chief Toad looked at Naruto and said, and what might that be Naruto? Naruto gave Gamabunta a sad foxy smile and said, do you think you could bring Jiraiya and Tsunade here, as I am sure they need to know what really happened? After a few minutes Gamabunta knows that he might be right as he was the only other person that was at the Valley of the End, said, okay Naruto, I will do it. Then he sent a Toad to get Tsunade and reverse summon Jiraiya. After 5 minutes Naruto was hiding and both people was in front on of Gamabunta and Jiraiya said, okay Bunta, why have you summoned me and Tsunade here? Gamabunta chuckled and said, I believe he should be the one to explain what going on. What do you mean Bunta? Asked Jiraiya before anyone could say anything. Naruto walked out from behind Gamabunta and said, hey Bachan and Yutaero Sanin, shocking both of them. Then he runs over and hugs both of them and said, I have missed you both so much. Tsunade gets out of Naruto's hug and grabs him by the collar, lifts him off the ground and says in a pissed of voice and demanded, okay brat, who are you? Drop the genjutsu now. Minerva walked out and said, wait, that is really Naruto, and if you put him down he will tell you what happened. Tsunade drops Naruto on the ground and says, okay brat, start explaining. Okay Bachan, Naruto said, pissing Tsunade even more. Then he explained what happened before he died and getting reborn in a word with magic. When Naruto was done, Tsunade walked up to Naruto and gave him a big hug and said, I am glad to see you again and I miss you so much. Then let's go. Jiraiya walks up to Naruto and says, glad you were reborn with you chakra and able to summon the Toad. Now we can talk though letters and able to tell us what really happened at Valley of the End. Now we can bring Kakashi and Sasuke to justice. Well, it's been nice to see you both again and glad to see that you're both doing well, Naruto said. Then hands Tsunade a bunch of letters and said, I wrote these so you can give them to my friends and to tell them what I have been up to and this world I am, and while I was writing them I was hoping with all my heart that this would work. And they spent hours talking about thing that has happened, and Minerva told Tsunade and Jiraiya all about the world that Naruto was a part of. When it was time to say goodbye, Tsunade walked up to Minerva and said, Minerva, I know we got off on the wrong foot, but I would like to say sorry and please look after Naruto. He has, and I bet that he will always go the extra mile to protect his friends and do what is right even if it means breaking the rules, so please promise me that you will look after him. Minerva had heard some of Naruto's childhood, was appalled by what the village had done, now understood why Naruto does what he does, said, I will try my best, but that might be strong as I am a teacher, so I can't show favoritism. Happy and understanding Tsunade said, that is fine as long as you try, then goes over to Naruto and said, I do believe this is yours, Naruto, then takes of her necklace and give it back to Naruto. Naruto looks at the necklace and said, but wasn't thins on my original body? Yes, it was. I sent and Umbu to retrieve it when Kakashi lied about you being dead when he got there, but don't worry, that will be corrected when I get back. Tsunade said with a grin. Then they went to their own universe. Naruto feeling better now that he can talk to people from his home universe, but at the same time sad that he can't see them as they need to sign the Toad contract, and Tsunade and Jiraiya happy that they know what really happened to Naruto and no plan to bring the guilty to justice. When they both got back to school, Naruto got back. He went to his house common room and read some jutsu while the professor was in her office thinking about what she learned about Naruto. It was the first day of school term and Naruto was in his first lesson, which was transfiguration. He was sitting alone at his twin deck looking at a tabby cat that was sitting on the professor's desk when the door and Ron came though and sat next to Naruto. Ron looks at Naruto and said, thank God that the professor's not here yet. Naruto finally looked away from the cat to look at Ron and said, you would think so, Ron. What are you bloody hell about? I don't see the professor here, so therefore she isn't here, Ron said smugly. Naruto just sighed and said, you are an idiot. You know that, Ron, this is a transfiguration class, right? Which Ron nodded. And what is this class going to teach yous? Ron smiled and said, and you call me an idiot? What this class is turning one thing into another, right? And there is this thing that very few witch or wizard can be, and that is called being an animagus. Naruto said, then turned his attention back to the cat and said, isn't that right, Professor McGonagall? The cat jumped of the desk and turned into said professor, looked at Naruto and said, how did you know that the cat was me, Mr. Potter? Well, because I don't know much about this world yet. I went into the library to read a few books, some basic, others not so much. One of the books was about rituals and it had the animagus ritual, so I read about it. Looks complicated and way out of my skills, so I know I won't be trying to do that. Plus it is also a type of transformation and there being a tabby in class when a professor should be, Naruto explained. I must say I am impressed, Mr. Potter. 10 points to Gryffindor, said the professor. Then she turned to Ron and said, now Mr. Wesley, why was you late? Got lost, sorry, Professor. Ron replied. Then for the next hour the professor was teaching. When it was time for the next lesson the class was leaving when the professor said, Mr. Potter, a word please. Sure, Professor, Naruto said, then turned to Hermine and said, hey Hermine, please tell Snape that I might be late. Why? Sure, Naruto, Hermine replied, then walked off to the next class. Naruto walked up to the professor's desk and said, what can I do for you, Professor? It is about the animagus ritual, the professor replied with a worried tone. Naruto replies what she means and said, well, Professor, you don't have to worry about a thing you seem to have forgotten. I have the power of the monkey, which similar to that ritual, and it is less dangerous but more powerful. The ritual allows you to turn into one animal, but I have the power to turn into all animals in the Muggle world, so I am better off if you ask me. Minerva, seeing Naruto has point, said, okay, I see you, Pint, and I also believe you are better off, but what if someone found out about your talismans and chakra? I say I don't care. After all, it's not like they can earns my chakra. True, I can unlock others if I trust them enough, and as for the talismans, they can't get them no matter what they do, Naruto said. Why is that, Naruto? Asked Minerva. Well, simply put, you need to be a M-star of a type of magic that nobody uses, and also a M-star of potions, which I will need to study at some point in the future, Naruto said. What type of magic is that, Naruto, and why is that? Asked the professor. The type of magic that is needed to get the talismans is chi magic, and there are some chi magic that requires potions, and that is also included to get the talismans, Naruto explained. Thanks, Naruto, for telling me all this. Now off to your next class, said the professor. It is not a problem, Professor, Naruto said. Then he headed to his next class, which was potion. When Naruto got to his potions class, he knocked and then walked in, and the professor said, Mr. Potter, our new celebrity thought you was good enough to skip a class. Not at all, Professor, it was just that Professor McGonagall wanted to have a word with B about something, Naruto replied. Tell me, Mr. Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infused of wormwood? The professor asked. Why are you asking me? It is literally the first potion class I have been in, and if you don't know, then this class is doomed, Naruto said before saying, by the way, you would get a sleeping potion so powerful that it is called the Draft of the Living Dead. Correct. Now where might I find a bezoar? Asked the professor. Isn't that a stone that is taken from a goat's stomach? Naruto asked. One more question. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? The professor asked. The location that they are found other than at nothing. And why don't you ask someone else like Hermine some questions, or are you one of those professors? Naruto asked. So, you haven't let your fame get to you, Potter? Said the professor. Of course not. Why? What I plus there is the fact that I only found out that I was famous a few days after my birthday. Naruto said it was the flying lesson, and the professor said, welcome to your first flying lesson. Well, what are you waiting for? Everyone stand on the left-hand side of their broomstick, stick their right hand over the broom and say up. When Naruto said, up, it went up first time and he didn't use his rooster power. He looks at Hermine who was having trouble and he told her, listen Hermine, you need be confident when you say up, say it with your heart's fire. Hermine looks at Naruto and said, my what now? Your heart's fire. When you say a spell you must speak with passion and don't hold back, so take a deep breath, find your center and say up. Naruto explained. Hermine, deciding to take Naruto's advice, took a deep breath and said, up, and the broom went into her hand. First time she smiled, looked at Naruto and said, thanks for the advice, Naruto. No problem, Hermine, Naruto said. After a few more minutes, everyone had their brooms. The professor said, all right, now I want you to mount it and also have a firm grip, so you don't slip off when I blow my whistle. I want you to kick off the ground and hover for a few seconds, lean slightly forward then back on the ground. Then she blow the whistle. The broom that Neville was on started to go haywire, and when it ended, Hooch took Neville to the infirmary. Malfoy picks up Neville's ball that he had gotten earlier that day and said, maybe the fat lump had given this a squeeze. He might have remembered to land on his arse. Naruto, not liking how Malfoy was talking about Neville, said, give me the ball, Malfoy. And here I was thinking about leaving it somewhere for Longbottom to find, so the answer is no, Malfoy said, got on his broom and said maybe the roof might be a good spot, then flow away. Naruto was about to get on his broom, but Hermine said, Naruto, stop, you heard what the professor said, and beside you have no idea how to fly. Naruto looks at Hermine and said, I have always been more of a practical learner anyway, then took off. Hermine said, what an idiot. When Naruto got up to Malfoy he said, so what are you going to do? Malfoy looks at Naruto and said, I am going to do this. Then he throw it. Naruto took no time and shot past Malfoy, causing him to momentarily lose balance thanks to Naruto training in his past life, and before coming to Hogwarts could easily see the ball. He speed up to get in front of it, turned and catch it, but not before turning around on his broomstick. But what he failed to notice was he was in front of a window with Professor McGonagall seeing him catching the ball a few minutes after he landed. Professor McGonagall and said, Naruto, Potter, please come with me. Malfoy said, looks like you're in trouble. Wouldn't be the first time I've been in trouble, Malfoy, Naruto replied. Once out of earshot, Naruto asked, is there something I can do for you, Professor? Naruto, I want you to be honest with me. Did you use your rooster power to get the ball? Asked the professor. No, I did not, Professor, that would be too great, and I want to keep my other powers a secret and not reveal them until I have to. Plus, if I did, you think I would be on the broom? Naruto replied. Okay, that was a really good point. Okay, then please come with me, the professor said. Then she took him to another class. She turned to him and said, you stay here, then walked into the class and said, sorry, Professor Quirrell, could I borrow wood for a little bit? The professor said, sure you can, and a boy got up and followed Professor McGonagall, and when she got back to Naruto, she said, Potter Thins is Oliver Wood. Ooh, I have found you a seeker. A few days later, Naruto was in the courtyard with the captain of the Quidditch, who was explaining the rules and the types. Quidditch is easy to understand. The teams has 7 players, 3 chasers, 2 beater, which you've met the Weasley twins, a keeper me, and a seeker you. There are 3 types of ball. The one to score points of called a quaffle, bends down and opens the trunk, then picks up the biggest one before continues. The chasers handle this ball and throws it, though one of those 3 hoops points to the posts in the distance, then says, but it's not that easy as they a keeper guarding them with me so far. Yes, I am, then points at the ball and asked, what kind of ball are the ones that moves? Oliver picks up a bat and hands it to Naruto and says, you better take this, then releases one of the ball. It shot up, then it came down. When it was in range, Naruto swung the bat and hit the ball, sending it a far bit away. Oliver whistled and said, impressive, Naruto. If being a seeker doesn't suit you, you would make an excellent beater. It was Halloween and Naruto was sitting in his charms class listening to the teacher going on about the levitation spell when he said, now you try. Naruto decided not to do anything because of his rooster power. He hears Hermine helping Ron out, but he did not take it well and spent the rest of The lesson sulking Naruto and Ron was on the way to the next class. Ron said, I tell ya mate, she is a bloody nightmare. I am not surprised she doesn't have friends. Hermine, who was walking behind them, brushed past Ron with a look like she wanted to cry. Naruto saw this, turned to Ron, grabbed him, and lifted him of the ground and said, Listen here Ron, and listen good. I gave you the benefit of the doubt, seeing if you could be a good friend, but you did was criticize the things I read and not put any effort in to do anything, and you are wrong about Hermine. She does have a friend too at the moment, me and Neville, so unless you can put your wounded pride aside, don't come anywhere near me. Then drops him, then thought, Hey Kurama, do you think I should go after Hermine? Not now Kit, give her some time by herself before looking for her, replied the ten-tailed, knowing that Naruto will worry about the girl, but Kurama knows that Naruto was not sure what to do at dinner time. Naruto was looking for Hermine but could not see her, so he turned to Neville and said, Hey Nev, do you know where Hermine is? Neville looks over to Naruto and said, I heard from Parvati Patil that she was in the girls' bathroom crying all afternoon. Before Naruto could say anything, the doors opened and Professor Quirrell came running through, shouting, Troll, troll, there is a troll in the dungeon. Thought you ought to know about the troll. Then he collapsed while all the student minus Naruto, who was still eating calmly, was panicking. Professor Dumbledore shouted, Quiet. When the students calmed down, the head said, Now then, prefects will lead their house back to their dormitories in a calm, orderly manner, and the professors will come with me to the dungeons. When the Gryffindors was about halfway to their dorm, when Naruto realized something, then he turned and grabs Neville and pulls him out of the line and said, Nev, we have to leave right now. What is going on, Naruto? Neville asked. Knowing that Naruto do not tend to break the rule without reason, it is about Hermine. She doesn't know about the troll, so we need to find her, Naruto said. Now seeing the emergency, Neville said, Come on, let go, though I won't be much help. The troll has left the dungeon. Do not worry about it, Neville. If that is the case, then I will be the one that will distract it while you get or run with Hermine, okay? And don't worry about me, just run to a safe distance and we will work on your confidence. Anther Day, Naruto said with a tone that Neville never heard from Naruto. Okay Naruto, Neville said they was on their way to the girls' bathroom when they heard foot, and Neville said with a scared tone, I don't think the troll's in the dungeon now. Then they saw the troll walk past and go into the girls' bathroom, causing them to run. As soon as they got there, Hermine screamed. Naruto, seeing that Hermine got nowhere to go and seeing that there is no room to get past, he said, Neville, in a minute grab Hermine and do what I said. Scared out of his mind, Neville said, And how do you expect me to do that, Naruto? There is no way I can get past the troll. Look Neville, I know you are scared, but it will be alright, and I promise I will explain what is I promise, and I always keep my promises, Naruto said just as he saw the troll swing his club at Hermine, then done some hand signs, then said, Substitute jutsus. Then Hermine stood where Naruto was and Naruto was where Hermine, and he took the hit that was meant for Hermine, which sent him into a wall. Hermine, who was confused about what just happened, saw Naruto go flying into a wall, shouted in a panicked tone, Naruto? And Neville was just as confused about what Naruto just done. The troll, being dumb, turned around looking at Neville and Hermine, and Neville, who was shaking with fear, took his wand but dropped it when the troll swung his club at him. As the troll missed, he hit a wall, but what nobody saw was a large bit of debris landed on Neville's wand, and when the troll was about to swing again, Naruto got up and said, Alright P-Brain, now you are in trouble. Then the troll turned around and tried to swing his club, but Naruto used his rooster power and the troll's club stayed in the air, surprising both Hermine and Neville, as Hermine didn't have her wand out and Neville had dropped his, but as they looked at Naruto they saw even he didn't have his wand out. Then the club moved towards Naruto and he grabbed the club with the power of the ox, then flew up to the troll's head, and Naruto lifted the club above his head and said, Well, say good night, ugly. Then with all his might and hit the troll on his head, killing it, then walked over to Hermine and Neville. Hermine and Neville stood there trying to believe in what they just saw, but Hermine was first to snap out of her shock when she saw Naruto walking over, then asked, Is it dead? Snapping Neville out of his shock, Naruto looked at the troll and said, Properly. Before anyone could say anything, three professors showed up and Minerva, shocked at the sight, said, Explain, the three of you. Hermine was about to speak when Kurama said, Kit, you need to say what really happened here, cause the girl you are fond o is about to lie. Thanks Kurama, Naruto thought back, then said, Hermine, no need to lie, then turned to the professors and said, You see Professor, me and Neville came here to warn Hermine about the troll, as she was in here crying about a comment that Ron made earlier in the day, but when we get here the troll had left the dungeon. Then why didn't you let a professor, or your prefects know? Asked the professor. Well, the professors was heading to the dungeon, so we thought that the troll was still there, and we only one prefect, and that is the head prefect, and he seems like the person that care more about the rule than someone life, replied Naruto with Hermine and Neville nodding behind him. Seeing that Naruto has been truthful, Professor McGonagall turned to Hermine and said, "Now Miss Granger, can you tell me what did Mr. Weasley say?" Hermine, looking nervous, looked to Naruto and he gave her a reassured smile and nodded. Then Hermine turned back to the head of Gryffindor, took a deep breath and said, "Well, Professor, it started in our charms class. I tried to help Ron out but he didn't appreciate it, and after class he said to Naruto, 'She is a bloody nightmare. I am not surprised she doesn't have friends.' Then I brushed past him, upset that he would say that after I tried and helped him." Once Naruto knew that Hermine finished and he said, "Once she was gone, I turned to Ron and said that he was wrong as she has two friends, me and Neville. Then told him unless he lets go of his wounded pride not to come near me. Then I wanted to look for Hermine but something told me to leave her along for a bit." "Okay, well then 5 points to both you and Neville for coming to the aid of a student who might not be standing here now. Now off to bed the three of you. You have had a tiring day," said Professor McGonagall, and the trio headed to their common room. When the trio got to the common, Naruto looked at his friends and said, "Okay, listen you two, I don't want to let anyone know what you saw today, okay? And I will tell you everything tomorrow, okay?" And they both nodded, then went to bed. It is the day after the troll incident and Naruto was reading his book that Kami gave him in the Gryffindor common room, waiting for Neville and Hermione so he can explain what he did yesterday. When the entrance opened up and the head of Gryffindor walked though and spotted Naruto, she said, "Mr. Potter, I would like to talk to you about last night." Before Naruto could say anything, the two people he was waiting for came in. Heard what the professor said. Hermione said, "But, Professor, we did tell you what happened." Naruto looked over and said, "It is okay, Hermione, she knows that I was lying about what really happened last night." Then turned to the professor and said, "Well, the first part was the complete truth. Me and Neville did go to the girls' bathroom to warn Hermione, and she was there because of what Ron said about her earlier in the day. And when we got to the corridor, the troll was walking into the bathroom and me and Neville got there with wand at the ready. The troll had Hermione cornered and was about to swing his club at her, and seeing there was no other way I could get Hermione out there without her getting harmed, so I told Neville that I was going to do something, and when it was done he was supposed to grab Hermione and run. Then I substituted with her just as the troll swung his club, which hit me on my left side, which sent me into the wall by the doorway and got buried. Then once I managed to dig myself out, I got the troll's attention, which caused it to try and swing at me, but with the rooster I kept it levitated the flow up and grabbed the club. Then with the power of the ox swung the club with all my might and hit it on the head." The professor gave a little nod and said, "Well, that explains who the troll died. Both Snape and Quirrell think that it was a levitation spell gone." Now confused, Hermione said, Professor, what is going on here?" Then she turned to Naruto and said, "What this about rooster power and ox power?" Naruto turns to Professor and said, "Can I answer that before you answer?" The professor nodded. Then he turned to Hermione and said, "That is part of what I am telling you later, Hermione," which received a nod. Seeing her chance to speak, the professor said, "Well, I am here for 3 reasons. On I have already sorted, another is with Mr. Longbottom, and the last is with Mr. Weasley." Naruto said, "Professor, do you want go and get Ron while you talk to Neville?" "That would be appreciated, Naruto," replied Professor McGonagall. Then Naruto left the common room and headed up the steps to the boys' bedrooms to wake up Ron. When he go to Ron's bed and starts to wake him up, Ron groaned as he opens his eyes to see Naruto. He says, "What the bloody hell do you want?" "Hey, wake team, Professor McGonagall wants to talk to you about something. She is downstairs right now wadding, so I wouldn't keep her waiting for long," Naruto said, then left the room and goes to common room to see Neville getting chowed out by an old lady while Neville holds a broken wand and says, "Hey, what is going on?" Everyone looks at Naruto, and the old lady that was chowing Neville out said, "Just telling off my grandson for breaking his wand that was his father's last night." "Look, lady, I get it, but there is one thing you are forgetting," Naruto said, as he was quite sure the wand got broken during the troll incident last night, and the lady did not know. "And what would that be?" asked Neville's grandmother. "Do you know how it got broken?" Naruto asked. The old lady opened her mouth to speak, then closed it, then began to think. After a few moments she said, "No, I just assumed it was just Neville being Neville. Well, to tell you, somehow a troll got into Hogwarts last night and our friend didn't know about it, so we went to warn her but the troll got to her first. The wand must have gotten broken in the struggle," Naruto said, then turned to a downcast Neville and asked, "Can I look at the wand, please?" Neville gave Naruto the wand, then Naruto put the wand together. They activated the power of the horse, completely repairing the wand, shocking his friends and Neville's grandmother. Then he picked the wand up and handed it to Neville, then turned to the professor and said, "Professor, is there a place we could go so I can have a private chat with my friends?" Then he looks to the doorway and said, "That also includes you two knuckleheads." The door opened and reveals the Weasley twins. Then Fred said, "How did you know we was here, Naruto?" "I will tell you how I know later," was all Naruto said. Neville's grandmother walked up to Naruto and said, "Thank you for bringing out my grandson's inner lion out. Not a problem, and I can guarantee that as long as he and I are friends, that lion will come out to play more often." Naruto said. Professor McGonagall said, "You can use my classroom, Naruto, but can you check what is taking Ron a long time?" "Sure thing, Sensei," Naruto said as he went back to the bedroom, only to see Ron had gone back to sleep. Then said as he walked over, "Okay, then you want to do it the strong way, fine, then I am going to drag you downstairs." Then he grabbed Ron's shirt and used the Ox Talisman, then dragged him to the professor, then lead his friends to the classroom. After saying bye to Neville's grandmother, once the group got to the classroom, Naruto checked that there was nobody outside, then closed the door, then put a privacy seal over it so they couldn't be overheard. Then he walked over the teacher's desk and sat on it, then said, "Okay, before I start, who believes in reincarnation?" When nobody put their hand up, he asked, "Hermione, why not?" "Well, for starters, the whole thing about when you die you are reborn seems unlike, and as you know me, I will believe it if I can see it," Hermione replied. "Well then you all might as well as believe it because you know someone that has been reincarnated," Naruto said. This news shocked everyone, and Fred asked, "All right mate, who is it?" "Me," Naruto said. "This better not be a prank, Naruto," George said. "It is not, and I can prove it," Naruto said, then thought, "You ready to do this, Kurama?" "Ready as I will ever be, Naruto, but it will be nice to talk to other people other than you," replied the fox. Then Naruto then activated the Astral Protection Talisman to leave his body and saw that he was visible, which shocked his friends, but when they saw Naruto's body move they all fainted, which caused Naruto and Kurama to doubly over with laughter. After about 5 minutes Naruto and Kurama was still laughing, but not as bad when they saw that their friends was waking up. Then they both told them about who and what was controlling Naruto's, their past life, the powers of the 12 talismans to chakra. Then once they had all asked Naruto all the question they could think of, they headed to the Great Hall for breakfast. After promising not to say a word to anyone, time skip over the month, Naruto had his first Quidditch match against Slytherin, which Gryffindor won, and that there is a Cerberus dog named Fluffy who appears to be guarding something, and whatever it is between Headmaster Dumbledore and some guy named Nicholas Flamel. It is the first day of Christmas holidays, and Hermione was saying bye to her friends, and Naruto promised to still look for any clues on Nicholas Flamel. It is now Christmas morning, and Neville woke Naruto up by shouting from the common room, and seeing as he wouldn't have any presents, he strolled down to the common room and saw Neville, Fred and George waiting for him, and he said, "Morning guys." When he saw what the twins was wearing, rouge jumpers with a cream G and F, then said, "Nice jumpers, are they homemade?" The twins had a mild look of disgust and said. Fred said with a downcast voice, "Yeah, it is homemade, our mother make one for us every year." Naruto, catching that tone and look, walked up to them, then a two-finger slap without ox power, then said with a PSS tone, "I caught the tone and the look you two gave ya. It properly is embarrassing, but at least you get something that your mother poured her love in it, and that is worth more than anything in the entire multiverse, and take it from someone who grew up being an orphan in 2 lifetime." Fred and George both looked at each other with a look of shame as they knew that Naruto was telling the truth. Then George said, "You're right, Naruto, we have been getting these for as long as we can remember, and I guess that we never thought about what Mum think when she makes them for us. And on another, you have presents." Shocked by this news, Naruto asked, "Okay, just to make sure I heard you, you said I have presents?" Neville then said, "Yes you do." Naruto then went the tree and picked on up. He noticed that it had a note, so he read it out loud. "Your father left this in my protection before he died. It is time it was returned to its rightful owner. Use it well." Then opened the present and saw that it was a cloak, holds it up and said, "Cool looking cloak, right guys?" and receives a nod from all 3 of them. Then Naruto puts it on. When he saw his friends with looks of shock, he looks down and see that he is only a head that says, "Cool, an invisibility cloak, this are worth a fortune." Then there was a voice from the bedroom doorway, "Now isn't that a little bit funny that you, someone who supposedly doesn't get any presents, gets one of the most expensive things in the world?" And the group looks over and sees Ron. Naruto, not liking the tone, said, "And what the hell is that supposed to mean, team?" "Oh, nothing, just finding it strong to believe that you get no presents," Ron said as he walked away. After that he got a broom polishing kit from Neville, a pranking set from the twins, few books about various subjects. The next one surprised him as it was a rouge homemade jumper with a cream H. Then looks at the twin and asked, "Did your mother really give me a homemade Weasley jumper?" Fred said, "Yes, sorry about that. We might have told her that you didn't really like Christmas due to how you was raised, but we didn't expect her to make one for you." Naruto did not know what to say, but he was happy. Then he went for the last one, which also came with a note that said, "Thought these might come in handy at some point for you and your friends K." Naruto opens the present and sees it is a red mask with white beard with what seems to be unruly eyebrows and a mustache. Fred and George sees the mask and Fred said, "Nice looking mask, Naruto, perfect for Halloween, so come on and put it on." Naruto, thinking what harm can it do, stuck it on, and the moment he did 9 masks came out. Mask that Naruto was wearing, then the mask disappeared. The 9 masks other formed 9 Oni figures. Each one was wearing ancient Japanese armor, causing Neville to hide behind a chair. The first Oni was rouge and looked normal. Next one was purple who had razor-like fingers. Next to him was a yellow one with bat wings. Then you had a green one that looked like a sumo, one was blue and looked like he was a samurai, one was orange that looked like a squid, the next one was dark gray and looked like a crab, then you had one was dark yellow and was the smallest one, and the last one was red and was like a mantis. Naruto asked, "Okay, what is going on here?" The blue one said, stepped forward, bowed and said, "Greeting, Lord Naruto. Once we are done explaining what we are, I will tell you what is going on, but Kami said that you and your friends might need our help, so she sent us to you to help you. And as for what we are the 9 Oni generals, and we each can summon ninja-like shadow spirits from the shadow realm called Shadowkan. I am the leader of the Oni generals. My name is Ikazuki, and I can summon the Samurai Kon clan." Then out of a nearby shadow a figure wearing a dark blue, metallic samurai armor. They have grayish-blue skin, but only their hands are visible. They wear dark red belts and have one glowing red eye. They are 1.5 times taller than a regular human. Then went back into the shadow. Once the samurai was gone, the rouge one stepped forward, bowed, said, "Greetings, my lord. I am Raraku and I can summon the Ninja Kon clan." Then out of a shadow a figure that has grayish-blue skin and glowing red eyes, wearing black ninja suits with dark red and blue accents that cover most of their body and face. Then went back into the shadow. Once the ninja was gone, the purple one stepped forward, bowed and said, "Greetings, my lord. I am Murasaki and I can summon the Razor Kon clan." Then out of a shadow a tall figure that had a pointed head with one glowing red eye. They wear black suits with dark red accents that cover all of their body. They have dark red belts and brown ropes covering their forearms and hands. Instead of fingers, they have 5 giant, razor-sharp claws. Their legs are also pointed. Then went back into the shadow. Once the razor was gone, the yellow one stepped forward, bowed and said, "Greetings, my lord. I am Kiro and I can summon the Batcon clan." Then out of a shadow a figure that has dark, grayish-blue skin and one glowing red eye. They wear black suits that only cover their torso. They have 3 sharp fingers on each of their hands and wear dark red belts. Their most remarkable feature is their giant, bat-like wings. The wings are lighter in color and are connected to their backs. Then went back into the shadow. Once the bat was gone, the green one stepped forward, bowed and said, "Greetings, my lord. I am Midori and I can summon the Sumo Kon clan." Then out of a shadow a figure that has grayish-blue skin and red eyes, are twice as tall and 5 times as wide as regular humans. They wear black suits with dark red accents. Then went back into the shadow. Once the sumo was gone, the orange one stepped forward, bowed and said, "Greetings, my lord. I am Orenji and I can summon the Squid Kon clan." Then out of a shadow a figure that has 2 sets of tentacles which they can extend drastically. They have grayish-blue skin and black suits. Their abdomen and tail are skin-colored. They have 7 glowing red eyes and 2 vertically oriented fang-filled mouths, and was probably the scariest out of the 9 clans. Then went back into the shadow. Once the squid was gone, the dark gray one stepped forward, bowed and said, "Greetings, my lord. I am Kuro and I can summon the Crabcon clan." Then out of a shadow a figure that was 1.5 times taller than a regular human. It has long legs and incredibly well-built bodies. They wear black suits that entirely covers them. They have 1 glowing red eye. The Crabcon are the only asymmetrical Shadowcon tribe, as their left arm have crab-like pincers while their right arm have stabbing claws and no pincers. Then went back into the shadow. Once the crab was gone, the dark yellow one stepped forward, bowed and said, "Greetings my lord, I am Mosugurin and I can summon the Minikon clan." Then out of a shadow a figure that was the smallest of the Shadowcon. They look like little sharks on legs. They are the only Shadowcon without eyes. Then went back into the shadow. Once the mini was gone, the red one stepped forward, bowed and said, "Greetings my lord, I am aka and I can summon the Mantis Con clan." Then out of a shadow a figure that has mantis-like arms and 4 legs that have spikes on them all over. They are completely black with a dark red triangle-shaped shoulder pad. They have one glowing red eye. Then went back into the shadow, and Neville, being less scared, slowly came out. Once the mantis was gone, Ikazuki nodded to the other generals. Black smoke surrounded them, then their bodies disappeared, only leaving the masks. Then Ikazuki said, "Now to explain the mask that Naruto put on, free our mask. But Kami gave us the ability to manifest one time to explain to you what is going on or what we can do. Then we peacefully go back into our masks. Then Naruto can give us to someone who is worthy." Fred, who was intrigued by this development, said, "So what does that mean, mate?" "What that means is that at the moment Naruto can choose who gets the masks, and should they put it on they will be able to summon the Kon clan. For example, should Naruto give the plump boy my mask, he will be able to summon the samurai to do his bidding after he puts it on," Ikazuki explained. "Wait, what was the mask that Naruto put on?" Neville asked. "Well, to simple put, that was the mask on the king of all Oni Terakudo, and the orders that Naruto gives us takes priority." Ikazuki replied. George asked, "So if he gives a mask to me and I use the Kon to pull pranks, the moment Naruto says enough is enough, the Kons wouldn't pull pranks, right? Current, and you can summon only that Kon clan while Naruto can summon all of them, and should someone that Naruto didn't choose, we will take them over and run amok, and only potion brewed from chi magic can remove the mask, and with that all done until we meet again," Ikazuki said. Then black smoke surrounded him, then his body disappeared, only leaving his mask. Naruto went to pick up the mask and said, "Well, that was something different." Gaining a chuckle from his friends, by the end of the day Naruto told his friends that he will wait for Hermione to come back before he gives them a mask, then sealed them away. Now they was chilling in front of the Gryffindor fire, playing jokes and pulling pranks on each other while drinking hot chocolate. When there was a poof of smoke, when the smoke cleared, it revealed Gamakichi, who said, "Yo, what's up?" Neville looks down at his drink, then turned to the twins and said, "What did you two put in our drinks?" Fred said, "We didn't do anything." Before anyone could say anything, Naruto talks up to the toad and said, "Hey, what's up Gamakichi, what brings you to this universe?" "Oh, nothing, just here to deliver 2 parcels, one from Jiraiya and the other is from Tsunade," Gamakichi said as he gave Naruto 2 scrolls, then went back to his home. George said, "What was that, mate?" Naruto, who went back to where he was sitting, said, "That was a summoning toad that I can summon, and he came here to give me something from home." Then he thought the scrolls to see what they gave him. Tsunade gave him rightfully his minus the cash, and Jiraiya gave him a copy manuscript of his book, and gave him permission to them on his side, and the 4 boys agreed that is one Christmas neither of them will forget. That is a wrap. A few nights after Christmas, Naruto is in the restricted part of the library looking for anything on Nicholas Flamel, but so far he found nothing on the guy. But he did find something that caught, but he decided to ask Professor McGonagall about it some other time. He then took a book out of a shelf, and when he opened it the book started to scream, so he quickly closed, but the scream from book caught the attention of someone. "Who's there?" came the voice of Filch the caretaker. In a panic, Naruto run off, leaving the lantern that he was using, and the snake appeared in this eyes, and he went invisible and went past the caretaker. Along the way Naruto heard voices coming his way, so he went into the nearest door and wait inside the room he was in. He deactivated the talisman and found a mirror and decided to look at his reflection, but what he saw surprised him as he saw himself. But he wasn't alone, as standing behind him was our people that are much older than him, 2 female on his left hand side and 2 males on his right hand side. Kurama, who was connected to Naruto, saw what Naruto saw, said with a sad tone as he knew who the 2 adults are, "Well, kid, it might have been 25 years from your past life and 10 years in this time, but you get to see both of your parents look like, so that must mean that this is a magic mirror that shows what one's true longing in the mirror, and as I have always wanted to see both of them," Naruto said, all depressed. He then sat down and stayed there looking at his parents from this life and his past for about an hour. Then he gets up and checks if the coast is clear. Then he headed back to his house. The next day Naruto was heading to ask Minerva about the thing that he read the light before he knocked on her office door. Then he heard her say, "Come in." Naruto went in and said, "Hey professor, can I ask you a question?" The professor looks up to sees Naruto, then said, "Sure I can Naruto, but first can you answer something that has been on my mind for a while?" "Sure, I will try my best, Naruto replied. Please explain to me what is chi magic, asked the professor. Naruto thought about it, then he said, sure, I don't mind telling you about chi magic. To put it simply, it is magic that when trained properly even muggles can do magic, though they properly won't be as powerful, but magic is still magic. I see, so that is chi magic. I must say it sounds impressive, Minerva said. Now what is it you wanted to know? Okay, what is a Horcrux? Naruto asked, shocking the professor coming out of the shock. Minerva said, where did you hear that word, Naruto? Read it in the library, but it didn't say what it really was, Naruto said. Minerva looks at Naruto, then said, a Horcrux is the word used for an object in which a person has concealed part of their soul. Well, you split your soul, you see, and hide part of it in an object outside the body. Then, even if one's body is attacked or destroyed, one cannot die, for part of the soul remains earthbound and undamaged. Naruto thought for a minute, then said, so what I go out of that is that you commit a horrendous act which split your soul in half, then you can place one half into something or someone. That is correct, Naruto. Why do? Minerva asked. It's just all my life my scar, it has been bothering me because of the horse, and I didn't want to send Kurama out looking inside my mindscape just in case there was something dangerous attached to it. Even though he is powerful, I cannot and will not send a friend to fight something that might hurt them no matter how powerful they are, Naruto said. So, what are you going to do, Naruto? Asked the professor. Well, first Kurama will go looking for what it attached to my scar, then hopefully he will get rid of it. Other than that, I don't know, Naruto replied. The moment he said that, the great beast inside of him goes on a quest to find and get rid of what is attached to Naruto's scar. Naruto gets up and begins to leave, but not before saying, well, see you later, Minerva. As the school year passes on, Naruto, and Neville could not find anything about Nicholas Flamel, and Kurama's search was better as he found that Naruto was a Horcrux, but that was not all he found. He even found Lily Potter Evans was semi-alive, and the trio said that the most possible answer was that Naruto used the goat talisman to save his mother before Voldemort's killing curse actually killed her, thus saving her. Now all they need to do is find her body. Then was the goat to send her spirit back into her body, which Minerva has been helping with. The Naruto and his friends in the Great Hall revising for the final exams, and Ron, who was next to them, playing with some cards. After Ron and Hermine little argument, Ron threw the cards on the table. Harry read what was on the card, showed it to Hermine and Neville. Then they all headed to the library and found out that what Fluffy was guarding was the Philosopher's Stone. That night they headed to Hagrid's hut, and when he answered the door, he said, sorry, but I am not in the mood for entertaining people at the moment. When Hagrid tried to close the door, Naruto said, this is about the Philosopher's Stone, and we know that Fluffy is guarding it amongst other traps and enchantments. You might as well come in then, Hagrid said, then said, still believe that Snape is still trying to steal it. We're not sure that it is actually Snape, but we believe that someone is, but you have to admit he is the most suspicious. Hermine said. Before Hagrid could reply, there was a rattling sound, and it was coming from a cauldron that was on the fire. Then, faster than anyone had guessed, Hagrid moved faster than they had seen the entire year, went over to the cauldron with oven mitts on, pulled what appears to be an egg out and places it in the table, and a dragon hatched from it, and Hagrid named him Norbert, and the dragon hiccuped and sat Hagrid's beard on fire. While putting it out, he sees someone looking thought the window. Then he says, who's that? The trio looks at where Hagrid was looking to see Ron. Then he quickly runs away, and Naruto say, well, Hermine, looks like you are going to get in trouble by Ron. He then turns to Hagrid and to say, well, we would lie to stick around, but we each have a pill to swallow. See you soon, Hagrid. Then they left. When the trio got to the castle, they were met by Professor McGonagall with a smug-looking Ron behind her. Then she said in a Stein tone, my office now, the lot of you. Once inside the deputies, when the 4 students was standing in front of her desk, when she said to everyone, well, I am disappointed in all of you, more so with you, Miss Granger, and you as well, Mr. Longbottom, but not really with Mr. Potter, as he is always up to something. It's like I am always telling you, Sensei, I am a fox. Naruto, who had his signature grin on, said, so I am going to take 50 points for each of you, and all 4 of you will be having detention, which will be held tomorrow night. Understood? The professor said. Yes, Professor. Everyone replied. The following night, the group of 4 was waiting for someone when Filch came and said, all right, you lot, I will take you to Hagrid, as he will be taking care of you this fine evening, as he has a task to do in the dark forest. As came out of his hut, all sad, then said, oh, for Pete's sake, man, pull yourself together, you are about to go into the great forest. Ron, who was now scared, said, wait, I thought you was joking about the forest. I heard that there is a pack of werewolf in there. Oh, trust me, Ron, there are more than werewolves in there. There are some dark creature and some light creatures, plus I read that there is a secret cave somewhere in there that was made by one of the founders, Naruto said, partially bouncing as he has like to try and find secret places. After about an hour of walking, the group stopped. Then Hagrid bent down and felt something on the ground, then turned to the students and showed them a silver-like substance on this hand, then said, "See this? This is what we are here for. This is unicorn BLD and it is fresh and badly hurt. There is something here that is hunting them, and that is what we are here for, to stop whatever is hurting the unicorn." Hermine, you and Neville, you're with me. Naruto, you and Ron. Before Naruto could say anything, Ron said, "Fine, but we get Fong." "Okay, but he is a cowardly dog," Hagrid said. Then he went to his right, and Hermine and Neville following behind him, leaving Naruto and Ron to go the other way. After about 15 minutes, Ron said, "Oh, come on, Naruto, let's just ditch this and do something else. Not a chance. Know that there is an injured animal, then I will find it and keep it safe and kick the butt of anyone who dares to think that is a good idea to hurt a creature. So you can sit here or F off. I don't care. I am going to look for this unicorn," Naruto said. "But don't you want to try and find this secret cave?" Ron said, trying to persuade Naruto into stopping. "Now see here, Ron, unlike you, I always keep my promises and I always try and help those that need help, for that is my ninja way," Naruto said. Then he carried on walking. A short while later, the duo continued to walk when suddenly they heard Fong growling, so they looked and saw a hooded figure bent sucking on the BLD of the unicorn. Then all of a sudden Ron and Fong run off, both in different directions. Fong headed towards the other group while Ron somehow headed to the school screaming, catching the attention of the hooded figure. Naruto, not scared, stood his ground and said, "All right, but as you just gave me something that I can laugh about for the next few days, I am going to give you a choice. You can leave and save you but a good beating, or I kick your butt 6 ways from Sunday for hurting unicorns." While hoping that the BSRD in front of him would choose the latter, and he got his wish as the hooded person glided over to him. Before Ether could do anything, a centaur came out of nowhere and scared then the centaur came over and said, "Greeting, Naruto Potter, but you must leave here at once. This forest is not safe here, especially for you." Naruto, not caring what the centaur sang because he was pretty strong to kill off, walked over to the unicorn to check if it was still alive, which it still was, but just barely, then said, "Oh, thank Kami, she is still alive, but she won't last much longer. Guess I have no choice but use the power of the horse." Then the horse talisman appeared in his eyes, then he channeled the power to heal the unicorn. Then half a minute later she stood up. Then she nudged him. Then what shocked the centaur, she gave Naruto her horn, which instantly regrew, then trotted off, but not before Naruto bowed and said, "Thank you. Now then, that's that problem solved. Now let's see if the founder's secret hideouts are real." He put the horn in his pocket, then headed to another location, but the unicorn got his attention, so he looked over and saw that the mare wanted him to follow her, so he did, and the mare let Naruto ride her. The centaur, who just stood there unable to believe what he just saw, first saw Naruto Potter shrugging of his warning about the dark creatures that wants to take the boy's life in name of their ME, like it was just a normal day. The second was that the unicorn that would not survive the night suddenly jump up like nothing happened and was instantly healed. The third thing was the mare gave Naruto her horn, which was something that was never heard, and the last thing was the mare wanted to show the boy something and let him ride her about. 5 minutes later, Hagrid and the others minus Ron, as he was heading back to the castle, showed up. They looked around for Naruto and the unicorn but couldn't see them, so Hagrid walked up to the centaur and said, "Hey Firenze, what happened here is Naruto and the unicorn." Firenze shocked the shock, then said, "Hello there Hagrid, I can tell you, but I am still have trouble believing what I saw." Neville looked at Hermine and said, "Want to make a bet that Naruto done something that is said to be unheard of or downright impossible?" "That is a sucker bet, Nev, as we both know that normal doesn't apply to Naruto," Hermine replied. Hagrid looked at Hermine and Neville and said, "Quirt, you two remember this is a dangerous place." Then he turns to Firenze and asked, "So what happened here, Firenze?" Firenze told Hagrid what had happened. When he was done, Hagrid said, "Well, that is interesting. Guess I will have to ask Naruto how he managed to have a unicorn from certain death." Then he looks at Hermine and Neville and said, "All right, you two, come on, your detention is over, let's get out of here." Firenze walked up to Hagrid and said, "But Hagrid, I do not think Naruto knows the important fact that comes with the horn, that a unicorn given up willingly." "You're right, he doesn't, so I will tell him next time I see him," Hagrid replied, satisfied with the answer. Firenze walks off, confused about what was going on. Hermine asked Hagrid what was all that about, and what is the fact that the centaur was on about. You see, Hermine, there are unlike normal pets like your cat and Neville's toad unicorns pure that no one has ever owned one, not a single witch or wizard, though many have tried. Each time a unicorn was captured that night it just disappears. Then one day someone discovered that no one can own one unless it willingly give you its horn, which grows back almost instantly, and how someone discovered that no one even to this day. So, you mean that Naruto now owns a unicorn? If the unicorn gave Naruto its horn, Neville asked. And Hagrid nodded. Meanwhile, with Naruto, the unicorn was heading to a steep hill that had a cave entrance. Naruto jumps of then said, "Thank you for the lift, you should get back to your herd." However, the mare shook her head in a sad motion. One that Naruto perfectly. "You don't have a herd, do you? You and your parents got separated from them and you live here in this forest, then the hooded being killed you mother or father few weeks ago." Getting a nod from the mare. "Well then let's hope there is room for you inside." Then he headed inside and the unicorn was following. After exploring the cave, Naruto and the unicorn came across a set of doors and both decided to go inside and was met with a griffin. However, this griffin was different as a quadruped, chimeric Pokemon with traits from a variety of creatures. It has a mammalian head with mechanical parts. Covering most of its head and neck is a thick, silver mane that extends down over its teeth. Its blunt snout is metallic on the bridge of its nose and upper jaw. It has a triangular black nose framed by 3 red lines, pointed ears with bright pink and black insides, 1 visible fang on each side of its lower jaw, and a slight overbite. Its eyes are bright silver, have no visible pupils, and appear to be surrounded by an empty, black space. Look up Silverly. When the griffin saw Naruto, it got ready to attack Naruto, thinking quick, used the monkey talisman and turned into a lion, then said, "Wait, I am not here to cause trouble." The griffin looks at Naruto and said with a feminine tone, "Then what bring you here of the secret chamber of Godric Gryffindor?" Naruto, who read about Griffin, thought it might be a good idea to tell her the truth, said, "Well, to simple put curiosity, I had heard and read that all the founders of Hogwarts had a secret chambers within the castle walls." Though the griffin still looking at Naruto with a critical eye said, "What will you do now that you have found secret chamber of Godric Gryffindor?" "Well, first would be to get out of here, then look for the other 3. So are some kind of special griffin, as you don't look like a normal one?" Naruto asked. "You're right about that. I am an artificial griffin created to kill all known magical creatures. However, thanks to Godric, I became the creature I was truly meant to. But please call me Silverly." And in return I became his familiar, replied Silverly. "Nice to meet you, Silverly. I am Naruto Potter, and according to the goblin I am the heir to all 4 founders, 3 by birth right and 1 by conquest." Naruto replied. Silverly looks at Naruto shocked and said, "So that mean you have been given the deed to the castle?" "That is right, I got it from Gringotts, but there are 2 conditions I need to meet to truly get the castle. But I don't mind following them." Naruto replied. Silverly looks at Naruto and said, "Okay, need to ask what is up with the unicorn?" "Not sure really. After I used one of my powers to save her, she came over to me, then her horn fell into my hand, then she showed me the secret cave that is in the Forbidden Forest, and here I am." Naruto replied, shocking Silverly. "Naruto, you are aware that if a unicorn willingly give a horn to someone, it means that you now own them?" Silverly said, "Wait, so does that mean that if I wanted to, I could take her up?" Naruto asked. The artificial griffin nodded and said, "Yes, ID does, but it is unheard of, as they are very picky about giving people their horns, as nobody had a heart pure enough." Silverly said, "Well, that me all over, always doing what people think is close to, if not downright impossible." Naruto said, looking around while saying, "Now how do I get out of here, as I need to tell Bachan about my unicorn?" "This way, Naruto, I will show you the way, but I do have one request," said Silverly as she led them to the entrance that was in the castle. "Please take me as your guardian, and the others will want to do so as well if you find the secret chambers." "That is?" Silverly asked. "Sure, I don't mind, and for your information, I will find the secret chambers. Now I am going to turn back into a human, though we can do the ritual that allows me to communicate with both of you telepathically tomorrow," Naruto said, and they both nodded. "Oh, before I forget that in order to enter this chamber the password is me," Silverly said, and Naruto nodded. When they get to a door, Naruto open it, only to find out that it lead to Professor McGonagall's office, as he had just entered a office and said Professor was sitting behind her desk grading papers looking at him. Then she said, "Well now Naruto, what are you doing in my office? Shouldn't you be with Hagrid?" "I can explain, sensei," Naruto said. Then he explained that Hagrid was to find something that was killing unicorns to him, saving one, then becoming its owner, to finding the secret chamber of Godric Gryffindor, to meeting Silverly, and she becomes his protector. Well, I see you've had an interesting night, so go back to your dorm and get some rest as you promised to do the bonding ritual tomorrow, but I am going to be there to assist you, understood Mr. Potter, and I will take your unicorn to Hagrid and I will get him to make her a stable and pen for her, Minerva said, and Naruto nodded. Then headed to his dorm. When he got to the Gryffindor common room, he was immediately with Hermione and Neville, who wanted to know what happened, so Harry told them and then asked if they wanted to witness a bonding ritual, and both said yes. By the end of the day, Naruto was so exhausted that he thought he had used too much chakra again due to doing a double bonding ritual, naming the unicorn, which was Brightstar, then helping Hagrid with the stable and pen, also getting the horse talisman removed. Now he is laying on his bed looking at something when Neville came in and asked, "What did you want to talk about, Naruto?" "Neville, I want an honest answer if you could. Would you want your parents back at tip-top condition? Would you take it?" Naruto asked, and without so much of hesitation, Neville, "Of course I would, Naruto, more than anything." "That is good to hear, Nev, so I am lending you something that is so powerful that there is nothing that it can't cure, heal, repair, or regenerate," Naruto said. Then he tossed him something. Neville, who managed to catch it, saw that it was some kind of stone with a horse on it. They said, "Thanks, Naruto, but what is this?" "That, my friend, is the horse talisman, and with it you can get your parents back, but you must keep it a secret, so because of that you will be taking Zazu with you, and when it is done he will be bringing it back to me so I can put it back inside of me, okay, Nev?" Naruto asked, and Neville nodded. Then they both went to sleep. It's been a few days since Naruto gave Neville the horse talisman, and Naruto was with Hagrid, was teaching the trio on how to look and take care of after all kinds of animals, and Naruto doing some business with Hagrid to look after Brightstar and Silverly over the summer holidays. Naruto has had something on his mind but couldn't think what it was. Then he realized what it was. He turned to Hagrid and said, "Hagrid, you know the guy that gave you the dragon. Don't you think that it was strange that he just happens to have one? After all, I thought that only an expert can handle them, and even then that they can't go too far from the nest." Hagrid stood there and thought as he remembered the meeting, then said, "You do have a point there, Naruto, but I don't think you need to worry." Naruto didn't look convinced, then said, "I guess you're right, but answer me this, did you mention you pet Cerberus, which I want one myself, mind you?" "Well, of course I did. It's not every day you hear someone owning one," Hagrid replied. "I have a feeling that he told the guy something he shouldn't have," Naruto thought. "With your luck, Kit, you're right about that," Kurama said. "Well, that would be Hagrid for you. The guy may be the definition of the gentle giant, but he can't hold a secret to save his life," Lily said. "And what else did you talk about, Hagrid?" Naruto asked. "I told the guy that the trick to any beast is how to calm it, like just play any kind to Fluffy and he falls fast asleep," Hagrid said. Then he realizes what Naruto was on about, then said, "I should not have said that." Hermione looks at Naruto and says, "No, Naruto, don't you think about it?" "Think about what, Hermione?" Naruto asked innocently as the rabbit showed up in his eyes, then runs off to find Minerva. "What a moron," Hermione said, then turns to Neville and said, "Come on, Neville, we better go and make sure he doesn't get himself killed." Naruto finds Professor McGonagall in a classroom marking papers. He walks up to her and said, "Excuse me, Professor, but we might have serious problem." Minerva looks up and says, "And what problem would that be, Naruto?" "The stony kind," Naruto replied, giving Minerva a hint. Minerva, getting the hint, waved her wand and placed silent charms and said, "How would you know about the stone, Naruto? Not that you need it with the power of the dog." "I know, but at the matter at hand, for months I believe that someone is trying to steal the stone, and Hagrid may have told him on how to get past Fluffy," Naruto replied. "Why do you believe that, Naruto?" the head of Gryffindor asked. "Well, you know, was given a dragon egg a few days ago," Naruto asked, and when the professor nodded he continued, "Well, I thought it was strange that someone happens to have an egg to be at the pub where Hagrid goes, knowing you need a special license to handle one, a fully grown one, and another to handle the eggs and hatchlings. Then they talked about Cerberus, and Hagrid told him on how to get past his Fluffeach." "Well, you do have a point there, Naruto, and you know who it is?" Minerva asked. "Well, I can't say for sure, but I would say either Snape or Quirrell," Naruto replied. "What make you sure that it's one of those two, Naruto?" Minerva asked. "We might not have the time, Professor, so I will leave a clone here and it will explain," Naruto said. "Shadow clone jutsu." But what the professor didn't know was that Naruto channeled his mother into the clone. Then he said, "Well, yeah, the run out the door the clone that hold Lily's spirit," turned to the professor and said, "Hello, Professor McGonagall, it's been a long time." Shocking the professor. When the shock passed, the professor asked, "Why do you sound like Lily, Naruto?" "That is because I am Lily, Professor," Lily replied, then said Henge, then turned into her true self. "You see, Professor, you know about the 10-tailed fox that is tied to Naruto?" The professor nodded. Well, you see, the fox is able to sense negative emotions, and throughout the year he has been sensing something dark from Quirrell, and Snape just hates everyone that is not in Slytherin, and Dumbledore just seems to want to manipulate my little boy. Okay, I can see why you think that, but can you answer me an important question? The professor asked. If it is how I am here, well, Naruto, Kurama and myself think that just before Voldemort hit me with the killing curse, Naruto must have used the power of the sheep to pull my spirit from my body, then the rooster to place me in his body, but as he didn't know about me being there we couldn't speak. Naruto's mother replied. Well, that explains that, but how did Naruto find you, Lily? Minerva asked. Well, for that I have you to thank for that, because of you Horcrux chat you had, Lily replied, then said, now how about we get going? After all, we can't let students handle this, that the teachers should write. Then the duo started to head to the 3rd floor. By the time Lily and Minerva caught up to Naruto and his friends, they had completed the last challenge, and Naruto had gone through the door. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door, Naruto was standing in front of the mirror that he found over Christmas, with Quirrell asking Naruto, what does this mirror do, Potter? You tell me, Professor, Naruto said. Well, I see myself holding the stone now. How do I get it? Said the professor. All of a sudden there was a third voice saying, use the boy. The professor turned around and said in a demanding tone, come here, boy. All right, I'm a coming, no need to get your knickers in a twist, Naruto said. When Naruto stood in front of the mirror, Quirrell said, now boy, tell me, what do you see? Naruto looked towards the mirror and saw himself reaching into his pocket and pull out the philosopher's stone, then stuck it back in his pocket. But Naruto, who didn't give a damn about the stone, said, I see my mother laying on a bed sleeping as she has lost something. The disembodied voice said, he's lying. Tell me the truth. Potter, Quirrell shouted. Let me speak to the boy, said the voice. Quirrell got nervous and said, but sorry, you are not strong enough yet. I am strong enough to talk to the boy, Quirrell, the voice said. Quirrell then undid his turbine when the turbine and had another face at the back. Then the face said, Naruto, Potter, how nice to meet you again. Wow, I had heard about people being two-faced, but you take the cake, Voldemort? Naruto said, not really surprised. You see what I have become as well as what I must do to survive, to live off of another creature like a mere parasite, Voldemort said. Well, if will make you feel any better, you're not the first parasite I've met. Well, I just hope you aren't going to stalk me, Naruto said. Unicorn BLD can sustain, but it cannot give me a body. However, there is something that can, and it is conveniently in your possession, and don't you dare run. The Dark Lord said. Then Quirrell snapped his fingers and flames circled around them. Then Voldemort said, join me and live or suffer a horrific death. Oh, like you could kill me. After all, you couldn't kill me as a baby. What makes you think you could do it now? Naruto remarked. Well, I see you have what your parents, but tell me, Potter, do you want to see them again? All you have to do is give me the stone, Voldemort said. As if I would do that, you two-faced moron, Naruto replied. Kill him, Quirrell. Voldemort instructed. Quirrell launches himself at Naruto, however, just before Quirrell grabs, Naruto dodges. Quirrell then grabs him by the neck and said, like I said, dumbass, like you could kill me? Then the dragon talisman appeared in his eyes, but before he could use it, a sizzling sound and Quirrell started to turn to ash, and when Quirrell was ash, Naruto started to walk out of the put of the room, but he didn't notice Voldemort's spirit come right at him and go through him and out the door just as Naruto passes out. When Naruto woke up a few days later and saw Dumbledore standing after a little chat, all the while the headmaster looked in Naruto's eye, trying to read his mind, and near the end of the chat Kurama suggested, hey kid, the old man is trying to read your mind and suggest that you and the Weasley team become friends like he has throughout the year. Oh man, I am getting sick and tired of this. Naruto thought. Then he had a thought. Hey Kurama, how about we do something that shows that coming into my mind is never a smart idea? What did you have in mind, Naruto? Lily asked as she was worried about her son. How about he sees an oversized fox plushie? Naruto responded. That might have been the smartest and only idea. Kit, looks like that potential mate of yours is a good influence, Kurama said with a teasing tone as he catches what Naruto meant. Then he lets the school's headmaster into Naruto's mind just enough to see him, like Sasuke did in the anime. When Dumbledore saw Kurama, he exited Naruto's mind almost as fast as Naruto, using the power of the rabbit. Then said with a worried tone, well, it's good that you are awake, Mr. Potter. Then left the hospital wing. Later that day Naruto was released. He was heading to the common to pack his things but was caught by his friends, and Fred asked, hey Naruto, you said that one of talismans could heal you. Why didn't it? Simple put, I don't have the power of the horse at the moment, Neville does. Naruto replied while Neville looks ashamed. Why did you give that power to Neville, Naruto? Hermine said with a scolding tone. Naruto, catching the tone in Hermine's voice, narrowed his eye and said, so he can get his parents back, and that power might do just that. And trust me, I have only known a parent's love for a few months, and I know my love for my mother isn't as strong as any of yours, but know this, if I will gladly give it up again for any of my friends, as there will be a piece in your heart that will be missing. Hermine, surprised by this, was happy with the answer, then asked, so what was you up to before we caught you? Oh, not much, just heading to the common room to start packing my things ready for tomorrow. Neville stepped forward and said, well, you don't have to worry about that, I have already done it for you. Really, thanks, Nev, so let's head to hall. Naruto said, same as Conan, but Neville gets the points that Ron gets. When the train pull up to the station, Naruto grabs his stuff and gave Neville Zazu, then goes and looks for his relatives and found at the entrance, and his uncle said, come on boy, we have things we want to do. And so Naruto hurried over to them. Then they went over to the car and they got Naruto's luggage in the boot and started to head home, or in Naruto's case, hell. After getting back to the Dudley residence, Vernon locks Naruto cases in the cupboard, then made Naruto move into the third bedroom that Dudley used to place all the thing that he had lost interest in or broke when Naruto had cleared the room to a moderate state so he could sleep on the bed and move without hurting himself. He went to sleep when Naruto was fast asleep. Deep in Naruto mind, Lily walked up to Kurama and asked him, hey Kurama, wake up. Kurama, who was dozing off, opened his eyes to look at his host mother and said, hey Lily, what do you need from me? I need you to show me on how to use the sheep talisman so I can talk to my sister, Lily asked. And why do you want to do that? She hate your kind? Kurama asked. Lily looks down and sighs the said, I just want to know what happened. The truth is that she was happy at first, but after a couple of years she started to be mean about the fact I was different. I just want to know if it is how she really feels, or was it that we didn't see each other and we just grew apart? And with that, Kurama taught Lily on how to use the sheep talisman. Once Lily was out, she went straight to Petunia dreamscape. When Lily was in her sister's dreamscape, she was shocked to find that she was at an old-looking castle that screamed sorcery. Then she went to look for her sister, and when she found Petunia, and was shocked once again, as Petunia was wearing clothes similar to what she wore when she was at Hogwarts. Then she went over to her and said, hey Petunia, long time no see. Petunia turns around shocked and said, Lily, how are you even here? Well Petunia, I can say that I have no idea why I am here. There must something on your mind that involves me, as this is your dream. Lily replied, lying about the fact that she is alive somewhere and it wouldn't be the best way to get answers. That makes sense, Petunia mumbled. So this is what you dream about? You want to be a witch? Lily said with teasing tone, then in serious tone, and here I thought you hated my kind. Petunia looks away as if she was ashamed of something, then said, I never really hated you or the world that you entered. Then why did it seem like you did hate all that practice magic? Lily asked her sister. It was to push you away, Petunia said, shocked with the answer. Lily asked, why would you want to push me away? Well, for two reasons. The first, it's just that I wanted to be a part of it and be there for you. Then that greasy head beef that you used to hang around before James. What about Snape? Lily asked. Well, when you wasn't around, he was a right beast to me, always telling me that you shouldn't be hanging with someone like you, Petunia replied. Lily wasn't happy with how Snape said, why didn't you tell me what Snape was doing to you, pet? I would have so ditched him. Nobody messes with my family. So what is the other reason? Well, I think it was during your Sisern year at Hogwarts. Mum and Dad thought I was asleep. I overheard them talking about you, and I heard them say that you was adopted, Petunia said, shocking Lily. Then spent the rest of the night chatting. When it was time for Lily to go, she said, well, pet, I need to go. Petunia looked at Lily and said, wait, don't go. I still need to make up for all the years that I was mean to you. And you will, Petunia, and you can start with Naruto, Lily said as she disappears real world. When Lily came out of Petunia, she went back to Naruto, and about 10 minutes later Petunia woke up, then swings her feet of the bed so she is sitting on it, and said with a sigh and a depressed tone, what a weird dream, but at least I feel better now that I talked to Lily again, though it is a shame that it was only a dream. Then she looks up and with a determined look and also in her voice said, but she is right. If I want to make up for all the wrong I did to her, I can make it up to her, though, Naruto, but how can I do it without Vernon getting angry? Then she gets up and does what she would normally do. Meanwhile, Naruto, who was awake tidying the room when his mother said, morning honey, how are you this morning? I am good, thanks for asking, Kun. So how was your night talking to Aunt Petunia? Naruto thought back. How did you know that I talked to me sister? Lily asked. Kurama, was all Naruto thought back. No. Need you to do something for me, and it is important, Lily said. Sure, what do you need me to do, Kun? Naruto replied. Well, for starters, I need you to find out who my beard parents are, Lily asked, shocking Naruto. When the shock was gone, Naruto, wait, you're adopted? What happened last night? For the 10 to 15 minutes, Lily told Naruto what happened last night. Then he summoned the ninja Shadokans, then instructed them to find any and all information on his mother, then thought, well, Kachun, they will be quite some time before they come back with the information. Began his summer. It was a few weeks before Naruto was due to go back to Hogwarts, and the only letter he got was from Neville, and that was to return the talisman and a note saying that he and his family was eternally grateful. Then he sent a Shadowcan to get the ingredients to get the talisman back inside of him, and his relationship with his aunt Saw slowly but surely was getting better, though she had to pretend that she hated him in front of Vernon, and he had discovered that he hadn't mastered the monkey talisman, as he discovered that when in a panic trying to get away from his cousin, he turned into a Cerberus, even though he got in major trouble with Vernon when he got home that night, and he found out he could turn into dinosaurs. It is Naruto's, and he is in his room with Hedwig, who was attacking the lock that was on her cage as she wanted to spread her wing and fly, and he said, I know, Hedwig, you want some exercise, but as long as Uncle Team has the key, there is nothing I can do, and I don't feel right turning you into another animal, so please be quiet. Vernon, who is expecting some important compony, shouted, boy, get down here right now. And Naruto went downstairs and into the lounge where his mother's sister's family are dressed smartly, and Vernon said, now boy, you better keep that bloody bird quiet or else. Oh yeah, like you wouldn't be doing the same thing if you was in her position. After all, she is bored for being locked in a cage. Since I came back, now I am going to go back upstairs before your precious clients get here so they wouldn't know that I exist, Naruto said before heading back to his room. Just as he got to the top of the stairs, the doorbell rang and he heard his uncle talk. Speaking, when we opened his bedroom, he saw a small creature jumping on his bed and heard his mother say, what is a house elf doing here, and one that doesn't belong to the Potters? Okay, Naruto thought, then said, excuse me, house elf, what are you doing here, and also, who are you? The house elf stopped jumping and looks around and says, Naruto Potter, sir, such an honor it is, and I am Dobby the house elf. Okay, so why are you here? Naruto asked. I am here to warn you not to go back to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year, Dobby warned, not liking where this is going. He thought, hey guys, what the betting that there is trouble this year? With your luck at attracting trouble, that would be a sucker's bet, Kurama said. I would have to agree with Kurama and Naruto after all what happened last year, Lily said. So what is going on this year? Naruto asked. There is a plot, sir, a plot to make most horrible things happen, replied the house elf. What do you mean, what plot, and who's making them? Naruto asked. I can't say. Dobby granted, then started to headbutt his drawers. Then Naruto heard heavy footsteps. Then he grabbed Dobby and threw him in the wardrobe just as the door opened and his uncle came in and said, boy, you just ruin my Japanese golfer joke. One more sound and you will regret it. Also fix that door. And left before Naruto could say anything. Naruto opened the wardrobe door to let the elf out and said, now see here, Dobby, if what you say is true, then that is more of a reason to go back, as I will never leave my friends there and deal with whatever is going on, and that is my ninja way, so I appreciate your concern. Friends that don't even write to Naruto Potter? Dobby asked. Naruto catches what Dobby just said, and said with a tone that said, tell the truth. Wait, how do you know that none of my friends wrote to me? Dobby nervously reached behind him and brought a pile of letters and said, now Naruto Potter must not be angry at Dobby, as Dobby thought that if Naruto Potters didn't write to Naruto Potter, then he might not want to go back to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Thanks to Naruto's trained eyes, saw the writing on the letter that was on top and saw that it was Hermione's writing. Then said, now Dobby, if you know what is good for you, you will hand me those letters now. No, Dobby said, and when Naruto went to grab him, Dobby went under him and went straight to the door, opened it, and went downstairs with Naruto close behind him, then stopped at the kitchen door and spotted a cake. Then he snapped his fingers when the cake started to float. Naruto said, Dobby, don't you dare do it. Then Naruto Potter must say he will not return to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year, Dobby said. If my friends are in danger, I will not stand back, Naruto said. Then for Naruto Potter's own good, Dobby has to do what Dobby has to do, Dobby said as he snapped his fingers and the cake started to float over to the house guest. Naruto pushed the elf out of his way and went to grab it. Then the cake stopped above one of them, and just before Naruto could grab it, Dobby snapped his fingers and the cake fell on the guest, and Dobby snapped his fingers. He finished. The next day, Uncle Vernon was putting bars on Naruto windows while saying, You will never see your freaky friends or that school ever again. Naruto had received a letter from Ministry of Magic saying that he hadn't been expelled yet, but the next time he will, and with that he decided to get that appalled. But what Vernon didn't know was in the shed in the back garden is where Zazu was hiding, and the door opened and Petunia came in and said Loss if she knew something or someone was there. It's okay Zazu, I am not here to harm you. After waiting a few minutes nothing happened. Then she said, somehow I know you wouldn't come out, so I brought a peace offering. Then she placed a handful of Zazu's favorite treat on the counter. Then after about a minute there was a small flask of fire, and she saw the most elegant bird she has ever saw. Said, my look at you, aren't you the most elegant I ever saw? That just shows that my nephew take great care of you. And Hedwig now came in. Close second. Once Zazu was finished with the treats he went over to Petunia and rubbed his head on her hand, causing her to gently slide him. After a minute of stroking she said, now Zazu, this is important. Then shows him a letter and said, I need you to deliver this letter to one of Naruto friends, can you do that? Zazu nodded his head and held out his claw for Petunia to hand him the letter, and when she did he disappeared in a burst of fire. After a few days since Petunia sent a letter to one of Naruto friend, and we find Naruto at his desk reading his chakra book when he heard a noise of a old car engine coming outside his window. Then he heard someone that Naruto knows say, well, must be the place, right? Well, the letter that Neville sent us did say that there would be bars on his window, but I thought he was joking. Came another voice he also knew, and before Naruto could ask what they was doing here his bedroom door opened and his aunt came and walked up to the window and said, so you two here to rescue my nephew like that? Neville boy said, yes ma'am, I am Fred, and the one that is driving is my twin brother George. Fred said as he was about to hand a bit of rope to either of them. When Petunia saw the rope she knew what they was doing and said, no, don't come round to the front and pick him up by the door, that way Vernon wouldn't have to explain why there was a bar on the window and how it came off. After all, I know that you people like your secrecy. And with a nod they flow off. Then Naruto and Petunia went downstairs with Hedwig to grab Naruto's trunk. Petunia went to open the front door while Naruto went to get his school stuff, but found out that Vernon had placed a lock on the cupboard that used to be Naruto's bedroom, and as he didn't have the right tools to pick it he turned to his aunt who was talking to Fred and George and said, hey Aunt Petunia, we might have a little problem. What now? Petunia said when saw that locked cupboard, then said, you have got to be kidding, I can't believe he locked that cupboard. When Fred heard this he said, allow me, then walked up to the cupboard while pull out a lockpick set and set to work, and in a matter of seconds the was open and go all of Naruto's school stuff out and onto the car. As Fred and George got into the car Naruto said, see you next summer Aunt Petunia, and thanks for the help, you don't get in trouble. Petunia pulled Naruto into a hug and said, don't worry about me, I can just cover it up with you being freaky. Then she released him and pushed him to the car and said, now go before Vernon or Dudley wake up to use the toilet or are hungry. And with that done Naruto got into the car and George drove/fly off into the night sky. When the trio made it to the home of the Weasley home it was morning. They snuck into the house, and before anyone could say or do anything a woman came out of and shouted, where have you been? No note, and you to your father's car without permission. What would have happened if you had been seen or worse hurt? Then after a quick explanation she said, you two best hope that I don't put bars on your windows. Then turned to Naruto and said, now it is nice to officerly meet you, I am Molly now, who want breakfast? Then she started to cook. When she dishing it up she was saying, now Naruto, I am sure that you and Ron are friends, so you can sleep in his room. No offense Mrs. Weasley, but we aren't friends after all. You could say that I am an empath and I can feel that Ron's motive aren't just to be my friend, and I will not be friends with someone that will be mean to someone who is trying to help them. Nonsense, Ron is a sweet boy, Molly said. He might be, but there was an incident last year that almost cost someone their life because she was trying to help. Naruto said, what incident are you talking about? Molly asked. Well, Ron said some mean thing about a girl who was just trying to help him as she was smart, and so she spent the rest of the day crying, but nobody know about how it happened. But a troll got into the castle, and when we went to warn Hermine, the girl that your son made cry, the troll get into the girl's bathroom just before we got there and was swing his club around trying to hit Hermine, but luckily I have always been that thinking on my feet and somehow managed to get her away from the troll. But because I was clinging to the troll, he swung his club at his head to get me, but I saw it coming and jump of, but the troll didn't notice that I had jump off and it knocked itself out. Naruto explained, so the girl didn't die. Molly said, that may be true, Mum, but if Ron hadn't said the thing he did about her, then Naruto and Neville wouldn't have to go and rescue her. Fred said. Then the boys was about to dig in. Ron showed, and when he saw Naruto he said, what the bloody hell are you doing here? Well, first your brothers was kind enough to come and get me after receiving a letter from Hermine, and now I am about to breakfast that your mother made for me, replied the ninja when he took a bite out of the food. Kurama noticed something and said, "Hey kid, there is something wrong with a part of your brain." "There is which part?" Naruto thought replied. "The part that is love comes from," replied the ten-tailed fox. "And what is wrong with my son's love live fox?" Lily asked. "Well, as you know, Lily, that I have been with Naruto since he was born in his past life, and until he knew I was here I paid close attention to how he thinks and feels so I can tell if something is wrong so I can fix it. And from what I can tell is that it is being blocked and at the same time making a synthetic feeling of love," Kurama explained. "You mean like a love potion?" Naruto asked. "Yes, precisely that," Kurama asked. "Okay, I am Jing to eat like I know nothing, and while I do that, can you try and hold it back?" Naruto asked. "That I can do, but you know that I can't hold a feeling like love for long, Naruto," Kurama said. "And you don't have to, cause I was going to ask you if can you mess with my body tonight, to that no matter how strong the potion is it will not affect me," Naruto explained. "Oh, now I get it, you think that if Molly will spike your food and drink that I can do." Kurama said it was noon and Naruto had met the father when the Weasley family got the Hogwarts list for what they needed for the year, and Naruto's was with them. They headed to Diagon Alley, but Naruto somehow ended up in Nocturne Alley but was saved by Hagrid, who was there to get something for Hogwarts, and he lead Naruto back to the Weasley family, and along the way the duo met Hermine. Then Naruto and Hermine said their byes to Hagrid and went into the bookshop while Arthur and Hermine's parents stayed outside chatting about the Muggle world. Inside the shop was unusual packed, and when the duo get to the Weasley family, who was at the front, just heard someone say, "Now ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the man who doesn't need an introduction, Gilderoy Lockhart." As Gilderoy was posing for some photos he saw someone and said, "Well, I'll be Naruto Potter." As the cameraman moved to get Naruto, the latter quickly sent chakra to his feet, and the cameraman was struggling to get Naruto over to Lockhart, and Naruto said, "Hey cameraman, if you know what is good for your health, let me go." And the cameraman was scared, let him go. Then everyone went on with their business. After the book signing, Naruto said, "Hey Fred, George the First am going need to go to Gringotts to deal with something important." "Okay, sure mate, we will tell mum for you, but what is it about?" Fred asked. "Nothing much for you to worry about," Naruto replied before heading to Gringotts. When Naruto got to the bank, he headed to head cashier, and the cashier said, "Hello, what brings you here?" "Greetings, I am Naruto Potter and I would like to speak to my account manager Snapfist," Naruto replied. "Okay, one moment, I will send someone to get your account manager," said the goblin. Then he sent a goblin to get him. After a couple of minutes, the Potter's account manager came up and said, "Greeting Mr. Potter, if you would follow me then we can start." And then they went to private room. Once there, the goblin said, "Please wait here as Director Ragnarok want to see you," then left to get the director. After half an hour, Snapfist came back with the Ragnarok, and the latter said, "Greetings Mr. Potter and thank you for finally coming to see us." Naruto looked at the goblin in charge of Gringotts confused and said, "I'm not to sound ignorant, but what do you mean?" Now the two goblins are confused, and Snapfist said, "What do you mean? I thought we goblins have been sending letters to you for the past year, so when you came here today we thought you finally responded." "I am sorry Snapfist, but I have not received a letter from Gringotts all my live, and the reason I came here today was to claim my right as heir to the houses," Naruto replied, then went on to say, "But we can also talk about why you have been trying to contact me first as you have waited longer." "That is noble of you Mr. Potter. First is that after you left last year something came up that said that you had 3 spirits attached to you, and we are curious that they might harming you," Ragnarok said. "Oh yeah, I know about them. When I was here last year I was aware of one of them, but as the school year went on I came across a word that screamed dark, so I asked the professor that was with me last year what a Horcrux was. Then I had the spirit I was aware of look if I was one, and during the search he came across the second spirit, which is my mother. Them confirmed that I was a Horcrux. Now I am trying to find a way to get rid of it without killing me," Naruto explained. Ragnarok was shocked to find out that the ninja wizard in front of him knew that he was a Horcrux and knew that if not exercised properly it could kill him, but was suspicious about the other 2 spirits. Said, "Mr. Potter, I am not questioning you judgment, but how can you know that the other 2 spirits are what you say they are?" "I can see it from your point of view," Naruto said, then began to think of an idea. "Hey Kit, why don't you bring the 2 goblins into your mindscape?" Kurama said, "That might not be a bad idea, Kurama," Naruto thought. Then he turned to the goblins and said, "Well, how about I show you?" Ragnarok looked at Naruto like he was crazy and said, "How are you going to do that?" "Simple, I just bring you 2 into my mindscape," Naruto replied. And just how are you going to do that, Mr. Potter? Snapfist said. Simple. Naruto said, brought both his hands up in fists, then said, all you have to do is bump your fists against mine. Not sure what to do, the goblins decided to do it and see if these two spirits are who Naruto claims them to be, and bump fists with Naruto. Then as soon as their fists touched Naruto's, there went black inside Naruto mindscape. When Ragnarok and Snapfist both came to, they found themselves in what looks like Gringotts Bank. Then a door opened and Naruto walked in, followed by a woman that appeared to be late 20s early 30s. And Naruto said, hope you like it, I made it so you two will feel comfortable while we conduct our business. Both goblins was shocked that a 12-year-old boy changed his mindscape, as he called it, to help them feel comfortable, and Ragnarok said, that is mighty nice of you, Mr. Potter, so I take it this woman is claiming to be your mother. Lily, not liking the accusation, said, now listen here, Director Ragnarok, I am not claiming to be Naruto mother, I am his mother. Then she went on and say things that only the real Lily Potter nay Evans would know. After Lily was finished, both goblins bowed and Ragnarok said, I am sorry about accusing you are not who you claim to be. Lily said, that is all right, Director Ragnarok, I understand. After all, you are looking out for someone who holds 6 most noble and ancient houses, and 4 of them have been around since the founding of Gringotts Bank, and all witch and wizards know is that the longer a house has been with Gringotts, the more care and loyalty they get. That is right, Lady Potter. Now can we see the second spirit? Ragnarok said. Of course. This way, please. Naruto said as he led them to Kurama. When the group of 4 reached the 10-tailed fox, the goblins was extremely intimidated by him, as he was about double the size of a troll or a giant. And when the fox saw the group, he said, greeting Ragnarok and Snapfist, I am the 10-tailed fox Kurama, and I have been with Naruto since he first bearch. Then went into little detailed about how Naruto life was when Kurama was done. Ragnarok looked to the fox and said, show me his life in his past life. Kurama was shocked at what the goblin said and said, are you sure you want to see it? Ragnarok stood firm and he showed it at when he said, of course, after all it can't be as bad as you said it was. With a sigh the Kurama said, very well, goblin, I will show you. All you have to do is stand still. Then being very careful, he placed a claw at the goblin's forehead. After a couple of seconds, the goblin looked like he was close to crying, then turned to Naruto and said, can we get out of here? And Naruto and the goblins felt a pull, and they found themselves in the real world. Unknown to Naruto, he has the director's respect and will gain the entire banks. When Ragnarok tells the staff about Naruto and show them the memories real world, while the goblins gained their surrounding, Naruto created a clone that had Lily's spirit. Then Ragnarok sent a goblin to set a ritual to remove a Horcrux safely up, and while it was getting set up, Naruto, the goblins, and Naruto started on what Naruto came for. After a couple of hours, a now Horcrux-free Naruto left Gringotts as heir, though he left the rings in the bank and book from the Potter Vault about being an heir, and left a couple of enhanced clones to learn about potions. With Ragnarok's permission, Naruto got his stuff for school, and when he found the Weasley family, they was at a cafe waiting for him. Then they headed to the Barrow over the month, and Naruto has been reading his book about what a heir can and can't do, and saw that it was common practice for heirs to have marriage, and asked Lily if he has any, which she relied he does, to Daphne Greengrass, and also a member of the Delacour family, and maybe to 1 or 2 more, as the Potters has many friends, and also the Shadowcans that Naruto had looking for. Lily's Beardage parents came back with an interesting piece of information, but just to clarify it, he went to the Gringotts and got the full test. It is the day that the students head to Hogwarts, and somehow the Weasley family was running late, and everyone but Ron and Naruto had gone through the barrier that goes to platform 9 3/4, and when Naruto goes and tries and goes through, he was met with a solid pillar, but he didn't have time to get his bearing when Ron went into him. Luckily, one of the station's staff members saw the crash and went over and asked, are you two okay? Naruto looks up to the staff member and said, yeah, we're fine. Luckily, must have been my unlucky day for me to lose control of the trolley. Then my friend's brother loses control of his and goes into me. Must be well. As long as you're both okay, have a good day, the staff member said before going back to do her job. When the 2 boys got to the feet, and Ron said, what the bloody hell happened? Well, Ron, if I hazard a guess, I would say the barrier is sealed, Naruto said as he gets his and Ron's trolleys in order. As Ron was touches the clock strikes 11, and he said, oh no, what are we going to do? The train is leaving. Well, I say that we wait for someone to show up. Naruto said, hey Naruto, how about we use my dad's car, Naruto, and we could fly to Hogwarts? Ron said. Naruto looks at Ron shocked and said, Ron, I know you can't be that bloody stupid. Well, I'm not going to sit around and do nothing until someone shows up, Ron said, then grabs his trolley, then speeds out the station to the car and loads it And by the time Naruto get outside, Ron was already flying away. With a sigh, Naruto sat down at a bench that was nearby, looked at his two birds and asked them, "So do you two say give it an hour before writing to Minerva saying that there was a problem with the barrier?" And both Hedwig and Zazu agreed it has been a quarter on an hour when Naruto noticed two females. One was about the age his mother should be. She has a manacle, and the other was a few years older than him. Before Naruto could say anything, he heard Lily say, "Hey, isn't that Amelia Bones? Looks like she's been promoted. Go talk to her, Naruto." "Okay, but who is she?" Naruto asked. "Well, we became friends after Severus started to hang out with Draco's father Lucius Malfoy, and we got closer after Severus called me a mudblood, a foul name that self-righteous purebloods use for non-magical parents, though I am not so sure if I am a muggle-born after what Petunia told me. Anyway, thanks for sending your ShadowCon to find my Biarch parents, and when we graduated Hogwarts she became a magical cop called an Auror," Lily said. "Not a problem, Con, I am proud to do," Naruto thought to his mother. Then he got up and walks over to the females. When Naruto was close enough, he said, "Excuse me, but are you Amelia Bones?" The one with the manacle turned and said, "Yes, I am, and you are?" Naruto gains a mischievous look and said, "A son of one of your friends since your days in Hogwarts that is assumed dead." Amelia looks at Naruto, confused for a few minutes before saying, "I am sorry, but I don't have any friends that are assumed dead." "Oh, in that case allow me to introduce myself. I am Naruto Potter," Naruto said, causing Amelia to gasp. "Then what are you doing here? You should be on the train heading to Hogwarts." Amelia said. Naruto scratched the back and said, "How about we go someplace court?" And with a nod from Amelia, understanding that someone might overhear them, then leads him to someplace private with the younger girl following. When the trio got to a secure location, Naruto with a nervous tone said, "Well, about the barrier, you see, when I was about to go thought it, but it was sealed." The two females was shocked. Then the younger one said, "What do you mean I was sealed?" Naruto looks at her and said, "Exactly just as it sounds," and was about to say her name, then said, "Who are you?" "Oh, my name is Nymphadora Tonks, but call me Nymphadora, I will kill you," Tonks said. "Oh, I doubt you could do that, Nymphadora," Naruto said with a chuckle, and was shocked when he saw her hair changed color and said, "Cool trick, what else can you do, Nymphadora?" Before anything else could be done, Amelia said, "Are you sure that the barrier was sealed?" "Yeah, I am, cause all the Weasley family, but the youngest son went though just before me," Naruto explained. "And where is the Weasley?" asked Tonks. "The dumbass took his father's car and went after the train," Naruto replied. "Wait, you mean Arthur's flying car?" Amelia asked. "That's the one, and the reason I didn't go with him is because I didn't want to ruin my education, so I was going to wait an hour before sending a letter to Professor McGonagall saying that I might be late." Naruto said, "Any ideas what could seal the barrier to the platform?" Amelia asked Tonks, who shook her head. Naruto remembered the warning he got from Dobby, then mumbled, "This can't a coincidence." Tonks, who heard this, asked, "What can be?" turned to Amelia and said, "I might have an idea, Amelia." "What is it?" Amelia asked. "An house elf," Naruto replied. "And what makes you think that?" Tonks asked. "Well, a few weeks ago a house elf showed up at Aunt Petunia house and tried and persuade me not to go back to school this year, as his words were, there is a plot, sir, a plot to make most horrible things happen, and all summer then there is the fact that he was intercepting my mail from my friends, hoping that if I didn't get any I would think that they had forgot about me, so I wouldn't want to go back." Naruto said, "Wait, about that time there was a report for underage levitation spell, but as it was their first time they sent a warning that was you." Amelia said, "You're half right, but the one that did the magic was the elf, probably doing it to protect me in some weird way, plus there is the fact that I can do the spell without doing the spell." Naruto said. Amelia and Tonks looks at Naruto as if he was crazy, and the former said, "Nice try, Mr. Potter, but I doubt that is possible." Naruto Gust smirked, and both Auror saw a rooster appear in Naruto's eyes, and the manacle that Amelia started to levitate then went over and was placed on her other eye, and Tonks said, "Okay, that was neat. How did you do that?" "Sorry, but it's a secret, but I might tell you someday," Naruto said. "Naruto, let me talk to Amelia?" Lily asked. "Sure." Naruto thought, then said, "Shadow clone jutsu." This sudden action caused the Aurors get on edge, but was stunned to see an exacted replica of Naruto Henge. Naruto's mother processed clone said. When the smoke cleared, Amelia looked like she was seeing a ghost, then fainted. Tonks looked over to Lily and said, "Cool, how did you do this?" "Tell you after we wake Amelia up," Lily said as Naruto gently shook Amelia. Amelia was woken up by someone shaking her. The first thing she saw when she woke up was someone with golden blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes, then remembered what happened before she fainted. Then she saw Lily and said, "You can't be here, you're dead." But all Lily did was whispered something in her ear, and her eyes widened. Then said, "Okay, you're Lily, so how are you here?" "Well, I will tell you how I am here, but you both need to swear not to tell anyone. But you don't have to swear on your magic, mind you, I am not that cruel," Lily said. When the two Oris nodded, she told them everything from who and what Naruto really was to how she actually can't have kids, then to Kami giving saw how she and James was good people and decided to give her a chance to be the mother she was meant to be to his other powers Amelia. And Tonks looked like fish out of water when Thu shock passed. The latter said, "Let me get this straight, Naruto is a reincarnated ninja with a power like magic that when used properly can even control the elements and put people on an illusion." Naruto, and Lily nods. Has 12 magical stones known as talismans, and it is based on the Chinese zodiac inside him, and each one has a different power, some based on the saying around said animal. Gets another nod, and the only way to remove the talisman is though chi magic, and said magic is something that even muggles can use if Naruto chooses to teach them. Again got a nod. With chi magic people can tell if people are good or bad by the color green is good and red is bad. Another nod. I need a drink and a sit down. I hear ya, boss. Tonks said. Amelia turned to Tonks and said, "Tonks, get Mr. Potter to Hogwarts. I believe we have taken too much of his time and we have to unseal the barrier and deal with the damage that what Mr. Weasley might have caused." And the clothes with Lily's spirit dispersed and she went back into her son, and Amelia took out her wand and shrunk Naruto luggage, then placed it in a bag, then gave it to Naruto, then said, "Oh, and Tonks, you are to stay there until the new year and to let me know if there is trouble that would cause a house elf to do this. Let me know. Right, boss?" Tonks said while saluted, then lead Naruto to a place where witches and wizards use to get to the Hogwarts Express and headed to the 3 broomsticks in Hogsmeade. Then from there they headed to Hogwarts. When the duo got to Hogwarts, they met with Professor McGonagall, who said, "Well, now isn't this been a while, Nymphadora? What brings you here?" "Well, Professor, I am here for 2 reasons, and they're both work. You see, the barrier sealed up, leaving Naruto and a Weasley in the Muggle side of the station and the Weasley to Arthur's car, and is flying here, so Director is doing damage control and he would be in trouble if there is some serious damage to the secrecy of the magical world." Tonks said, "My, that is bad. So do you know what sealed the barrier?" asked the professor. "Well, that is the other reason. Naruto thinks that it was a house elf that sealed the barrier as a way to protect Naruto, claiming that something bad is going to happen this year, so the director is keeping me here until New Year, or if the trouble shows up." Tonks replied, "Oh, hopefully it's not that bad." The professor said, "Hey, Professor. Before I go off and do something, can I ask you what happened to your daughter?" Naruto asked with a smirk. The professor was shocked, as there was no way that the 12-year-old boy in front of her shouldn't even know that she had a daughter. Said, "And how do you know that I had a daughter, Mr. Potter?" "Well, Professor, I had some of my Shadowcon do some background check as she asked me to do it," Naruto replied, then hand the professor the findings and said, "And this is what they found out." Minerva looks at the folder and saw that it has the boy's mother on it, so she opens it and read the first page and was shocked when she came across the same thing that made Naruto and his mother go into shock and said, "This can't be right. Yes, it is you are the BRH mother of one Lily that was adopted by the Evans family. You trust what the Shadowcon?" Minerva asked. "Yes, I do, Bachan, cause you see, shortly after I got the Mask of Terrakudo, I had some look into why Dumbledore blocked most of my potential, and it turns out all because of some stupid prophecy that goes something like this: the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him. Born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." Naruto replied / quoted, "So what does that mean, Whiskers?" Tonks said, "Well, from what I understand, that the one that will vanquish some death-fearing but will be born when the July ends, and whose parents have defied his 3 times before the child was conceived, and said but will mark the baby, and said baby will be his equal, and the last part is that one of them die, and I will say one thing, that is I will not be die that easy just because some old guy believes that I need to." Naruto said, "And what about the part that says have power that the Dark Lord know not?" asked the Auror in training. "Well, that Could mean anything from my chakra to talisman or could be something else entirely, Naruto said. So what are you going to do, Naruto? Asked Minerva. What I do best cause a lot of trouble, Bachan. Naruto said with his foxy smile. All Minerva could do was smile at Naruto and said, but I take it you did more than just relied on what your Shadow-Kan said, right? Right, I did do more. I went to Gringotts and got the inheritance test. Naruto relied. Then he said, hey Bachan, I am going to Hagrid's and see how Brightstar and Silverly are doing, as I am sure Hagrid might have tried, and tell me something important, and I also need to give him 2 vault cards. One is to his vault, as I am paying him to look after Brightstar and Silverly, and the other card it to buy the stuff for Brightstar and Silverly and stuff to look after them, and also you don't have to worry about anyone finding out about you and me, as the only people that knows are everyone as well as Amelia. Then started to head to Hagrid's hut. All right Naruto, but you need to tell what happened at Gringotts. Minerva said, all right Bachan, and I also need to talk to you about something. Naruto shouted back. When Naruto got to he saw Hagrid giving Brightstar a bath and said, hey Hagrid, how are you? On Naruto, I am doing good, Hagrid replied, then said, how come you never replied to my letters I sent ya? Sorry about that, Hagrid. There has been a crazy house elf intercepting all my mail for most of the summer. Naruto apologized. Oh, that sounds interesting, so tell me about it, Hagrid said. All right, but you have to let me bath Brightstar. Naruto said, all right, I supposed after all she is your unicorn, Naruto, Hagrid said as he handed Naruto tack and instructed Naruto how Brightstar liked to be bathed. Then Naruto told Hagrid about the elf. Once Naruto finished his story, he said, so anything else I might need to know? As a matter of fact, there is. I was tinkering with Silverly with his permission, and would have had yours, but because of the elf you didn't give it, and found that he could talk, and I was looking around Godric Gryffindor's chamber and found 5 discs, Hagrid said. I am going to take a guess and say that these discs has something to do with Silverly. Naruto asked, got that right, Silverly said, coming out of the paddock that Naruto helped Hagrid build. Then said, I will admit that I did forgot about them, so I will tell you about. I get them after a little time had passed. After I became Godric's familiar, I felt useless too. I went to Godric and told him how I felt, so he took me to someone that might help, and as you know that I am an artificial being, I can be modified, and that is what Godric's friend did to me. Then he created the discs that hold 5 elemental elements, and if you insert them into me, I will gain control of that element. Nice, so what elements do the discs have? Naruto asked. Earth, fire, wind, water, thunder, Hagrid said as he handed the discs to Naruto. Then said, hope you're not mad that I did it without your permission. Naruto just waved it off and said, nah, I'm not mad that you did it, but as long as you had Silverly's then I am happy. Plus you did try, not your fault. Had an elf was intercepting my mail. Then he reaches into one of his pockets and pulls out the cards and said, here Hagrid, these cards are for you. One is for looking after Brightstar and Silverly, and the one with Brightstar and Silverly on it is to buy the thing that Brightstar and Silverly need. Hagrid took the cards and said, thanks Naruto, but you didn't have to get me a new vault and card. I am happy to look after them. I know that, Hagrid, but I felt like I was taking advantage of you. Caring personality. Also they are mine, so it seems right to pay someone to look after them when I can't. Hagrid with a teary eye said, thank you Naruto for caring. Also you should be getting a bank statement on how much you have and how much is in the care vault any day now. Also if I do get any more creatures for you to look after, your pay will increase, Naruto said. And for the rest of the he and Hagrid talked about other things until it was time for Hagrid to get the fist years, and Naruto headed for the Great Hall. Kurama Oni / summons talking. Naruto is sitting at his house table when then other students came in. When everyone was settled, Naruto was chatting to his friends about various things that they did over the summer. When Hermine said, hey Naruto, why didn't you reply to any of my letters I sent for the first half of summer? You're same with me apart from the letter that your aunt sent me using Zazu and the letter that I sent you saying thanks for helping my parents. Neville said, no problems made. After all, I had something that might have helped, so I did what I thought was the right move. Naruto said too, and I am sorry about that. The thing was a house elf was intercepting all my mail, trying to stop me from coming back this year. Naruto, this news shocked Neville and said, so somebody doesn't want you here this year? I wouldn't say that, Nev. He seemed like he was doing these things without his master's knowledge. Naruto said, what make you say that, Naruto? Hermine said, it's just that he seemed more concerned about my safety than anything else, because he told me that something bad is going to happen this year and I shouldn't go back to school this year. Naruto relied, great, another year of breaking rules. Hermine groaned, Oh come Hermine, you knew what you was getting into when we met in Diagon Alley last year. For some reason trouble always finds me, Naruto said. Before long Professor McGonagall came in with the first years and the sorting ceremony started, and once the sorting was done Naruto saw the headmaster and his grandmother leave and said, "Looks like Ron showed up." "And how do you know that, Naruto?" Neville asked. "Because I just saw Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore just left and I know Ron done something stupid," Naruto said. Fred and George had heard what Naruto had said. "So Narikins, what did Ronikins do to get in trouble on the day that we arrive at Hogwarts?" "Well, as you know, we couldn't get on the train because the barrier closed before me and Ron could get thought, and he thought he would use the car to chase the train," Naruto said, shocking the Weasleys. Then they chatted about other things later after dinner, and all the houses was in the common rooms. When Professor McGonagall came in to collect Naruto to hear what happened at Gringotts, saw that Naruto wasn't in the common room but saw two of her grandson's friends and said, "Afternoon, Miss Granger. Mr. Longbottom, do you know where I can find Mr. Potter?" "I do believe he said he wanted to sleep," Neville said. "Then do you mind going to get him and wake him up if you need to?" asked the elderly professor. "Okay, Professor," Neville said as he got up and went up to the bedrooms. After 5 minutes Neville came down with Naruto and said, "What can I do for you, Professor?" "Well, you did say you was going to explain what happened," the professor said. "Oh yeah, I did say that. Sorry, Professor, I forgot." Naruto said, "That all right, Naruto, now come," Minerva said. Then she lead him to her office. Once in the office Minerva said, "All right, Naruto, please explain that made you think to go to the Gringotts to get full test." Naruto sat down and said, "Well, to start, it begins at the start of summer. You see, Kachun was telling me that Auntie was happy to find out that Kachun was a witch, but as the years went by she began to hate Kachun. So the first night there she used the sheep talisman to have a chat with Auntie and found out that Kachun was adopted and that Professor Snape was also being mean to Petunia. And as I was cleaning the Petunia's house like I usually do, Kachun was telling me what happened the night before. Then she asked me to send some Shadowcon to try and find her Bardich parents, and so I did, and for month and a half there was no news. Then one morning while I was round the Weasleys, the Shadowcans that I had looking for Kachun's Bardich parents showed up while we was having breakfast. Flashback: Naruto was sitting down at the dining table having breakfast with Molly, Arthur, Bill, Percy, Fred, George, Ron and Ginny, who was trying to hide from Naruto for some reason, and Naruto noticed a dark shadow came into and left and went into the living room and thought they must have found something. As Naruto watched the shadow, he didn't notice that Bill also saw it, and the later said with a shocked tone, "What was that?" "What was what, Bill?" Molly asked. "I just saw a really dark shadow come in here and went into the living room," Bill relied, and Fred and George knew what Bill saw. Arthur, Molly and all the kids that can use a wand without getting in trouble with the ministry got out their wands and headed to the living to deal with the Shadowcon. And Molly said, "You kids stay here, we will deal with whatever that thing is." Naruto knew he had to think fast. He knows the Shadowcans will not attack them, as he gave all 9 clans not to attack anyone unless they are provoked, and they will use lethal force on any attacker. And without thinking the rabbit symbol appeared in his eyes, and a split second later he was in between the Weasleys and a kneeling ninja Shadowcon holding a folder. And Naruto says to the Weasleys, "Stop, he is not here to cause anyone harm, he is only here to report on a mission I had him do at the start of summer, so put your wands away and none of you will be hurt." Molly did like what Naruto said, "Are you threatening us, Naruto?" "Of course not, Molly. The Shadowcans have orders not to attack anyone unless they are provoked, and they always use lethal force," Naruto said. Molly, not liking what Naruto was saying, said to convince Naruto that the being behind him was defending a creature that appears to be dark in nature to step aside. "And how can we trust that they will not attack us?" Naruto just smirked and said, "Why not ask the twins? After all, they did use some of them to pull pranks of last year. Heck, they even went into the Shadow Realm, though they did say that they don't want to go back." Fred and George came in and said, "It's true, Mum, unless Naruto or someone who is wearing one of the Oni masks says otherwise, they will not harm anyone." And Molly reluctantly stood down, and Naruto turned around and picked up the folder and read it, but also made sure that none on the Weasleys was reading over his. Once he was done, he stuck it under his arm, turned his attention to the ninja Khan and said, "Thank you, and you are dismissed." And with a little head bow the Khan went into his shadow. Then the shadow disappeared. Then Naruto went upstairs to put the folder, but what none of the Weasleys know apart from the twins was that Naruto wasn't going to put it in his trunk. After 5 minutes he came down and said, "Hey Arthur, mind if I use your flu powder to go to Diagon Alley, as I need to go to Gringotts?" "Sure, I don't mind you using our flu network to go to Diagon, but why do you need Gringotts? Arthur replied. Just need to confirm something, and I hear that Gringotts are the best. Naruto replied as Naruto headed to the fireplace when Molly said, Naruto, when you get back you will have to tell us what that thing was. Actually, I don't have to, Molly, as what I do is none of yours. Naruto said, not like that the lady in front of him is telling him what to do and wasn't his mother. Or someone he care about. Then said happily, well, see ya later, then disappeared in a sea of green flames. When Naruto arrived at Diagon Alley he headed straight to the bank and got in line. After a while he reached the head cashier, who said without looking up, Greeting, wizard, what brings you to Gringotts Bank today? Greeting, I am Naruto Potter, and I would like to have a test done and also talk to the Potter account manager, please. Naruto replied. The goblin looked up and saw Naruto. Said, of course, noble Potter, I will get account Snapfist for you. Please sit down in the waiting area. Then the goblin jumped of his seat and hurried of some place to get the Potter account. Wonder what that was about, Naruto thought. I would like to know what is with the noble thing, Kurama said. I think it might be to do with the fact you showed the director Naruto's memories from his past life, all the disturbing this that happened, and still came out still kind and considerate of others, and goblins have and are known to give titles to those that deserve it. Like if Naruto kills a really dangerous beast, then he will be known as Beast Slayer Potter when he come here, Lily said. After waiting for 5 minutes the goblin came over and said, I am sorry, noble Potter, but account manager Snapfist is busy at the moment, but your meeting be taken by King Ragnarok as he has things to talk to you about and was about to send you a letter, so if you will follow me. And with a nod Naruto got up and follow the goblin. Then the goblin stopped outside one of the meeting, knocked, then waited for a come in, and when it came the goblin instructed Naruto to go in, then went back to his station to open the door and walk in. On the ether side of the room was the king of goblins, who said, Greetings, noble Potter, please have a seat. And Naruto does. Then the goblin continued, I am so glad that you visited us today. We at Gringotts was about to send a letter to you as we had found some unusual activities with your trust vault, and also the cards you requested for one Rubius Hagrid, one as to his vault with your request for payment for looking after your creatures that you somehow gained, and the other is for getting their food, bedding, etc. Naruto took the cards and said, Thanks, Ragnarok. Then he sealed them away before continuing, Now before we begin your stuff, do you have a test that allows you so see who our grandparents are? We have only one test for that, noble Potter, replied the goblin. King. Okay, what does the test do? Naruto asked. It is like the identification but more detailed, like one who your grandparents are, also titles you own and will gain, and tell you what abilities you have either born with or gained, also tells you any marriage contract you have, Ragnarok said. Cool, I'll take the test. Sound cool to know what abilities I have, Naruto said. Right, that will be 3 galleons, noble Potter, but no need to worry as we can take it directly out of your account, Ragnarok said, then instructed a goblin to get the test. Then he turned to Naruto and said, Now while we wait, how about we get to what we need to talk about with your account? Alright, sounds good to me, but first can you please tell me what is with the noble Potter that I have been called since I get here? Naruto asked. That is your title that I bestowed upon you after your last visit, which I need to thank you for, but we can get to that later, Ragnarok said. Cool, but I am guessing my title and what you are thanking me aren't related, Naruto said. Quite observant of you, and correct, noble Potter. The title is because I told and showed the goblins of Gringotts what happened when we went into your mindscape, then we voted about giving you a title, then the rest is history, and as for the other thing is we at Gringotts owe you our deepest thank you. Then he bowed. No need for that, Ragnarok, but do you mind telling me why you are thanking me? Naruto asked. Well, you see, during the ritual that removed the Horcrux from you, it somehow sent a magical wave that resonated with some dark artifacts that should never have been brought here, Ragnarok explained. Well, glad I could help, knowingly or unknowingly, Naruto said. No, then on to business. As you have become Gringotts' most important client, I have decided to change the manager of the Potter accounts as well as your other vaults to me, and so I decided to go over past statements and saw there have been some strange withdrawals and transfers, Ragnarok said as he handed Naruto the statements. Naruto looks at the statements and said, So what are you going to do about it, Ragnarok? Well, at the moment we are looking into it, but I am ashamed to admit that whoever is doing it, they have covered their tracks very well, Ragnarok said. Well, there is one way to find out, Ragnarok, Naruto said. There is. What is it? Ragnarok asked. Have you ever heard the term follow the money? Naruto asked. Ragnarok shook his head and said, I have not. What does the saying mean? Well, to simple put, it is a way for police, a muggle version of an aura, catch criminals like a thief mob. Bosses and power-hungry business owners that want to expand, Naruto replied. Sound like something we at Gringotts need to keep an eye on, Ragnarok said to himself, then asked. So how does it work? Quite simple really. If the police suspects that someone is involved, they look at every possible lead that could help them, including looking at the bank statements to see if there has been any suspicious withdrawals or transfers, then they follow that money, Naruto explained. But how does that help us find out who is taking you money, Noble Potter? Ragnarok asked. Easy, just place tracking spell on the money in the vault, then we wait for the next transaction, then we will have our answer on who is stealing from me, Naruto said. After hearing what the reincarnated boy's plan was, Ragnarok had a sly smile and said, you know something, that is properly the best idea I have ever heard, plus it might help the ore out and we can make a profit. I will send a letter to the head of Horus after we are finished here about a deal. Thank you again, Noble Potter, you have helped Gringotts, Ragnarok said. You welcome, Ragnarok, Naruto said. While Naruto and Ragnarok was waiting for the goblin to came back with the test for Naruto, the duo was having a casual conversation when Naruto remembered something, said, hey Ragnarok, I have something that might help you and me with you getting mail to me without removing the spell that diverts all my Gringotts mail. This catches the goblin's interests and said, and how can you do that? Naruto gave the goblin a foxy smile and said, like this, then did some hand seals, then said, summoning jutsu, then there was a poof of smoke, and when I cleared, Gamakichi stood there. Then he greeted Naruto. Yo Naruto, who are you? Then he saw the king of goblins and said, so Naruto, who is your creepy looking friend here? He looked like he could give anyone nightmares. I think I will let him introduce himself, Kichi, though I think it would be an idea you go first, Naruto said. Hello there, I am Gamakichi, next head of the Gamma summoning clan, the toad introduced. Nice to meet you, Gamakichi. I am the king of goblins and the director of Gringotts Bank that you are in, and my name is Ragnarok. Ragnarok said. Gamakichi then turned to Naruto and said, well, Naruto Pops has talked to the Gamma elders and they said they want to talk to the person that you talked about. Well, that good as he is right here, so you can reverse me and I will drag Ragnarok with me, Naruto said, and as he walked round the desk and placed a hand on Ragnarok's shoulder, then Kichi disappeared in the same way he appeared, and then Naruto and Ragnarok followed in the same manner. Mount Mayaboku. When Naruto and Ragnarok appeared Mount Mayaboku, Ragnarok looked a little dizzy. When it subsided, he looked around and saw a dull, rusty red toad, a brighter red color markings around his eyes and on his lips and ziti, and was about the size of Kurama, and he said, hey there Naruto, nice of you to come. Then he noticed Ragnarok, then said, and you brought something else. Then he gave Ragnarok his attention, then said, greetings being, I am the chief of the Gamma clan Gamabunta, and who and what are you? Ragnarok looked up to meet the toad's eyes and said, greeting Chief Gamabunta, I am what people in my world call a goblin, and I am their king, also the director of a bank for the magical folks in magical Britain, and my name is Ragnarok. So you're the race that Naruto told us about, said that you are noble in your own right, respects those that respects you, and perfect at handling money, so it is an honor to meet you, the chief toad said, and the same to you, to Chief Gamabunta, though I wish that Naruto had told me about you, Ragnarok said. Gamabunta laughed and said, don't take it to heart, Ragnarok, he has had a strong life that grown men crumble thanks to him holding the nine-tailed fox. Ragnarok looked at the toad confused and said, wait, I must have misheard you, but did you say 9? With that, Bunta nodded. Then Ragnarok continued, but I went into Noble Potter's mind a couple of weeks ago and met Kurama, but he had 10 tail. Naruto then stepped in before Bunta or Ragnarok say anything and began to tell them about when he met Kami. Flashback. Naruto took a few moments to think it though, then said with conviction in his voice, okay, I will do it. Kami clamped her hands together and said, wonderful, now on to the important bits. Then she waved her hand. Then next to Naruto a little fox with 10 tails appeared. The 10-tailed fox looked around, saw Naruto and said, hey kid, what is going here? Naruto rubbed the back of his neck and said, well, here's the thing, Kurama. Naruto then Kurama what Kami had told him, and that's about it. Only you would get this type of offer, Kurama said, then turns to the goddess, then said, so what going to happen to me? Kami looked at the little fox then said, well, that is your decision, Kurama. Well then, if that's the case, I want to stay with the kit, Kurama said. What if you come with me? Then there is now way to get back, and I thought you wanted to go home and be with your bijou siblings, Naruto said, and you are like a son to me. I might not have held you, but it was me you came to when you had problems, and I have watched you grow up. Kami, who had a smirk, said, oh Kurama, I am surprised you haven't noticed it yet. Noticed what yet? The 10-tailed fox said. Naruto took a long look at the fox, then noticed something, then said, Kurama, you have 10 tails? Kurama looked behind him and saw that he indeed did have 10 tails, but before he could say anything, Kami said, I know that you would choose to stay with Naruto, so when I summoned you I merged all the tailed beasts and made you the new 10-tailed, but unfortunately you won't be keeping the power as you world need the Bijou to protect it in case something happens, and the ninjas can't handle it as you Bijou/us are its guardians, and every world has something like this. Then she held out her hands and in flash of light there was a lifeless dummy replica of Kurama. Then Kami waved her hand, and Kurama turned into a ball of light, and then it split in two. One went into the replica, then it disappeared, and the other one went into Naruto, and before Naruto could voice his concerns the goddess continued, Don't worry, I put 2 very special seals on the new guardian. One stops people trying to steal his chakra and the other one prevents him being sealed. And flashback. Well, that explains where the Bijou went. Only you can cause something that like Naruto, Bunta said to Naruto just laughed and said, well, I have to find a way to annoy Bachan and Ero-san, and now that I am dead on that earth. The chief toad laughed, then turned to the goblin and said, anyway, I am sure that there have been people who was nice to him but ended up betraying him, and I know some legends about goblin greedy and nasty. No offense, King Ragnarok. None taken, Ragnarok simply said. And I know Naruto has some kind of empath ability thanks to the fox, so even though he knows he can trust you, he has had to live with that kind of treatment. How would you turn out? Bunta asked. I see your point, and because of his empath powers and what goblins are by nature, I too would be like Noble Potter, Ragnarok said. Now on to business, Bunta said, then turned to Ragnarok and said, now Ragnarok, Naruto told us that someone is diverting his mail from your bank and that he want us to be your messenger. Well, Chief Gamabunta, I didn't even know that Noble Potter had something like this, so I didn't know he talked to you about, Ragnarok said. Mind if I talk to the Gamma elders before we talk, Ragnarok? Bunta said. Of course, take you time, Chief Gamabunta and Toad elders, Ragnarok said, and the 3 toads hopped away. After about 10 minutes the toads came back and 2 little toads hopped over. One was green toad with white hair styled in somewhat of a mohawk, very thick eyebrows and a small goatee, and the other has a green underside with purple marking around her mouth and the back of her body. The top of her head looks as though she is wearing a hairnet with hair rollers underneath, giving her an old woman look, and the green one said, Greetings, Ragnarok, I am Fukasaku and this is Shima and are the elders of the Gamma clan. Greeting, Elder Fukasaku and Elder Shima, have you made your decision? Ragnarok asked. We have. And we agree to be your messenger, Ragnarok, for 2 reasons. The first and the most important is we care about Naruto like we did with his original father, and that someone is trying to control the boy is inexcusable, as Naruto has told us how a wizard bank works, and is like a storage seal, and the boy might want something from the vault that might be important. And the other reason, simple put, we are more curious about the world that the boy is now a part of, Fukasaku said, and for the next 5 to 10 minutes the Gamma elders and the Goblin King negotiated. Then Fukasaku handed Ragnarok a parchment and said, when you need a messenger, just channel some of your magic and it will summon a toad. Now our business is finished, we will send you back. And both Naruto and Ragnarok disappeared in the same way they appeared. Gringotts Ragnarok's office. The duo just appeared in Ragnarok's office when the door opened, and the goblin that went to get the test for Naruto walked up to Ragnarok and said, here is the test for Noble Potter, your majesty. Ragnarok took the test and said, thank you. Then he turned to Naruto and said, now Noble Potter, this test is like the identification test you did last year, but a bit more detailed. For example, the identification test shows the name of someone, normal name like your did, but this test will show your name like normal but also shows your parents' true and given name, also shows your grandparents as well as your titles you have and gain, and tell us any and all abilities or powers you have. Do you understand? And Naruto nodded. Then Ragnarok said, now all we need for you to put a few more drops of BLD onto the parchment. Naruto nodded and did as instructed. Name, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze / Naruto Potter D.O.B. 10. 1555, DU, 31. 07, 1999, current, father, Minato Namikaze, D. James Potter, current, mother, Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, D. Lily, McGonagall, Evans Potter, current, maternal grandparents, Minerva McGonagall and Uncle Chan, paternal grandparents, Fleamont Potter and Euphemia Potter, paternal ancestors, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, Ignotus Peveril, Linfred of Stinchcombe, godfather, Jiraiya, D. Sirius Black, current, heir by inheritance, House Uzumaki, D.U. Namikaze, D.U. House Potter, House Peveril, House Gryffindor, House Hufflepuff, House Ravenclaw heir by conquest, House Slytherin titles claimed, heir to House of Potter, heir to House of Peveril, heir to House of Gryffindor, heir to House of Hufflepuff, heir to House of Ravenclaw, heir to House of Slytherin, Lord of Shadowcon titles to gain, Lord Potter, Lord Peveril, Lord Gryffindor, Lord Hufflepuff, Lord Ravenclaw, Lord Slytherin abilities / powers born, elemental manipulation, illusion strength enhancing, speed enhancing surface walking, parseltonge transformation, 2 types, metamorph magi, werfox, empath abilities / powers gained, levitation / telekinesis, super strength invisibility, super speed, astral projection combustion, animation, healing / regeneration, shape-shifting, into any known animal muggle magical or prehistoric, immortality / rejuvenation heat vision, spiritual balance, chi magic. When both Naruto and Ragnarok looked at the parchment, the latter said, "Well, that is quite something, not in your teens yet and quite powerful already, though. Can I ask you a few questions?" Naruto, not seeing any harm, said, "Sure, ask away, then I will ask the questions that I have." "Well, I see a few things on here that I can't make heads or tails with, so what is the difference in the strength and speed enhancing to the ones you gained?" Ragnarok asked. "Well, the enhancing ones require me to pump my chakra into my muscles, and how strong or fast I become depends on how much chakra I am putting in, and it needs to be constant flow, whereas the super ones multiples one's own by 10 to 20 times, Naruto explained. "Right, what about the Lord of Shadowcon, and what is a Shadowcon?" asked the Goblin King. "The Shadowcon are tribes of ninja-like, shadow spirit warriors from the Shadow Realm. While some are reminiscent of ninjas, most others simply look like red-eyed, blue-skinned creatures wearing black suits," Naruto said, then summoned one of the 9 cons. "Okay, next question, what does surface walking mean?" Ragnarok asked. "That is simple, if I add chakra to my feet I can walk on any flat surface," Naruto said, then demonstrated by walking up to a wall, then walked up it, then the ceiling, then down the other wall, then he sat back down and said, "Anything else, Ragnarok?" "Last one, what is chi magic?" Ragnarok. "Well, it is magic that Muggle can use as they know how to," Naruto answered. "Okay, that is all my question. Now for your questions, noble Potter," Ragnarok asked. "Okay, first question, as I am the heir to multiple houses, do I need to take multiple wives?" Naruto asked. "That is an excellent question, noble Potter, but yes you do, but you need to take no more than 2 wives per house," Ragnarok said. "Okay, my next question is, do I have any marriage contracts?" Naruto asked. Then he said, "Shadow clone jutsu," then the clone said, "Henge." "Yes you do," Ragnarok said as he picked a parchment, reading it, then said, "Now you have 3 outstanding. One was made by your paternal grandfather to the Delacour. We have one you as the oldest Potter, and Daphne Greengrass made by your father to the Greengrass between their oldest daughter and the Potter's oldest son before the Potters discovered they can't have children, and lastly there is one between you and a Ginevra Weasley bade by Albus Dumbledore and Molly Pruitt. So that is why Molly has been putting love potion in your food and drink." Naruto, Lily said to her son. "You're properly correct about that, kind," Naruto said to his mother, then turned to the goblin and said, "Is there a way to dissolve the contract between me and Ginny?" Ragnarok looks at Naruto, then shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, noble Potter, there is not. You see, the contract was made thanks to someone who thinks he is your magical guardian, even though that is false, but as he is a powerful wizard, so the magic that makes the contract powerful, and the only thing that can dissolve the contract is the head of the Potter house." "Then could I dissolve the contract?" Lily asked. Ragnarok said while thinking, then said, "You might be able to, Mrs. Potter, as you are the wife of the late James Potter, so until noble Potter is of age you are the acting head of the ancient and noble Potter house, so do you know what to do?" Lily nodded, then said, "I, Lily Potter, wife of the late James Potter, acting head to the Potter house, dissolve the marriage contract between Naruto Potter and Ginevra Weasley, so mote it be." When she finished she knew something was wrong as she was out of breath and sweaty. Ragnarok looked at the contract and saw that it had been dissolved and said, "Congratulations, Mrs. Potter, you did it." And when he saw the stat Lily was in, he said, "You look a mess, Mrs. Potter, though I can hazard a guess as to why you are like that. So can I, Chief Ragnarok? This is not my body, so my connection to my magic is not there, so I don't have it. However, because this is my son's body, there is a connection to my body, and the connection is strong enough that I can use my magic, but to use it takes its tall one, this clone's body." Lily said. Ragnarok nodded and said, "My hypothesis exactly, Mrs. Potter. You can disperse now. We goblin may have a nasty reputation, even we wouldn't want to piss of our most important client, and after seeing what he is capable of I don't want to piss him of." "Thank you, Chief Ragnarok," Lily said before the clone popped. "Any more question, Noble Potter?" Ragnarok asked. "I have two more. The first is how do I activate the werewolf's genes?" Naruto asked. "My best guess would me get bitten by a werewolf." And the other question, Ragnarok asked, "What is a metamorph magi?" Naruto asked. "It is a rare ability that allows someone to change their appearance at will, kinda like your henjutsu," Ragnarok answered. "Cool," Naruto said before saying, "Thank you, Chief Ragnarok, you have been helpful today." "It is no problem, Noble Potter. I will let Mrs. Molly Weasley know that the marriage contract has been dissolved." "Think you could wait until I go back to school?" Naruto asked. "May I ask why?" Ragnarok asked. "Because the last thing I need is Molly putting more love potions in my food and drink to the point that I am admitted to a magical hospital due to love potion poisoning, as I am not sure the horse talisman will help with that." Naruto said, I see your point. Okay, I will wait till you are back at Hogwarts," Ragnarok said as he showed Naruto out. End of flashback. After Naruto finished telling his grandmother about what happened at Gringotts, Minerva hugged her grandson and said, "Well, you seem to have an eventful summer. You could saw that," Naruto said. "Now it makes sense you about Hogwarts. It's not the school that you own, but it is the grounds that Hogwarts is on, and just so you know you don't have to go back to the Dursleys," Minerva said. "Actually, I think it would be best if I did, as I would like Dumbledore thinks he can still manipulate me, and I want to make sure that Aunt Petunia is okay, as in no Marge is going over there and she might say something about Khan that might set Auntie off." Naruto replied. Minerva was now confused and said, "Wait, Naruto, why would Petunia be annoyed over something that this Marge would say, as I was sure that she hated Lily, which started out as jealousy?" "A slight misunderstanding. True, she was jealousy that Khan was a witch, but one night Auntie overheard Gigi and Bachan say that Lily was adopted, and then there was the fact that some guy named Severus was picking on Auntie as she is a muggle, and Snape and Kuchun was a witch and wizard, and Khan only found this out at the start of summer as she used the sheep to enter a sleeping Auntie, and they chatted and they made up," Naruto replied. "I see, because Petunia doesn't know about your talisman powers. She doesn't know that Lily is alive, and so she thinks she can't make up with her, and because she thinks it is a dream she finally let go of that jealousy," Minerva said before saying, "Now Naruto off to bed." "Okay, Bachan night," Naruto said as he got and headed to the door to head back to the Gryffindor Tower. Naruto got to the door when his grandmother said, "Oh yeah, Naruto, what did you want to talk about?" "That can wait for another time, as it was about a marital room," Naruto said. "I see, it is because of your marriage contract to Miss Greengrass Current?" And Naruto nodded. "And you want to at least get to know her first, right?" After nodding, Naruto said, "I may not believe in marriage by contract, but that does not stop me from trying to get to know the person and seeing if I fall for them, and I will tell them that I need a minimum of 6 wives." Minerva smiled and said, "That's good, now off to bed with you." And as Naruto was heading to the door once more, he heard his grandmother say, "Oh, and another thing, I don't want you to look for a werewolf to see if their virus activates your werfox genes, okay? No need to worry, Bachan. I don't need to look for one, as I am sure I will meet one thanks to my kind of luck. The question isn't about me looking for one, it's when I run into one," Naruto said with his fox-like grin. "And that is why I am worried. I just found out my daughter is somewhat okay, and you are my grandson, so off cause I am going to worry even if you are immortal thanks to the dog," Minerva said, and with a quick night from both parties, Naruto headed to the Gryffindor Tower. When Naruto got into the common room, he was met with an angry Ron, who saw Naruto and said, you got me in trouble." Naruto looks at Ron with a confused look and said, "Come again, how did I get you in trouble?" "You told on me about me taking the car," Ron said. "And how on earth was I getting out of telling Amelia, Bones, and Tonks where you went?" Naruto asked. "Well, you could have come with me," Ron said, "and risk of getting expelled." "No thanks, I would rather get in trouble for being late than something that could get me expelled, so you got in trouble all on your own, so F off, as I am going to bed." Naruto said it has been a few days since Hogwarts started the first term, and he is currently in the one class he was dreading, Defense Against the Dark Arts, or DADA for short, and when the door to the professor's office opened and the teacher came out, he said, "Hello, I am sure you all already know me, but I will introduce myself anyway. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Forces Defense League and 5-time winner of Witch's Weekly Most Charming Smile, and all the girls are all signing in A." heavenly way, including Hermine, which Naruto didn't seem to like. Kurama felt and saw that Naruto was jealous, said, "Careful kid, your powers might act up if you get even more jealous." While the professor was handing out some quiz sheet, he handed Hermine a couple to Hermine, who get a bit bashful, and the 10-tailed fox was proven right as the rat appeared in Naruto's eyes and the skeleton that was hanging from the ceiling moved and growled, then stopped, scaring everyone in the classroom. But the professor, in order to take credit, said, "Nothing to worry about, it's just a simple spell that I know that can make skeletons move and act as if it was alive." Then continued to hand the quiz sheets out. Hermine knew that it wasn't a spell that made the skeleton move, looked back at Naruto, who was rubbing his eyes, and when he was done, he looked over to her and she saw the rat flashing in Naruto's eyes. When Gilderoy finished handing the questions out, he stood by his desk and said, "You have 30 minutes, and when all the students had a quill in their hands, he said, 'Start.'" Naruto read the questions and thought, what kind of questions are these? The Shinobi Academy had better questions and they was still stupid. "I agree, Naruto," Lily said, as she has been seeing what Naruto's past life was like. "So, what are you going to do, kid?" the fox asked. "The only thing I usually do with this kind of test," Naruto replied. "And what is that?" Lily asked. "Take a nap," came Naruto's response as he placed the questions to one side, crossed his arms, rested his head on his arms, and closed his eyes. After the test time, Gilderoy was looking through the quiz and said, "I am disappointed that hardly anyone knows that lilac is my favorite, but Miss Hermine Granger knew that my secret ambition is to rid the world of evil and also market my own brand of potions for hair care. Although I must say that I am very disappointed in the famous Naruto Potter, as he not only didn't he answer a single question, but he didn't bother filling in his name. Now son, why didn't you answer?" Naruto, who was still sleeping, didn't answer. Next to him, Ron was smirking as he jolted Naruto awake and said, "I didn't it?" Making everyone but the some of the Slytherins. Professor Lockhart said, "I know you didn't do the quiz. Now I am asking, why didn't you even attempted to do it?" "Oh, you mean that sorry excuse of a test that deserves to be taken by your fangirls? Then I will gladly answer. I didn't think it was worth answering, as none of the questions in question is a data topic. After all, what is knowing what your favorite color and ambitions do us if, when we face against someone who would be trying to hurt us?" Naruto answered before sitting down and receiving glares from most of the girls, but Naruto was unaffected by the glares due to what his past was like, acting as if nothing had happened. Gilderoy said, "Now it is my job to arm you against some of the most foulest creatures known to wizard kind. Some of you might just face your worst nightmares." "I am having one of my worst nightmares right now," Naruto mumbled. "Now I must ask you not to scream," the professor said as he went to a covered-up cage, tapped it a little with his wand and grabbed the top, pulled it while saying, "As it might provoke them." Reviling blue creatures with wings. Seamus laughed and said, "Cornish pixies?" "Freshly caught Cornish pixies," Lockhart said, causing most of the class to laugh. "Please don't tell me he is going to do what I think he is going to do," Naruto thought as he steadily went for his wand. "I think he might." "Naruto," Lily said, "if the dumbest does, then that is a special kind of dumb, and I would also feel sorry for you, kid. Out of the two you had, I would prefer Voldemort." Kurama said, "I would too," Naruto said. Then the professor opened the cage and the pixies all rushed out, causing all the students to panic. After a couple of minutes, the only people who was in the class was Naruto, Hermine, Neville, who was hanging from the chandelier, and the professor, who looked lost. One of the pixies grabbed Hermine. She said, "Let go of me," while shaking her head trying to get the pixie to let go. "Hermine, stay still," Naruto said, and when Hermine stopped moving, Naruto swag a book he was holding and swatted the pixie, then said, "I have had enough of this." Then the rabbit appeared in his eyes. Then he grabbed the cage, rounded up the pixies, and once the pixies was in the cage, the rooster appeared in his eyes, then gently brought Neville down. Then the trio walked out the door, and Naruto was trying to convince Hermine that Gilderoy was a SHT professor. It is the weekend, and the Gryffindor Quidditch team was heading to the pitch for practice when they run into the Slytherin team, and the captain handed Wood a note telling them that the Slytherin team need it as they need to train their seeker, which turned out to be Malfoy, who said, "That right, I am the new Slytherin team's seeker, and that is not all that is new this year." And the team showed their new brooms, "Because my father can afford the best." Naruto started to laugh so that it caught his friend's attention, who was waiting to watch the practice, and when they got there, Hermine asked, "What is so funny, Naruto?" Calming down a little, Naruto said, "Not much, just Malfoy telling us that he just paid his way onto the Slytherin Quidditch team." Before laughing again, getting mad at what Naruto just said, "Hey, I did not buy my way onto the team. Really, would your father give the Slytherin team the latest broom if you didn't want to join the team?" Neville asked. Of course not. Why would he waste money? Malfoy asked. That would be the definition of buying your way into the something. Hermione said, well, nobody asked you, you filthy mudblood. Malfoy said. Naruto heard what Malfoy said, stopped laughing immediately, and there was a chill in the air, and Naruto walked up to Malfoy. But you couldn't see his eyes and said, what did you just Hermione? Malfoy smirked and said, I called her for what she really is, filthy mudblood who doesn't even deserve to be at this noble school like all mudbloods. Naruto grabbed Malfoy by his jumper, lifted him up, and Naruto looked at Malfoy dead in the eyes, which scared the latter as Naruto's eyes wasn't his normal blue, they were BLD red and slitted like a fox, then said, now you listen to me and you better listen good cause I will not repeat myself, okay, never, and I never call Hermione a mudblood with me around, otherwise you will be in the infirmary. When Naruto finished, orange bubbles-like substance was coming out of Naruto's skin and forming some kind of cloak, and it burned Malfoy a little, but it was agony to him. Naruto stopped, and after about a minute, he blinked, shook his head, then the cloak dispersed, then said, sorry about that, team, well I better disappear. Then he disappeared in a swirl of fire. Hermione quickly took off to look for Naruto, leaving both Quidditch teams confused before the Slytherin team remembered Malfoy was somehow brunt by Naruto and getting him to the infirmary, leaving the Gryffindor team and Neville, and Wood said, hey Neville, right, and got a nod. So got any idea was that cloak-like thing was? No, I don't, that is the first time I saw it. Neville replied before running after Hermione. Hermione, who was running quickly, turned a corner and run into someone, and the collision caused both Hermione and the other person to fall on their asses. The other person said, blimey girl, what is the rash? Hermione looked up and saw that she had run in Tonks and said, hey, you're the girl that brought Naruto here and on recon for that warning Naruto received. That is me, and you must be Hermione. Naruto talks about you sometimes. What was the rush about? Tonks asked, and so, Hermione told Tonks what just happened, and when Hermione finished, Neville showed up and said, found Naruto yet, Hermione? Hermione shook her head and said, no Nev, I have not, as I run into Tonks here and just finished telling her what happened. So do you have any ideas where he might be? Before Neville or Tonks could say anything, Professor McGonagall showed up and said, hello Miss Granger and Mr. Longbottom, I was just looking for you too. Why was you looking for us, Professor? Last I checked, me and Neville haven't done anything wrong. Hermione said, I know neither of you have done nothing wrong, but I am sure both of you know why Kurama was in control of my grandson, asked Naruto's grandmother. Both Hermione and Neville looked confused as to who the professor's grandson was. Tonks was wondering who Kurama was. Asked, Professor, who is Kurama? Oh, Naruto might not have told you about it, but he is something called a Jinchuriki, a human that hold a living being inside of them, and Naruto hold a 10-tailed fox called Kurama. Minerva said, wait, Naruto is your grandson? Neville asked. Yes, he is, and can you please keep it a secret? Asked the professor, and the trio nodded. Then she said, now come on, we will go to my office and you can tell me what happened. And so Minerva headed to her office with Tonks, Hermione, and Neville following close behind her. When the group of four got to Professor's office, they saw Naruto on a chair passed out, and Hermione walk over to Naruto and mumbled, what happened outside? Naruto then went to slide a few strands of hair, but the moment she touched his head her world went dark, then she collapses, causing the others to panic. Do you know what happened to Hermione, Professor? Asked a nerves Neville. Think I do, Mr. Longbottom. Someone or something pulled her into Naruto's mindscape. The professor answered, cool, I want to know what a mindscape and what pulled Hermione. Tonks said as she reached for Naruto's forehead and her world went dark, then she collapsed. What are we going to do, Professor? Neville asked. Well, I want to know what happened that caused Kurama to take over Naruto, and there has to be something that you must want to find out about Naruto. The professor said, well, I am curious about the 10-tailed fox and what that bubbly stuff was. Neville said, that good, Neville. Now how about we touch his head together? Asked the professor, and Neville nodded, and at the same time the duo touched Naruto, and like the two before them their world went dark, then collapses Naruto's mindscape. When Minerva and Neville got their bearings, they was in an office with Hermione and Tonks, and before anyone could say anything the door to the office opened and Lily came in and said, hi everyone and welcome to Naruto's mindscape. Minerva walked up to Lily and, hello Lily, can you forgive me for leaving at an orphanage all those years ago? Of course I do. I know you was either going through a tough time or had a good reason to do it, mother, Lily said before saying, boy, saying that feels weird. Minerva smiled and said, I am sure it does, but can you please take us to see Naruto as we have something to discuss? Of course you are. Well, he is on his way to talk to Kurama about the tailed beast cloak, so I will take you there. Lily said. Then she lead the group to wherever Kurama was. The group just exit the building when Hermine asked, "Hey Mrs. Potter, what is this place? It looks like it is from Japan, the feudal era." "Please call me Lily dear, and this is Konoha Naruto home village from his past life," Lily replied. "Man, when he told me that his world was like feudal Japan, I didn't believe him, but seeing it tell me otherwise," Neville said. "Same with me too," Hermine said. After a little more walking, the group was almost on top of mountain that overlooks the village, and Tonks noticed something. "Hey Lily, is it always sunset here?" "So you noticed a Tonks, and there is a reason for it which you will see in a minute," Lily said as they got on top of the monument and they saw the most appealing anyone could see the village, and then trees around it set in a golden glow thanks to the ever-setting sun, and they had a look of wonder. And when Lily saw the looks, she said, "I know, right? I had the same look the first time I saw it. This was Naruto's favorite place in his other life." Then she led them into a cave. They had been in the cave for a few minutes when the group saw 10 stone statues. One was appeared to be hanging on the cave wall, and it was of body absent of it limbs and wrapped up in a swirl with it head in the center, with 12 octagonal-shaped stone with an animal carved in, then in a semicircle under its head, while the other statues was free-standing. The next statue was the most human-looking of the batch, which was clad in ninja-like clothing and sporting weapons such as shuriken and katanas, and had a label saying Ninja-Con. The next statue was somewhat human-like, but it had pointed legs and blades for fingers with a label saying Razor-Con. The statue after that was the only one that possessed wings and only one eye with a label saying Bat-Con. The next statue after that was incredibly huge and muscular and looked the strongest and most durable of the lot, and the label said Sumo-Con. The statue after that looked like Samurai but dressed in black armor equipped with blades and with a tag saying Samurai-Con. That statue after that was the scariest looking one out the lot, and it had 2 tentacle-like arms and the label said Squid-Con. The next statue had a crab-like pincer arm and an arm resembling a claw, and the label said Crab-Con. The statue after that was the smallest one, and the label said Mini-Con, and the last one resembling praying mantises with a label saying Mantis-Con. Then they heard, "I am telling you kid, it is true that since you're Bardich in this life, but I am not sure why after all Kami did made me powerless." After a few seconds Naruto had a thought and said, "Maybe she just took you powers, but she didn't say that you was, so maybe if I can find or make something I can give you a body on the real world, and you can see how wonderful this world it from your own 2 fox eyes, and if you are attacked then yo wouldn't be defenseless." That sounds like a plausible reason, brat. I am surprised this place didn't heat up with that good thought you had you just now, Kurama joked. "Well, I could turn your cave into a lava bed if you want more heat," Naruto joked back, and they both laughed before he was tackled from behind and face planted the ground, causing the fox to laugh even harder when Naruto said, "Hey Hermine." "Naruto, what was that thing with Malfoy, Hermine?" "Oh, that don't worry about it, Hermine. It is, or was quite common for people who have things like Fluffy behind me sealed into them, and it is called the tailed beast cloak, and I don't feel sorry about Malfoy getting a chakra burn," Naruto replied. And then 3 visitors looked and saw the gigantic fox and was terrified of it, causing the fox to laugh after calming down. And before Hermine or Neville could ask Naruto or Kurama any questions, Minerva asked, "Alright, can you tell me what happened and what is a chakra burn?" Naruto then told his grandmother what happened at the Quidditch pitch and what a chakra burn was and the only way to get one. Then went into what a chakra cloak was. When Naruto was done, Hermine asked, "Naruto, why did you bet you get so pissed when Malfoy called me a mudblood?" "I can answer that as there are 2 reasons. The first is when someone has something like me sealed into them, they gain some of the animal's instincts and traits of that animal, like cats like the milk and foxes being tricksters and pranksters, which increases his natural ones that he got from Kushina," Kurama said. "I kinda get it now, but that still doesn't answers my question," Hermine said. "I am getting to that. The other reason is only Minerva knows this, but Naruto is a werfox, and even though the cells for it is dormant, he still has the fox instincts. Now think about this, Hermine, as you are smart. When does a canine like wolf or fox get aggressive?" Kurama said. Hermine did as the fox instructed and began to think when a fox would become aggressive. Then she said, "The only times that I can think of when a fox would become aggressive like that, the first few I doubt would be that intense, and the only time that intense would be in order to protect its mate. And there you have your answer." Kurama said, "Wait, you mean to tell me that Naruto loved me?" Hermine said. When she realized what the fox meant, Naruto heard what Hermine said, got annoyed, said, "Hey, I would appreciate it if you didn't talk like I am not here, Hermine, and I do have feeling for you, just not sure how strong they are, so can we talk about this when we are in the real world and alone?" "Sure," Hermine said as she is fighting back a blush and seemed to be losing the fight, causing everyone to laugh. For the next few hours the group chatted, then it was time to get back into the real world, so they said their goodbyes. Then the 4 visitors along with the owner began to fade. Real world. The group woke up and gained their bearings when Minerva said, "Okay Naruto, Hermine and Neville, I will deal with Professor Snape, and Naruto, I want you to keep that temper under control, and I know it might be strong but you need to try." "Okay Bachan, for you I will try," Naruto replied. "Alright, you lot get on with what you was doing," Minerva said when Naruto, his friends, and Tonks exit the deputy's office. Tonks asked, "Hey Naruto, do you know when the threat would start?" "If I had to guess, it might happen on All Hallows Eve," Naruto said. "Okay then," Tonks said. Then she went on her own way. It has been a few days since the incident at the Quidditch pitch, and later that day Hermine and Naruto talked about Naruto's instincts and that he would need a minimum of 6 but no more than 12 wives, and as Naruto anticipated, Hermine didn't like the thought of sharing, but after a couple of words by Lily in private she agreed while having her face look like a ripe tomato, and they then decided to be in a relationship, but at the moment they decided to keep it quiet and agreed to revile it when they need to. And at the moment Naruto is heading to the headmaster's office as he had been called there while being led by his grandmother. When they got there he saw the headmaster along with Malfoy and an older man that Naruto guessed was the team's father, as he had the same type of superiority complex aura around them. Then Naruto said, "Hey headmaster, how are you?" Then he turned to Draco and said, "Hey Malfoy, nice scar." "Mr. Potter, do you know why you are here?" Dumbledore asked. "Properly has something to do with Malfoy new burn scare," Naruto said without caring what he had done to the boy a few days prior. "Yes, it is. Can you tell me what happened?" Dumbledore asked. "I can't tell you much, Professor, but one moment I was laughing because I made a joke about Malfoy buying his way onto the Slytherin Quidditch team, Malfoy denying the clam. Then Hermine said something. Malfoy called her that foul name that self-righteous pure-blooded D-bags use. After that I don't know what happened, as that next thing I know I was waking up in Professor McGonagall's office," Naruto replied while plying on the words a little bit. "Well, I still say let me punish the boy, headmaster. The boy need to know who he was dealing with," said the older Malfoy. "I understand that, Lucius, but I can't let you simply punish Naruto over an accident," said the headmaster. Naruto heard this, smirked, and said, "Actually, Professor Dumbledore, he can't punish me no matter what." "And why is that, boy?" Lucius demanded. "Simple, you see, Mr. Malfoy, the girl that you son called a mudblood happens to be dating me," Naruto said, knowing that there are some laws that allows him to defend his mate/s when it is needed and not get punished by it, and as the Potters, all of Naruto's houses are the ancient and noblest, he is immune to getting punished. Lucius understood what Naruto was getting at, started to sweat a little knowing the same laws, then thought, "So the boy want to play that game? Okay, let's play," said. "That is well and good, but the Malfoys have the title of noble." "That nice, Mr. Malfoy," Naruto said in a non-caring voice. Lucius not catching Naruto tone. "So will you back down?" Naruto looks at Lucius and say, "Not a chance. The Malfoys might have noble title, but the Potters have the title of the most ancient and noble." Lucius, upon hearing what Naruto said, looked like he had seen a ghost, and knowing he couldn't beat Naruto back down by saying, said, "That is all. Good day, headmaster." Then he turned to his son, "Come Draco then." The duo left. When both Malfoys left, Dumbledore turned to Naruto and said, "Good work, my boy, but I still need to punish you for what you did. So for the next 2 weeks you will be helping Professor Lockhart with his fan mail." "Okay, Professor," Naruto said. Meanwhile, in his mindscape the fox was laughing so strong that he was almost crying. "Now that is out if the way, I would like to ask you something, Naruto, in private," Dumbledore asked before turning to Minerva and said, "Could you please wait outside, Professor McGonagall?" The professor discreetly looked at her grandson, who saw and discreetly nodded, and the professor said, "Of course, sir, call me when you're done." Then she left. Dumbledore looked at Naruto in the eye, trying to get in his head, and said, "Now my boy, do you know anything about a marriage contract being cancelled?" Naruto tilts his head in a confused manner and said, "Sorry, Professor, but I didn't know I had a marriage contract in my name." Also knowing what the professor was trying to do. "Oh, is that so? Well, shortly after I handed you to your family, I went to a good family that I trust and said a marriage contract between you and their daughter in securing your future." Dumbledore said, "Well, that is nice of you, Professor, but unfortunately I don't know anything about the contract." Naruto said in a fake sad voice, then thought, "Hey Kurama, let Professor team in and let him see Kachan." And the fox did as Naruto instructed, and when the headmaster saw Lily he went ghost white. When Naruto was this, he asked, "Hey Professor, are you okay? You just went pale as if you had seen a ghost." Dumbledore looks at Naruto and says, I am okay my boy, thanks for the concern, you may go now. Then Naruto leaves. On the other side of the door Minerva stood there waiting for Naruto to come out, and when he did, she asked, so what did the headmaster want? Oh, just wanted to know if I knew anything about a marriage contract being cancelled, Naruto replied. And what did you tell him? Minerva asked. That I have no clue what he is on about, Naruto replied, then said, well, see ya in class. Bachan then went off to find his friends as the weeks rolled by with nothing really happening except Naruto and Hermine moving into private quarters with his grandmother's permission, and that is after getting Hermine's parents' approval and pulling prank after prank on Snape and using a reverse counter-spell chakra seal on Malfoy when he tries to mess with a Gryffindor, and getting pissed with the Dada professor as the lessons he wasn't really teaching, just telling tall tales, and while in detention, all he did was reply to fan mail, and it was Halloween and Naruto was serving the last day of detention, ignoring the professor drone on and on about being famous when he heard friend Hair said to kill. What the? Naruto said, looks around trying to find the voice but saw nothing. Professor Lockhart looks at Naruto and said, did you say something? No professor, I didn't say a thing, but what is the time? We have been doing your fan mail for a while now, Naruto said. Great Scott, you're right, it's been 4 hours, isn't it spooky on how time flies when one's having fun, said the professor. I don't know about that, Naruto said, then thought, can't believe it was 4 hours, it felt like 6 anyway. Did any of you two hear that? Can't say I did, sorry Kit, the ten-tailed said. I heard nothing as well, sorry Naruto, Lily said. It's okay, that just means that I might have been the only one that could hear whatever that was, Naruto relied. You're properly right Kit, Kurama said. Well, off you go, Lockhart said as Naruto was heading back to the Gryffindor common room. As he hated Halloween, he heard the same voice from earlier say, I small BLD, and as the heir told me I must kill, and Naruto walks over to the wall and tries to follow it but runs into his friends and Tonks. Hey mate, what up with you rushing around? Tonks asked. I believe that warning is about to start, Naruto replied. What make you say that, Naruto? Because I am hearing this voice saying whatever. It is being told to kill by an heir, and it seems to be coming from the walls, and I'm going to guess that none of you hear it, Naruto said, heading to where the voice seemed to go with Hermine, Neville and Tonks. The trio shook their head, and Neville looks at Naruto confused and said, are you sure you are hearing a voice that's not good? You can try and tell me that all you want, but we all know that I am always hearing voices that no one else can hear, Naruto said. Well, he does have a point there, Neville, so maybe there might be something going on, Hermine said. As the group turned a corner, they saw something that made them stop, as there was a small group of spiders heading out the castle. Before anyone could say anything, Tonks said, guys, you might want to look up, and the Naruto, Hermine, and Neville looked to what Tonks was looking at. There was a message on the wall written in BLD, and Hermine said, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened, enemies of the heir beware, and it is written in BL. I know, Hermine, as some of my senses has been enhanced thanks to Kurama, Naruto said. Then something caught his eye and looked at what it was and saw that it was Mrs. Norris, and it gets worse, Hermine, the caretaker's cat has been petrified. Then the students began to pass through the hall but stopped when they saw Naruto standing in front of Mrs. Norris, then began to murmur among themselves, and Naruto saw one of the Muggleborns about to take a picture but was stopped. But Percy. Then Malfoy said, enemies of the heir beware, then with a smug look then said, you'll be next, mudbloods. Naruto turns to looks at Malfoy with his demon eyes and said, didn't you learn something the last time you said that in my presence? You haven't. I would gladly teach you another lesson. Before Malfoy could say anything, there was a guff voice of Mr. Filch saying, what is going on here? Make way, make way. While making his way though the students, and when he saw Naruto he said, Potter. What are you? Then he saw his cat, then said, Mrs. Norris, and when there was no reaction he said, you killed my cat, I will kill ya, I'm going to kill you. Before Naruto could defend himself, Dumbledore just showed up and saw the message, then said, everyone back to the dormitories immediately. And when everyone began to head to their house common room, then Dumbledore said, everyone except you three, points to Naruto, Hermine, and Neville. I am also going to stay headmaster as I was with these three when they got here, Tonks said. Okay Tonks, Dumbledore said before turning to the Mr. Filch before saying, Mrs. Norris isn't dead, she has merely been petrified, though how she has petrified I can say. It is a sham, I wasn't here, I might know the counter curse, Lockhart said. Why not ask Potter, he was the one that did it. Filch said, I did no such thing, she was like that when we got here, Naruto said. I can vouch for that, headmaster, Tonks said, hating that she now has to report this to Amelia. If that's the case, then it is simply that Potter and friend was at the wrong place at the wrong time, Snape said. Well, the world is about to end if Professor Snape is agreeing with me, Naruto said. Snape, however, continued as if Naruto hadn't said anything. However, I find the circumstances are a bit suspicious because I don't recall seeing Potter at the dining hall. Can you tell us why that is? Sure, Professor Snape, I can do that, Naruto said before continuing. First, I was in my last detention session with Professor Lockhart, and it went on longer than expected. After that, I was heading to the Gryffindor common room as I wasn't hungry. You are well aware that you must attend as it is a cause for celebration, as it was on this night that Dark Lord was defeated, replied the potion. Naruto was getting mad at the professor and said, Oh, I am well aware that I must go to the celebration, but let me tell you something, Professor Snape, I don't give often about the celebration. It can embrace my but for all I care. Or did you forget that I somehow defeated the but that took my parents from me? Before anyone said anything, Minerva said, Well, let's call it a night before someone says anything they would regret. Quite right, Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore said, then turned to the students, then said, Now you three of to bed, though I would recommend caution to all. Then everyone went their own way to bed while Naruto and his friends headed to their places. When Naruto said, So Tonks, what are you going to tell Amelia? Well, I'm going to tell her that the warning from that house elf has starting with Filch's cat being petrified, and we have no idea what did it to her, Tonks replied. Then they came up to AT section where Tonks had to go a different way than the three students, then said, Well, this is where I go, so see ya tomorrow. After a quick night from the students, they headed their own way. Then next day Transfiguration is starting when Professor McGonagall said, Now class, today we will be making water goblets from animals like this. Then she pointed her wand at the bird, then said, 1, 2, 3, Veraverdo. When the bird turned into a clear water goblet, she said, Now it is your turn, so who will go first? How about you, Mr. Weasley? Remember, 1, 2, 3, Veraverdo. Ron took his wand out and then did the spell, but as his wand was broken because of what he had done when the students came to Hogwarts, the spell was only half done. Then the professor said, You need to get that wand replaced, Mr. Weasley. While the Minerva was heading to her desk, Hermione said, Professor, what do you know about the Chamber of Secrets? I don't see why not, Minerva asked after looking at the students. Continued, Well, as you all know that Hogwarts School was founded 1,000 years ago by the 4 greatest witches and wizards of their time, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. 3 of founders wanted all witches and wizards, however one wanted to be more selective with the students. 3 Guess who? Ron said. Salazar believed that magic should be kept in the magical families, or what you would call purebloods, and when he couldn't convince the other, he left, and as the legend goes, before he left, Salazar built a chamber somewhere in the castle known as the Chamber of Secrets. Then he sealed it until the time of the true heir come to the school, and the heir can open the chamber and unleash the beast and purge the school of those that are unworthy of studying magic. The professor said, Muggleborns, Hermione said, so natural. The school has been searched many times over the years and there has been no such chamber has been found, Minerva said. Professor, does the legend tell you what is in the chamber? Hermione asked. Unfortunately, it don't, but it does say that it can only be controlled by the heir of Slytherin, Minerva said. At lunch, Naruto and friends was outside talking to about the chamber when Tonks. So do any of you believe that there is a Chamber of Secrets? I know there is, Tonks. I also know that all the founders made one and stuck a creature in there, Naruto said. So you believe that the heir is going to purge the school then, Naruto? Hermione said. Hey, I would do no such thing, Hermione, as I am the heir of Slytherin even though it is by conquest, Naruto said. Are you sure that you are the heir, Naruto? Tonks said. Well, yeah, it even said so when I took the goblin identification test and their full test, to the point that the Gringotts manager has taken over the Potter accounts, saying that as I am the bank's most important customer, he saw that he should become my manager. Naruto replied. This news shocked Tonks, then stuttered. If I ask Naruto, but what houses do you have to even think that King Ragnarok to even consider taking over as a manager, let alone do it? Let's see, there was Potter obviously, then there was Peveril, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, Naruto answered. Naruto, are you telling us that you own the school, and is that why you need multiple wives so one becomes lady to the house? Hermione asked. I don't own the actual schoolheim, but I do own the actual grounds of Hogwarts as long as I attend it as a student and keep it as a school after, otherwise I will lose the deed. And yes, it is. I asked Ragnarok about after the test, and he said that as I am the only known heir to the houses I need to take at least 2 per house. Naruto said, Well, that nice I guess, but how do you know that all the founders made a secret chamber and stuck a creature inside? Tonks asked. I know you have helped Hagrid with his duties, Tonks, so you have seen the stables near Hagrid's hut, right? The one with the unicorn and the artificial griffin? Naruto asked, which Tonks nodded. Then Naruto continued. Well, the artificial griffin is Godric's creature, which I found in his secret chamber last year when me, Hermione, Neville and Ron was sent into the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid for detention one night. So, anyone want to guess? George began to say, on who is claiming to be the heir? Fred said, taking over. I don't think it is anyone. Well, not intentionally, Naruto said. Oh, what makes you say that, Naruto? Tonks said. Well, when they went to Gringotts to withdraw money, they would have been notified about the change in status, since they couldn't withdraw from the Slytherin vaults. Then depending on whether or not they know I am the one, they would try and get it back one way or another, Naruto said. Tonks looks deep in thought, then said, you make an excellent point there. So what do you think it is? I think it is some kind of memory of some sort, Naruto replied after thinking of something. Is that even possible? Hermione asked. Who knows, we do live in a world of impossibility to normal people, Naruto said, then turned to Tonks and said, and if it is a remnant, that would mean that Salazar's chamber was open before then. The question would be, who is it? Mind asking Amelia about it? Sure, thing whiskers, Tonks said as she gets up, then turns around and said, so Naruto, what do you plan to do with the beast if you find it? First I will talk to her and see if she would become one of the guardians of the school. I know she is to be, not the Pure that some phony legend claims her to be. Oh, and what make you say that, Potter? Came a unfamiliar female voice behind him. Naruto looks around and sees a Slytherin girl in her second year with blonde hair and bluish-gray eyes. I apologize if I got the description wrong, went by Animope. Then said, I will tell you if you tell me your name, as you seem to know mine. Oh right, my name is Daphne Greengrass and everyone knows who you are. Daphne replied, oh, so you're the know that Kachan and Tukuin done the marriage contract for? Wait, that's you? Daphne asked after Naruto nodded. She said, I thought it was to the Malfoys, as Draco has been harassing me about it, and when my parents told me. After the first week of term I thought that Draco went to his father, who went to my parents. So what do you plan to do now? What do you mean, Dop? Naruto asked with his head tiled to one side, which made all the girls want to hug and pet him as he reminded them of a fox. Well, do you plan to force me stay by your side and to stop me from talking to other guys? Came the girl's reply. No, not at all. My only concern is to get to know you before you deciding to move into the private quarters with me and Hermione after getting your parents' approval and Professor McGonagall's permission. Touched that Naruto would put her feeling first, Daphne said, that is sweet of you, Potter. Now can you answer my question about what you claim to be a phony legend? Sure, and please call me Naruto, and to simply put the whole legend doesn't make sense to me, Naruto said. Why is that, Naruto? Neville asked. Well, for starters, it is said that all 4 founders was friends, right? Naruto asked, getting a nod from everyone. So Salazar would know what type of people the other 3 founders was, so why make a school knowing that they would be against only those who are worthy? That is, if it means pure bloods. Understanding what Naruto said, Daphne asked. Wait, Naruto, do you think that there might be another meaning to what Salazar meant? Of course, I do, Naruto said before saying, it's like I tell you to take care of Silverly, what you would do. Well, I would look after it, Daphne replied. But it could also mean to kill her, like gangsters say when dealing with people. It could mean help them or kill them, Naruto stated, which caused everyone to now understand that Salazar might not have meant purebloods when he said teach only the worthy. It has been about a week since Salazar's chamber has been opened, and Hermione had an idea on how to get more information and told Neville and the Weasley twins about it, and all agreed not to tell Naruto about it, even got Daphne to help. It is the first Quidditch game of the school year, and right now Gryffindor is losing to Slytherin by 60 points, and Naruto is in the middle of the pitch looking for the snitch. And when Malfoy flew over and said, all right there, Scarhead, I'm fine, but you should talk about yourself like that, Malfoy, Naruto said just before he saw a bludger coming towards him, so he moved out the way but kept an eye on it. The captain/keeper flew over and said, you all right there, Naruto? The bludger turned around and headed towards Naruto, the keeper not seeing it coming, so Naruto activated the rooster and pushed the broom back, causing Wood to quickly grab it, so he didn't fall off by the sudden movement of his broom, and the ball narrowly missed the broom and Naruto dived down and the bludger followed. After spending about 5 minutes, Naruto manages to lose the ball without the use of a talisman. Malfoy flew by and said, are you training to do ballet, Potter? Naruto looks up to Malfoy and said, why do you want to know, Malfoy? Are you going to do it and feel threatened if I do? And before Malfoy could reply, Naruto saw the snitch fly right behind Malfoy, and Naruto ducked in time to dodge the Rouge Bludger that took off after Snitch, and when Malfoy realized what happened, he followed Naruto after about a half an hour of chasing the Snitch and dodging the Bludger, and a good laugh at Malfoy's expense and a broken arm. Naruto catches the Snitch, winning the match, and dodged the Bludger, but a quick spell from Hermine destroyed it, and Hermine run over to Naruto and said, "Are you okay, Naruto?" "Not really, that bloody Bludger broke my arm," Naruto replied, getting up. "Don't worry, my boy, I will fix that arm right away," the data professor said. "Well, too bad, I am going to the medical wing, so go away," Naruto said. Lockhart laughed a little and said, "Boy, you have no idea what you are saying," before rolling up Naruto's sleeve, pulling out his wand, then said, "Brachium emendo," then the arm flopped, then said when he realized what he had done, "Ah well, sometimes that does happen, but the main thing is you're not in any pain and the bones are not broken." "Broken? There aren't any bones left in his arm," Hagrid said. "I told you that I won't go to the medical wing cause I wanted to keep the bones on my arms, so you can now leave me alone, and the next time you do something like this I will kick your butt till you are black and blue," Naruto said, then gets up and heads to the medical wing. Later in the medical wing, the nurse came rushing in with a bottle with a skeleton on it, then said to Malfoy, "Stop making a fuss, Mr. Malfoy. You're fine, so you can go," then went through a group of Gryffindor students and said, "What was you thinking, Mr. Potter? You should have come straight to me. Broken bones I can heal in a heartbeat, but regrowing them, that's a bit more complex," while pours a glass on, gives it to him and said, "You are going to be in for a rough night as growing bones are painful." Naruto takes the glass while not like that the nurse went with that statement, said, "Let me set something straight, Mdim Pomfrey, I did want to come straight here and see you, but the Pampers Professor dumbass wanted the attention by saying I have no idea what I was say due to the pain, but I have had worse than broken bones, so don't came here and at me for not coming to you at the butt who doesn't have a medical licenses, and it can't be any worse than I've been though." Then drinks the potions, then cringes at the taste when everyone was gone, including the nurse who went to look for Minerva to speak to her about Naruto, and she asked Naruto's friends to keep him calm and relaxed, and Hermine said, "Why didn't you use the horse talisman, Naruto? Then you wouldn't be here." Daphne just entered the wing to see if Naruto was alright after the Bludger broke his arm when Hermine asked her question, and thought, "What is she talking about? I couldn't hime. A lot of people saw that Bludger hit my arm, and as you know I don't want too many people know of my abilities, and what they would know that I can heal any wound, then they might find out about the talismans, and if they find a way to remove them then there might be a war over them cause of some of the powers," Naruto explained. "But isn't that a bit dark, Naruto?" Fred asked. "Maybe, but don't forget I am a reincarnated ninja," Naruto replied. "He's got you there, my dear brother. After all, I might do the same," George said. "Naruto, what did you mean by what the regrow that you might have been in more pain?" Neville asked before Naruto could answer. Daphne made her presence known by asking, "What are you all talking about, and what is these talismans that you and Hermine talking about, and this reincarnation of a ninja?" "So, you heard that?" Naruto asked. "Yes, I did," Daphne said with a sigh. Naruto said, "Might as well tell you now. After all, I would have told you at some point though. This year the talismans that me and Haim was talking about are 12 octagon magical stones, and each one an image of the 12 Chinese zodiac, and each one has it power like the one Hermine said. ID can heal almost all abnormalities of the body and can also regrow limbs." Then went to explain the other 11 powers, was then said, "And as for the reincarnation bit, Kit, bring them in here and then I can show them a mild day of your past childhood then that can take Neville's question and Daphne's question." Kurama said, "That's a smart idea," Naruto replied, then said, "How about I show you what I meant by the reincarnation and the pain," then held his fist out and Hermine and Neville touched it and felt a familiar pull as their world goes black, trusting their friend's judgment. Tonks, Fred and George followed, and Daphne done it but is a bit hesitant, but a reassuring smile from Naruto convinced her to touch his fist. Naruto's mindscape when the group came to, they was in a cave, one that Hermine and Neville knew but didn't know where they was. Then Tonks asked, "Okay, does anyone know where we are?" As the last thing I remember was bumping fist with whiskers. Before Hermine or Neville could answer, a deep voice behind them spoke, "I can answer that for you, Nymphadora." "Don't call me," Tonks said, acting on impulse while turning around, but stopped when she saw 2 giant BLD red silted eyes looking at her and the group, who was scared, including Neville a little bit, but Hermine wasn't scared as she knew what it was. "Oh, and what would you do if I do call you Nymphadora?" "Nymphadora, after all you are but the size of an ant compared to me. And you can't do much damage either," Kurama said while taunting Tonks. Now Kurama, no need to scare them, came a female's voice from the shadows that three of them recognized, then said as she walked out into view, "Hello Hermine, Neville, and Tonks, it's nice to see you again, and it's a pleasure to finally meet you Fred, George and Daphne. Thought it has been quite some time I last saw you Daphne, after all you was a baby back then." "I'm not to be rude miss, but who are you?" George began to ask. "And how do you know who we are?" Fred finished asking. "I am Naruto's mother, Lily Evans Potter, wife to James Potter, and how I know who you are, even thought we just met, is because you are inside Naruto mind and what he sees and hears both me and Kurama experience," Lily replied, shocking. "And who is Kurama?" Daphne asked. "That would be me," came the voice that they heard when they arrived, and the group turned to see the biggest being that had ever saw the mighty 10-tailed fox. "Wait, before we do what we came here to do, mind if I ask you a question, Mrs. Potter?" Fred asked. "Sure, you or George can ask the question, even though I have a feeling what the question would be, and please call me Lily, after all you are friends with my son," Lily said. "How are you here? We was told you was dead," George asked. "That is because of Naruto. I am sure that some of you know what the unforgivable curses are," Lily said, which get a nod from everyone. "So you know who the killing cruise works," getting nods again. "Well, just before I was hit with the killing curse, Naruto used the sheep on me. I'm not to sound like an idiot, but which power is that again?" Fred asked. "That is the astral projection, in other words making the spirit leave the body. Now that is done, time for you to see one of Naruto mild beatings in his past life," Lily said as a door appeared in the side of the cave wall and the group went through it. "The memory is the battle at vote." After about 10 minutes the group came out all white as ghosts, and Tonks said, "And you called that a mild one? How is it that Naruto grow to be so kind like that, to keep a promise to someone that then gets betrayed?" "It is because the moment, even at a young age, if he fell into his darkness, he would be what those pathetic humans claimed him to be, thus giving them a reason to kill Naruto, Kami's chosen one, and the kid, if too pure, will forgive anyone and anything if he feels that it is not their fault. Hell, he even forgave me," Kurama said. "What exactly did Naruto forgave you?" Daphne asked with a sigh. Kurama began to tell Naruto's friends and mates what happened to get the treatment. "I am responsible that he grew up hated and mostly alone, cause on the day he was born his original mother Kushina Uzumaki, my previous host, went into labor, and her seal that kept me at bay was at its weakest, cause unlike with males host, the seals on the females will get weaker when they are pregnant and will gradually get weaker, and it is at its weakest when they go into labor, but unlike humans, we bijus, when there was more of my kind, would never leave a child without its mother, so we will willingly stay in the seal until the host it back up to 100%, and we will help the mother to pull though if it get complicated. But someone found out where Kushina was having Naruto, then while Minato, Naruto's father, took Naruto someplace safe, the man pulled me from Kushina, then cast a genjutsu on me, caused me to attack the village, and seeing no other choice, Minato decided to seal me onto Naruto, and in a last-ditch decision not to be sealed again while under the genjutsu, I went to kill Naruto, but both parents jumped in front of my claw to save Naruto. Kurama, what would happen if a biju left its host? Hermine asked. "They would die, with the exception of the Uzumaki clan. They are a nightmare to kill off, and watch out for their tempers," Kurama replied, then said, "Now I think it's time for you to go back to the real world." And they agreed, said their byes, then began to fade from Naruto's mindscape real world. When Naruto's friends woke up, he said, "So what did you learn?" "That the bone regrow will be the least painful things you have been though," Daphne replied. The group chatted for about an hour. When MDM Pomfrey returned, told them to go as Naruto would be in for a rough night and needs his rest. So they left and Naruto went to sleep. It is late at night when Naruto woke up with a start. Cause was because he heard something and not meaning to spoke what in Parseltonge. While looking around after a couple of minutes he decided to lay back down, but he felt something on the bed. When Naruto looked at what was on the bed, he saw the house elf known as Dabi, who said, "Hello?" "Hi Dabi," Naruto said. Naruto Potter should have listened to Dabi and not come to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Dabi said. Naruto Potter should have gone home, what he missed his train. "Somehow I am not surprised that you stopped me getting past the barrier," Naruto said. Dabi looked down ashamed for what he did and said, "Indeed, Naruto Potter must go home." Dabi thought that his bludger would enough to make Naruto Potter see that Hogwarts School is dangerous. With a sigh Naruto said, "Looked Dabi, I know you mean well, but as long as my friends are in danger, I will not just go home. It's just not who I am. One more thing Dabi, you are lucky that I have the power of the dog, which grants me immortality. Otherwise your bludger might have killed me if it hit my head, or knocked me of my broom if I was High enough. All of a sudden there was a noise from outside. Then Dobby said, "Listen, listen, terrible things are about to happen at Hogwarts School. Naruto Potter must not stay here now that history is about to repeat itself." This caught Naruto's attention. Then said, "Wait, history's repeating itself, so one of my hunches was right that the chamber was opened once before." Dobby grants, "I should not have said that." Then goes over to the bedside table, grabs the bottle of Skelegro, then hits himself with it after manages to get the bottle away from the house elf. Naruto grabs Dobby by his tunic and said, "When did Salazar's chamber last open? Also, is it an echo from the past or some other air?" Dobby cannot say. Sir Dobby wants Naruto Potter to be safe. Dobby said while patting Naruto's that was holding his tunic before snapping his fingers and disappearing. Before Naruto could ponder what Dobby told him, he noticed some shadows coming, so he quickly jumped in bed and covered his head. When he heard MDM Pomfrey, "Of my what on happened? We believe there was another attack," Dumbledore said. "We also believe he has been petrified." MDM Pomfrey, said Minerva, then saw the Muggle camera, then said, "Look at this, Albus, it a Muggle camera. Do you think he managed to get a picture of the attacker?" The headmaster wedged the camera out of the first-year Muggle-born, and when he opened the compartment for the film there was an explosion. Then the deputy said, "Oh my, what does this mean?" Albus, "Well, Minerva, what this means is the Chamber of Secrets truly is open," replied the headmaster. Then said, "Now let's get some sleep and we can talk what to do in the morning." Then all the professors left after waiting about 5 minutes, making sure none of the professors came back. Naruto got out of bed and went over to the new Gryffindor, then said as the horse appeared in his eyes, "I hope this works." Then he placed his good hand on the lad's shoulder, but nothing happened. Then he said, "So if the horse doesn't work, then that means it isn't detecting any abnormalities." Then several shadows moved behind him and the ninja cons came out the shadows, and Naruto said, "Find me the entrance to Salazar's chamber." And with a slight nod the ninja cons went back into the shadows, and the shadows went into the hallway. Then Naruto went back to his bed, then went to sleep. The next day when Naruto woke up, his bones had grown back. Then Pomfrey checked, then discharged him, then went to the Great Hall to join his friends. Then they went on with their day. At the end of the day, Professor McGonagall called Naruto to her office once. Naruto said, "Hey Bachan, what can I do for you?" "Hey Naruto, are you aware about the attack last night?" Minerva asked her grandson. "Yes, I am aware. I was awake when you brought the first year into the infirmary, and then once you all left, I went to see if the talisman would work, but unfortunately it didn't. The talisman is powerful, but if it doesn't sense anything then it won't work," Naruto said. "What do you mean, Naruto?" Minerva asked. "What I mean is that to the horse there is nothing wrong with him, so that means he has no abnormalities, so it can't fix him," Naruto replied. "I think I get it," Minerva said before continuing, "As this whatever this is, it hasn't used any sort of toxin or injury, so the horse talisman can't do anything." "Hi," Naruto said, "what about making a clone and using the sheep talisman and let the boy possess it?" Minerva asked. Naruto sighed and said, "As much as I would do that, I can't for two reasons. One is he wouldn't be able to access his magic and people might make fun of him because he can't use magic, and two, while he is occupying said clone, his spirit might copy the chakra coils, then he might be able to produce chakra, and that might be bad for two reasons. One is unlikely but still a possibility he might use it for bad stuff, and two is the coils might be too large for his own chakra, and that can be fatal as it takes time to increase, and he might not have that sort of time." After a couple of minutes of thinking, Minerva said, "As much as I don't like having one of my cubs in the infirmary, I understand your reasons, Naruto, so what are you doing?" "I have a few ninja cons looking for Salazar's chamber, then talk to the beast," Naruto said, then was dismissed. It's been a week since the Quidditch that landed Naruto in the infirmary, and over that week he noticed that most of his friends have been acting strange but didn't mind. He had also learned that Tonks was in Metamorph Magi and started to know how to use the ability. And Professor McGonagall is arranging a marital suit for Naruto and his fiancées and should have it ready during Christmas holiday, and right now, he is in a classroom with a dueling stand-in, and the dada walks up to onto the stage and said, "Can everyone see me? Can you hear me?" Naruto, who is standing next to Hermine, said, "Unfortunately I can." Professor Lockhart then said, "In light of recent events, Professor Dumbledore had granted me permission to start this dueling club to better prepare you for what you might encounter in the future, like I have on numerous time, which I won't bore you with, but you can read about it in my books." Then take his expensive-looking robe off and throws it to a group of girls, then said, "Now Professor Snape has agreed to be my assistant." And as the potion teacher was walking toward the dada, teacher Lockhart said, Now your potion professor has sportingly agreed to show how you youngsters how to duel, but never fear, you will still have your potions. Professor, once we're done, Naruto leans over to Neville and said, that's not what I would say it the other way round. Getting Neville to laugh. After both professors done what they needed to do, they got into position. Then Lockhart started to count, 1, 2, 3. Before Lockhart knew what was happening, Professor Snape said, Expelliarmus, sending the Dada professor flying. As the students was laughing, Naruto said, now that was worth coming here. Before laughing, Hermione looks concerned. About the professor said, shut up Naruto, then looked down the arena and said, do you think is okay? Don't know and don't care, Naruto said, then went on to say, he properly didn't know how to stop any attack, but when he gets up, he will act like he knew what Snape was going to do, then say he could have stopped it, though I am surprised that he know how to hold a wand. Then the Dada professor got up, he did what Naruto said, then Snape said, Professor, wouldn't it be proficient to let the students have a go and how to block not so friendly spells? Lockhart looked at Snape with a blank look, then said, that is a wonderful idea, Professor Snape, so what do you say, a student each? And before Snape could do or say anything, Lockhart walked up and said, Potter, you can go first. Before Naruto moved, he said, now why doesn't that surprise me, the dumbass pick me first. Then he heads to the end of the stadium. Snape said, okay, then I will pick one from my house, say Malfoy, then turns and walks away. As Malfoy gets on the stage, Lockhart turns away with a worried look, then heads to the other end of the stage, and as he passes Naruto he said, good luck out there, Potter. Thank you, Baka. Naruto said, then thought, dumbass, this type of thing is skill base and I have that in bundles. Got that right, Kit, now show everyone here some of those skills. Came the voice of the 10-tailed fox as both Naruto and Malfoy stood in the middle. Then Lockhart said, okay, let's begin, wands at the ready, and a few seconds later both duelists had their wands at the ready while waiting for the Dada professor to instruct. Then Malfoy said, scared, Potter? Naruto looks at Malfoy all confused and asked, what there to be scared of? All I see in front of me is wannabe wizard who can't hold his wand right. Then the professor said, okay, now I want you two to bow at each other, then turn around and take 10 steps, then get into position. Then the two duelists did as instructed. Then the famous professor said, now then I'm going to count to 3, then you two will cast your charms to disarm your opponent, only to disarm. After all, the last thing we want is for there to be any accidents here. And yet you're here teaching, that's a big one just waiting to happen. Naruto thought, 1, 2, the professor said before Malfoy cut him off. Malfoy cut the professor off by casting Everoot Statum. Then smirked. Naruto, who saw it coming, used his shinobi reflexes to dodge the spell, which caused the smirk on Malfoy drop. Then Naruto cast Rictusempra, and Malfoy, who seemed shocked, got hit and sent flying, and when he hit the stage, he almost the splits. Then Naruto said, you know, Malfoy, you are always talking how noble the Malfoy house is, but I don't see it. Snape, not liking how one of his top student was getting his but handing to his, roughly pulled Malfoy up and said in his normal tone, get up and show him how great the Slytherin house is. Malfoy looks at the potions professor and said, right, then cast Serpensortia, then out from his wand a king cobra. Snape begins to walk over and says, no need to panic, Potter, I will get rid of it. Professor Lockhart stepped forward and said, allow me, Professor Snape. Naruto looks at the professors and said, now need Professor Snape, I can handle this without any help from you, and you Professor Useless, don't you do a thing, cause things always seems to go from bad to worse when you get involved. Now, Mr. Potter. There is now need for that sort of language even though you are scared, Lockhart said. Naruto gains a tick on his head, then looks towards the Dada professor, and as he does the pig talisman shows up in his eyes for a split second before then begin to glow a golden, almost scaring the CRP out of Lockhart. Then said, the last time you said something like that I ended up in the hospital wing too. Unless you want to truly see what I am capable of doing, I suggest you never undermine me again. One more thing, how can I be afraid of something this small when I have faced and battled something that is as big as the outside structure of the school? And the glow fades. Then he turns his attention to the king cobra, who seemed like it was about to attack a Slytherin student, and said, I wouldn't do that if I was you. Upon hearing Naruto, the snake turns to Naruto and said in a feminine tone, well, now isn't this a surprise to speaker? Can I ask a question? Naruto sits down and said, well, you just did, but sure, ask away. Where am I? The snake asked. You are in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in Scotland. Now I know you must be pissed about being summoned, so if you want to return home, come here, Naruto said and stuck a hand out. And should I refuse? And Snake asked, Well, one of two things will happen if not both then. First one is the dumbass behind me who doesn't know a thing will most likely cast a spell that will wind you up even further, and the other thing is the butt at the other end will kill you. Naruto replied. The snake seemed to be thinking, then asked, so let me get this straight, if I come with you, I will live, if not I will get agitated and or die. Naruto nodded. Then the snake said, how do I know that you will send me home? Naruto gave the snake his famous fox smile and said, I promise I will send you home, and I Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Potter always keeps his promises, for that is my ninja way. After thinking it though, the snake slivers over to Naruto and goes up his arm and rests on his shoulders. Then Naruto gets up, then walks out while hissing to the cobra. Then Neville, Hermione, and Daphne all rushing after him, and what nobody knew was that Ron was sneaking away while mumbling, you are going to get it now, Potter, and you are going to be expelled once I find out that you are the heir of Slytherin. In the hallway, the Hermione, Daphne, and Neville caught up to Naruto, and Neville asked, hey Naruto, why didn't you yell us that you're a parcelmouth? Naruto shrugged his shoulders and said, you didn't ask. Daphne looks at Naruto and said, look Naruto, we know that you are the heir of Slytherin, just not the one that attacking people. Now that everyone knows that you're a parcelmouth, they will begin to think that you are the heir of Slytherin that attacking Muggleborns. Naruto just sighed knowing what's to come, then said, wouldn't be the first time something like that has happened. Hopefully it wouldn't be as bad. One more thing, if that does happen then you lot should stay clear of me. Then the rabbit symbol appears in eyes, then he rushes off to the Olori, leaving the trio confused by that statement. Neville looks at Naruto's girlfriends and asked, wonder what that was about. Properly something that happened in his past life. After all we know, Naruto was beaten as a child, but we don't know to what extreme. Hermione said. Then they went on with their day. Meanwhile with Naruto, he was getting this set up to get Zazu to take the king. Cobra asked, hey speaker. Naruto looks over to where he placed the snake. Then the snake said, what did you mean by what you said to the others when you said wouldn't be the first time? Naruto sighs, goes over to where the entrance and sits down on the top step and looks at the landscape, and the snake slithers over. The Naruto says, well, you see, this isn't my first life, it's my second one, and in my past life we have something similar to magic called chakra, which I still have, and with it we can do things that is just as amazing. But that's not the point, cause in my original would we had 9 being called bijou, and they was nature chakra given form, and on the day of my Biardich, my mother, the previous Jinchuriki of a 9-tailed fox called Kurama, had the fox taken out by someone. Then he had Kurama attack the village called Konoha, and because Kurama was powerful, the Hokage at the time called Minato, who is my father, knew he couldn't seal him in an inanimate object, nor in someone that was older than a few days, as their chakra coils was set, and I was the only one that met the criteria, and so with a heavy heart he sealed Kurama into me, and somehow my status as a Jinchuriki became public knowledge, and until the night I became a shinobi I never knew why I was getting harsh whispers, having assassination attempts, receiving regular beatings, getting charged more for moldy food than normal, harsh glares, being talked about behind my back, and no friends, and if I did make one the friendship never last. Then he looks at the snake before continuing, at least this time I will know why, and I can try and protect the ones I care about. The snake looks at the Naruto and sees the looks of determination, then said, speaker, I have changed my mind. I don't want to go back home, considering I never really had one to begin with, and it might be nice to have one. Then gaining a tone that Naruto knew all too well, as he had used this tone when he asked his Gigi about his parents, and that was hope. So mind if I stay with you? Naruto looks at the snake shocked that it just said that, then said, I don't mind. Gaining another familiar, then picks the snake up and places it on his shoulders. Then he gets up, then heads to the Gryffindor Tower to try and find an owl order magazine and see if they have any containers that's for snakes. Then while he was walking he says to himself, oh yeah, you're going to need a name. Then in the tongue of snakes he asked, say, are you male or female? The snake lifts up its head and asked, what does it matter? Well, if you're going to be one of my familiars then you are going to need a name, and how can I give you a name if I don't know your gender? Naruto replied. The snake somehow gains a bashful look for forgetting about that, then said, I see your point, and I am female. Well, in that case I have the perfect name for you, and that it Anko. Naruto said, not that I am complaining, it's a fine name, but how is it the perfect name for me? The snake asked. Well, in my original world we can do something allows us to summon animals like toads, slugs, and snake, and there is a girl whose name is Anko who has a summoning contract with the Snake Clan thanks to her treacherous teacher called Orochimaru, and she was one of my first friends. Naruto said as a tear came from his eyes as he remembered the loves he had in his past life. So let me get this straight, you are naming me after someone special from your past life? The snake asked. Yep. Was all Naruto said, shocked by what the boy was doing by naming her after a friend that was special to him. Then said, I would be honored to have such a name. As the weeks passed, there had been a couple new petrified students, and rumors spread that Naruto was the one that was the heir of Slytherin and attacking the Muggle-born students, not knowing that they was half right, and all the while being on the receiving end of all the glares and whispers that Naruto knew all too well. As Christmas was fast approaching, Naruto noticed a couple of things. The first was Hermine and Neville acting strange and surprisingly Daphne but not sure what, and the other was the mail that Tonks was receiving from Amelia. Seems like Tonks was saying that nothing was happening. So when the student head home for Christmas, so did the Or, to see if someone was really intercepting the reports. It is the night of Christmas Day, and Naruto couldn't find Hermine, Neville, or Daphne. While in the so, he decided to sit in the Gryffindor common room and read up on some chi spells, and while trying to find a location spell to find his mother's body, when a con turned up and the Oni Lord asked, found Salazar's Chamber of Secrets. Getting a nod from the con, then asked, including the entrance that's in the castle. Again getting a nod, then the con hands him a note which he reads. Then he quickly writes a note, then hands it to the red-eyed ninja and said, give this to Bachan. With a nod, the shadow ninja takes the note, then fades into the floor. Then noticed that Ron was spying on him from stairs, then went up, not knowing what he has planned. After about 5 minutes, Professor McGonagall came rushing in and said, have you truly found Salazar's chamber? Naruto nods and said, well, technically Bachan the ninja Shadowcon did. Then hand her the note the Shadowcon gave him. Well then, shall we go? I am kind of curious. Oh, what kind of creature Salazar has, said the head of Gryffindor. Then they both head to the location, which happened to be the girls' bathroom on the second floor. When the grandmother and grandson got to the bathroom, the first thing they noticed was broken glass on the floor, and Naruto started to look for any clues that might lead them to the chamber. While Minerva saw steam coming from one of the sinks, goes over to examine it. Then she turns to Naruto and said, do you know why there is polyjuice potion in this sink? Naruto looks at his grandmother and said, sorry Bachan, but I have no clue who would make that potion. Then walked over to the sinks to examine them. Then on one of the taps felt something on it, then traced it, then said, well Bachan, looks like this is the entrance to Salazar's chamber. Minerva momentarily looked shocked. Then said, are you sure? When Naruto nodded, she said, now then how do we open it? After thinking for a few minutes, then said, hey Bachan, what do you know more legends about Salazar, cause that might be key? No, I don't, sorry Naruto, except that he had an unusual power, replied Minerva after thinking of other legends about the founders. It's okay, I will just ask Silvally what she knows about Salazar. After all, she was Godric's familiar. Naruto said. Minerva thought it over, then said, that sounds reasonable, but be quick. After all, we don't know who the faux heir is, and the last thing we need is that person coming here while you are getting what we need to know about Salazar. Okay Bachan, and I can do quick, Naruto said as the rabbit symbol appeared in his eyes. Then he was gone out the door that seemed to have not moved. When Naruto got to the paddock that housed Brightstar and Silvally, both seemed to be having their dinner. Then he said, hey Silvally, I am sorry for disturbing you while you're having dinner, but can I ask you a question about one of the founders? Silvally looks up from her dinner and said, sure you can, and not worry about it, and I can hazard a guess on what and whom the question is about, as you have told me before, but didn't want to have the answer handed to you, but will come to me for answers about something. Demon, right? After all, how can I get somewhere if it's not on my own prowess? Naruto said with pride in his voice, then went to ask his question. So question is, what unique ability did Salazar have that the other three didn't have? Silvally just said, the ability that Salazar Slytherin had was the ability to speak to snakes. So, he was a Parselmouth? Naruto asked. If that's what you call the ability to speak to snakes, then yes, he was, Silvally said. Thank you Silvally, you can go back to your dinner, Naruto said as then he run back the entrance to Salazar's chamber. Naruto stopped outside the girls' bathroom, then went in, and when he saw Minerva, he said as he walks up to the sink, well Bachan, looks like good old Salazar was a Parselmouth. When he got to the sink, he said, open up, then it opened. He noticed it was pipe, then said, stairs, then the pipe transformed into stairs just before he went down. Grandmother and said, I think I should be first Naruto. Naruto looks at his grandmother and said, normally I wouldn't argue, but I have to disagree on this, I need to be first. And why at that? Naruto, Minerva asked. Simple, we have no idea on what creature is down there. I need to go down as I can recover from any and all injury, and it is practically impossible to kill me thanks to the horse and dog talismans, plus I can notice things better thanks to be past life. Naruto said, seeing that is an excellent argument. The professor said, I see you're right, but please be careful. Then with their wands up with the light charm they headed down to find the creature of Salazar. Once the duo was deep enough the chamber closed, then a split second later Neville and Daphne came in and Neville said, "Hermine, do we have a fair bit to tell you?" "Go away," Hermione said. Then a ghost everyone had dubbed Moaning Myrtle came through the door and said, "You two are going to love this," then laughed wondering what the ghost meant. Daphne opened the door and saw Hermione was a cat. Then Hermione said, "You two know that the polyjuice potion is strictly for humans transformation. It wasn't human hair that got but cat." Then was close to tears seeing Hermione close to crying. Daphne went up to Hermione and hugged her then said, "Don't worry Hermione, we will be here for you. It's not you two I'm worried about," Hermione said. Daphne and Neville looks at each other before Neville started to laugh then said, "I know you're smart Hermione, but that would have to be the dumbest thing I have heard from you. Do you really think that Naruto is that shallow that he will break up with you just because you might have turned yourself into a Nikoma? Even if he does, which I doubt it, then he would have to deal with not only his mother but Kurama. After all, he did explain once that there was 8 other-tailed beasts before Kami made Kurama into the 10-tailed fox, and one of them was a Nico, and some traits will bleed in the Jinchuriki, so if the 2-tailed cat was sealed in someone, wouldn't they become something similar to a Nikomata?" When realizing what Neville was saying, Hermione said, "You're right Neville, I should be ashamed of myself for thinking that." Now that Hermione seemed to be her normal selfish, Daphne said, "Good, now let's get you to the hospital wing." Then the 3 friends headed to see Mdim Pomfrey as Naruto and Minerva was heading in Salazar's chamber, unaware of what just transpired. When they got to the bottom, what they stepped on skeletons of small animals, and Minerva said, "Well, I don't know about you Naruto, but this isn't what I expected, so when I go back up to the school I'm going to send some house elves to clean these pipes." Naruto looks at his grandmother and said, "You do that Bachan, so which way do we go from here?" Minerva looks at her grandson and Naruto said, "What did you expect? I am only going first because of my horse and dog powers. After all, I don't want my current living family member getting hurt or worse well until Kachan is revived." Seeing where Naruto was coming from, Minerva looks around and said, "Okay Naruto, how about we take the one that behind you and we will stick to that one while looking in the side pipes until we find something? Sound like a plan to me?" Naruto said with a nod, then headed the way with his grandmother behind him. When the duo passed a random pipe, the elderly professor looks in one and saw something, then said, "Naruto, I see something," then steps aside to let Naruto in to see what it was. After 5 minutes, Naruto said, "This must be the pipe we need to continue our search Bachan, and it's safe." As Minerva enters the pipe, she asks, "What makes you so sure Naruto?" "Because what you saw was a shed snake skin and it's about 60 feet long," Naruto replied. As Minerva gets closer, she sees that it really is a snake skin and said, "Goodness heavens, you're right about the length Naruto, we must be getting close." Then Minerva picks a direction and they headed out. It wasn't long before the duo got to a round door that had 7 snakes that seemed to be like locks. Then Naruto said, "You ready Bachan to be the first professor to step inside the chamber of Salazar Slytherin?" Mixed feeling on one. As the deputy head, I am excited, but as a Gryffindor I feel I am intruding as this has nothing to do with my house. Minerva said, "Understandable, so when I open the door I will ask if you want to join me, but I will not force you to as this is something I must do." Naruto said, "I understand Naruto, so open it when you're ready." Minerva said, "Okay." Naruto said as he stood in front of the door, took a deep breath, then said, "Open up." Then a metal snake came out of the hinge and went round the frame and unlocked the other 7. Then once the snake was back in the hinge, the door opened. Then Naruto turned to his grandmother and said, "So have you made your decision?" Minerva looks at her grandson with a sad look and said, "I have, and as much I don't want to do this, I feel you must go in there on your own, mostly because we have no idea what creature is in there, and if you have to fight it then I will only be a distraction. Even though I know you won't die, but I can. I understand Bachan, and I will try and be careful in there." Naruto said, then heads inside the chamber. When Naruto got to the main chamber, he saw a pillar in the shape of a head, then said, "That must be Salazar." Then looks around and said, "So where is the beast?" Naruto, "I think the beast is inside the head pillar." Kurama said, "Okay, that's where I will start looking." Naruto said as he headed to the pillar. Once he was in front of the statue, he said, "Now let's open this thing up," and then in Parseltonge, "Open up." Then the mouth opened. Once the mouth fully opens, a feminine voice that came from the mouth, "Who dares enter the chamber of Salazar Slytherin? I am Nerdo Potter, heir to all our founder by Beard Gryffindor, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff and Slytherin via conquest on October 31st, 2000. Naruto said, is that so? Can you prove it? Came the voice. Then Naruto saw something move inside the mouth, then out came the biggest snake he had seen in this world, but not the biggest he had seen then. When the snake looked at Naruto, it was shocked when the boy didn't die, as she looked the boy dead in the eyes, then asked with a surprised tone, how are you not dead? And so calm at seeing me. Naruto looks at the snake confused and said, should I be? Of course you should be terrified, because my eyes can kill all those who meets my eye, and look at my sizes. The snake said, well, about me remaining calm about seeing you, believe me when I say you are not the biggest snake I've seen, and as for me not dying, well, I have 12 power artifacts and one of them is immortality, and as for me proving that I am who I say I am, well, at the moment I can't, but give me the day after tomorrow and I will take you to Gringotts to verify I am who I claim to be. Naruto said, and how do you plan to do that? The snake asked. Like this? Naruto said as the monkey appeared in his eyes, then shot a beam of light towards the snake. Then the snake was covered in the same kind of light, and when it died there stood a Japanese girl about 19 or 20 years of age. Then she examined herself. He has fair skin and dark hair that is tied into 3 buns, with one on the front of her head and 2 on the back. She wears a long, loose-fitting white robe that has green trimmings around the sleeves and neck area. When she finished, turned to Naruto and asked, what did you do to me? Simple, I turned you human so you can go where you want without worry about killing anyone, but don't worry, but I can turn you back to your original form at any time, Naruto said. And I take it this power is also from your 12 artifacts? Asked the snake in human form. Yes, it is so. What's your name anyway? Naruto said. Oh, my name is Tagarahime, said the now identified Tagarahime, shocking Naruto. When the shock passed, Naruto said, well, aren't you full of surprises, having a first appear to be Japanese, and you have a Japanese name also? Before you tell me about that, can we leave, as my grandmother is waiting outside the chamber and I am sure she would like to know that as well? Sure, Tagarahime said. Then the Naruto and the snake headed to the entrance to meet with Minerva, who was waiting. When the duo got to the entrance and saw Minerva sitting on a comfy chair while reading a book, and Naruto said, hey Bachan. Then they stared to head out. Minerva looks up and saw her grandson and Tagarahime. She said, thank Merlin, you're all right, Naruto. And did you find Salazar's beast? Naruto nodded and said, sure did, and here she is. Then points to Tagarahime. But how can she? Minerva started to say before realizing something. You used the monkey, didn't you? Naruto once again nodded and said, sure did. And she was a really big snake, but seen bigger. I see, Minerva said with an unsure tone, then turned to Tagarahime and said, so who are and what are you? I was the familiar to Salazar Slytherin and one of the 4 protectors of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and Tagarahime is my name, and as for what I am a basilisk. The deputy stopped dead in her tracks and said, did you just say a basilisk? Tagarahime said, I did, though soon I will be an elemental basilisk. What's that? Tagarahime, also why do you have Japanese origins? Naruto asked. Well, when a basilisk lives for 1,000 years they gain an element, one of the 10 basic one, which it earth, wind, fire, water, light, dark, metal, thunder, wood and ice, and the reason why I'm Japanese is because it was a Japanese egg I hatched from and the toad that helped and ate, and my name is from Salazar's mate who was a first-gen witch. Tagarahime said, shocking the Transfiguration's professor even further. Well, didn't see that one coming. Salazar Slytherin fell in love with a Muggleborn. Oh, the irony, Naruto said, trying not to laugh. Tagarahime heard what Naruto said, turned to the professor and asked, what did Naruto meant by that? And with that Minerva told the basilisk all the legends about Salazar that said that he was a pure-blooded but who didn't like Muggleborns. When Minerva finished, the basilisk was pieces and shouted, what, they are all lies, while it was true that Salazar did say that too. Let in nobles, but it wasn't because they was pure-bloods, it was because common folk kids didn't know how to read and write, and it was him that though of letting the common folk in at 11 to learn to read and write, then the rest at 13, and as for the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin was because both Godric and Salazar was twin half-brothers. Shocking the professor once more. Once the shock was gone, Minerva said, but how can Godric and Salazar be half-twins? Before Tagarahime could answer, Naruto said, I can answer that, Bachan. It's rare, but it can happen when the mother has AC with 2 or more men around the same time as her egg is released. The while the guy's son is fighting, the egg might split in 2, then well, you know the rest. Minerva become a little down and mumbles, I should have known that. Naruto pat his grandmother on the back and said, it's okay, Bachan, you probably did but forgot about it. Minerva looks at Naruto and said, you're probably right, Naruto, now let's get out of here. and after 5 minutes the trio got out thanks to Tagereheim, then headed to the professor's office. They were about halfway to her office when Daphne spotted them, then said, "Neville over here." Then she came over with Neville not far behind. Then she said, "Professor, you need to go to the hospital wing now." "What's wrong?" asked the professor. "It's Hermine, she did something to a potion that she wasn't supposed to." Neville said. Minerva gave the two students a stern look before saying, "Well, get a move on, and on the way, you can tell me if this has anything to do with the polyjuice potion that is in the girls' bathroom that is on the second floor." "Yes, it does, Professor." When the attack on Mrs. Norris and Naruto not really having an alibi, some of the students believed that it was him, and so Hermine and Neville wanted to prove to people that it wasn't him, and so Hermine thought of a way to get into the Slytherin house without being noticed, but it required the polyjuice potion. But unfortunately her hair wasn't human, it was a cat. Daphne explained on the way to the hospital wing. "I see, even it was for a noble cause. You three are still in serious trouble, which I will decide tomorrow," Minerva said. "We understand, Professor," Neville said. When the group got to the hospital wing, Professor McGonagall said, "Hello, Poppy, what can you tell me about Miss Granger?" "Well, apart from the botched polyjuice potion which turned her into a Nico, and I am sure want intentional, isn't that right, Miss Granger?" said the Medowitch. "Of course this was unintentional. What will Naruto and my parents think?" Hermine said to the Medowitch before turning to the head of her house and says, "So, Professor, how was your trip to Salazar's chamber? Find anything useful?" Shocking the three other people in the room. "Well, I can't say anything for your parents, but I think they are you, and now you might be able to understand Crookshanks and other cats like me being a parcel mouth," Naruto said, making his presence known to his girlfriend. "Yes, it was enlightening to say the least." "And how do you know we found the chamber?" Minerva asked. "I was in the bathroom when you two came in and opened the chamber, and it closed just before Daphne and Neville came in." Before Naruto or Minerva could say anything, Daphne said with a whiny tone, "What you mean to me, both me and Neville was just mere seconds away from seeing the Chamber of Secrets." "It appears so," Naruto said. "So, did you find the beast?" Poppy asked. "We did, and I am still shocked with what she is," Minerva said. "And what at the beast?" Neville asked. By this point Tagereheim was getting annoyed, then said, "Hey, can you please talk like I'm not here?" Everyone except Naruto and Minerva gave the late teen-looking girl, and Pomfrey said, "And why would we be talking about you, my dear?" "Because I am the beast of Salazar Slytherin," Tagereheim said, shocking the Daphne and the Medowitch. "But how can that be? You're human, or appear to be," Poppy asked. Naruto puts his hand up and said, "That would be my fault, Pomfrey. You see, I have 12 magical artifacts embedded in my body, and one of them is shape-shifting." Then to demonstrate, the monkey appeared in his eye, then he changed into a panther, then into a velociraptor, then changed back, then said, "As far as I can tell, and thanks to the goblins at Gringotts, I can turn into any animal that is magical, muggle, or extinct. You will be telling me about these artifacts and what they can do later." Mr. Potter understood, Poppy said, and when she saw Naruto nod, she turned to Tagereheim and said, "So what creature are you?" "I am a basilisk, soon to be an elemental basilisk, and my name is Tagereheim." Tagereheim replied, shocking everyone. "That is not a McGonagall." While everyone is in their state of shock, Naruto was chatting with Kurama. "Hey Kurama, do you think you can help Hermine about with being a Nico?" "What are you getting at, Kit?" Kurama asked. "I think I might know, as you were once a Ninetales," Lily said. "Yes, we both know that," Kurama said. "So, wouldn't he have the some characteristics as a kitsune?" Lily asked. This got Kurama thinking it was true that when a tailed beast sealed the Jinchuriki does become something similar to mythical creature, then said, "Now I see where you're coming from, Kit, but to tell you the truth, I don't know if I have anything about Matatabi, the two-tailed cat's Jinchuriki. You might after all have. You when you became the 10-tailed you gained their powers, so you might have gained their memories," Naruto explained. "You're probably right, Kit, I just never thought about it. Never need to look, so I will head into the mind of your mate, then tell her that I might be able to help her gain control, but not to get her hopes too high," replied the 10-tailed fox. "You do that, Kurama," Naruto said. Kurama was about to touch the sheep talisman that was in the dragon statue when he stopped and said, "Oh Kit, one more thing, Kit, while I am gone you need to keep your temper under control." "Why is that?" Naruto asked. "Because my chakra or magic can be brought out forcibly when you are angry, but I can stop that flow to some extent as the chakra is mine, so as I'm not going to be here, I can't stop the flow," Kurama said. "So, until you get back, I need to avoid the pure-blooded assholes that thinks that they're better than everyone." Naruto said unknowingly out loud, gaining a confused look from everyone as they wonder what he was talking about. Current kid, also you're aware you just spoke your last sentence out loud. Kurama said, well, I do now. Naruto said, well then so long Naruto. Kurama said then touched the sheep talisman, then his spirit left his and Naruto's body. Upon exiting Naruto's body, his astro body was orange and was about 10 centimeters tall and had 10 tails, and everyone but Mdim Pomfrey whom said, what is that? Look up tricks from Miraculous Ladybug but with C though orange body like when Naruto uses Kurama's chakra. Kurama floated over to the Metawitch and said, I am the 10-tailed fox being made from chakra and has been sealed in Naruto for 27 years and Kurama is my name. Nice to meet you Mdim Pomfrey. Then flew into Hermine. Poppy then said, alright Mr. Potter, what's going on, and you better tell me everything. And while you're at it you can tell us what you meant by what you said. Minerva said then Naruto Poppy, he was reincarnated ninja that held a power similar to magic which was called chakra, and about the 12 talismans and what they was capable of and the muggle magic, and explained why he wants to keep it a secret. Then turned to his grandmother and said, and Bachan, what I meant by what I said is that as Kurama has all the tailed beasts including a two-tailed cat, and it is a known fact that when a tailed beast the Jinchuriki gain traits similar to that beast, like I have traits like a kitsune because I am Jinchuriki to a fox. So if someone has the two-tailed cat sealed in them, then what do they become? They become something like a Nico, Minerva said. But how can that be tied to what you said? That's where it gets complicated and dangerous. As Kurama gain all the other tailed beast, he might have their memories, so if he does have them then he might help him over there, Naruto said. Well, that's sweet of you Naruto, but get to the point, Daphne said. You remember at the start of the year that Malfoy gained that scar? Well, I did that as he called him that nasty word that the pure-blooded douchebags use for muggle-borns. Naruto said, thinking back. She said, I might not have seen it, but I heard a stupid rumor that you had an orange cloak that came out of your body like bubbles and all you did was touch him and it burned him. Well, that rumor is right. That cloak is something that all Jinchuriki has, and it's called the tailed beast cloak. It's something that is we can call forth when we have the Biju's chakra at our command. Or we call it forth though anger, but that the problem as we become a beast driven by anger. Naruto said, I see, but how does that become dangerous? Neville said, well, the Biju can stop the flow to an extent and can lessen the effect. Naruto said, wait, so that's why you said as the beast spirit isn't there, he can't stop its magic when you get mad and can't lessen the effects it has, Mdm Pomfrey said. Current, that is why until Kurama get back I need to pay close attention to my anger and avoid pompous assholes. Naruto said, language Naruto. Minerva said, English Bachan. Naruto said, getting a laugh from the student and a little chuckle from the staff. Minerva then said, alright you three, off to bed. Night, Professor. Came the 3 students, then the 3 left. Once the students left, Minerva to the basilisk turned human and said, Tagerheim, you can sleep in here as long as Mdim Pomfrey doesn't mind, that is, otherwise Naruto will turn you back and you can go to Salazar's chamber until Naruto proves he claims to be, then it's back to the chamber. I understand Minerva, Tagerheim said. I don't mind Minerva, but you have to tell me what you mean by when you said when Naruto proves what he claims. Poppy said she assigned Tagerheim a bed for 2 nights. Sounds fair. Minerva said, then told Poppy that Naruto is the heir to all 4 houses. 3 of them is by Birch and Slytherin by conquest. It is the day after Naruto and Minerva went down into the chamber of Salazar Slytherin to find the creature that lived there, and right now Naruto and Daphne is in the hospital wing making sure that Hermine is okay and talking to Tagerheim about the founders. Poppy came over and said, alright, you 2 of you go to breakfast, I need to check Miss Granger over. Okay, Naruto said before turning to Hermine, gave her an embrace on her forehead and said, see to you later. Then left. Daphne gave Hermine a hug and said what he said, then jogged up to her betrothed. While walking to the great hall, the duo ran into Naruto's grandmother and Naruto said, hey Bachan, how are doing today? Minerva turned to face her grandson and said, good morning to you, to Naruto, and to you too Miss Greengrass, and I am doing good, coming from the hospital wing I see. Good morning, Professor McGonagall, and you are right, we are, Daphne said. So how are things going with the twins? Naruto said, as Minerva have told him on multiple time that was trying to get the Weasley twins to cool it with their pranking and study more. Not so well, no matter what I do I don't think it enough, Minerva replied. Want me to have a chat with them, you know, prankster to prankster? Naruto asked. I might live to regret it, but would you mind, Naruto? Minerva asked. Not at all, I'll speak to them when I next see them. Naruto said as he saw the familiar hair color that the Weasleys are known for, then said, well, speaking of which, there they are. Then he walks over to them, then said, hello ladies, mind if we have a chat? Fred said, sure we can, Narikins. So, what can we do for you? George asked. A little kitty has told me that Bachan is trying to get you to study. Naruto said, yeah, it's true, but we have our own goal, Fred said. And what is that, if I don't mind asking? Naruto said, it's to open a shop in Diagon Alley, George replied. So that's why you trying to save all you can? But you are aware that it might not be enough, Naruto said. Yeah. But we have to try, right? Fred said. Yeah, it's always good to try and work for your dreams, and if you can't reach it, then you can't say you didn't try, right? Naruto said with the twins nodding. Then he had an idea, then said, hey, how about this, you watch Muggle movies, right? Yeah, even though it pisses Mum off, which we don't understand, they do great things, and some of the thing we have are Muggle-based, George said. Yeah, don't tell her I said this, but I think most pure blood simply don't want to believe that the Muggle side, as they become more dangerous, sign the Second World War. Anyway, you knew that some shops holds a secret purpose for government, right? Naruto said. Yeah, what about it? Fred asked. Naruto just smirked and said, well, I thought that I would like to own shop like that, and thanks to you too, you have given me a great cover. Then twins looked at each other, then looked at Naruto, and George said, you mean you will buy a building in Diagon Alley and let us run the front of the business of the shop while you run the Secret Service side? Yes, and thanks to some stone and seals from my past life, I have some ideas I can work on, Naruto said before saying, but I will do this if you listen to Bachan and curb the pranking. I am not saying stopping it, prank the ones that deserve it, and you must get an A minimum on all your tests. After all, your marks will affect me as a businessman, so do we have a deal? Then he puts out a hand to shake. The twins looked at each other, then Fred said to Naruto, how do we know this isn't a trick to get us to do better? Like I said to you before, I am a ninja of my word, and I never go back on my word, for that is my ninja way. Naruto said. The twin remembered that was a ninja of his word, and if he break it, then he has failed on his own beliefs. And George said, you're right, you always say that and have yet to break a promise to anyone, so yeah, you have a deal, and let us know when you have a building ready to buy. Well, I am going to go Gringotts soon to speak to my account manager about something, so I will see if there is any building ready to be brought. Now that business is settled, let's go and get some breakfast, Naruto said. Then the three boys headed to the Great Hall for breakfast. After breakfast was finished, Naruto went up to his grandmother to let her know that he has managed to get the twins to curb the pranking and to study more, and once he was finished, she said, thanks for helping me out, Naruto. So what are your plans for the day? Not much, going to Hermine, then head down to Salazar's chamber Tagarheim and see if my idea is possible, Naruto said. Minerva was intrigued by what Naruto just said, then asked, and what idea would that be? Not much, just to see if basilisks control their stare, Naruto replied. What do you mean, Naruto? Minerva asked. Well, it's just that back in my original worlds we had 2 or 3 eye-based Kekii Genkai called a Dojutsu, and people with this Kekii Genkai can activate and turn it off by channeling or canceling the flow of chakra to their eyes, Naruto replied. Realizing what Naruto was getting at, Minerva said, so you're thinking that a basilisk might be able to cancel their deadly glaze if they control the flow of magic? Naruto nodded and said, yes, as far as I can tell, magic and chakra are quite similar, so it might be possible. And what if they can't control their gaze? Minerva asked. Then I will be going to go for my backup plan and make some basilisk resistance glasses, Naruto replied. Then he went to talk to Hermine after saying his buys to his grandmother. Then after about an hour of talking to Hermine, Naruto left the hospital wing and headed to Salazar's chamber with Tagarheim, and he was aware of that bee had a tail, which is the form of a certain greengrass heiress. Then the rest of the day Naruto was trying to help Tagarheim control her magic flow and to see if basilisks can control their gaze, which turns out to be successful. He also created the glasses. The following day Naruto was in Diagon Alley with Tagarheim when he accidentally bumps into a woman and said as he held his hand out to her, up, I am so sorry about that. That okay, I wasn't paying attention, the lady said as she took his hand, and as she did Naruto felt something was wrong with her. Then she said, thanks young man. Then she went on her way. As Naruto watched her walk away, he said, that's weird. Tagarheim looks at Naruto and said, what is? When I helped that lady up, something felt weird about her, Naruto said, and as the duo was walking to the wizard bank, Naruto's shadow darkened and 2 red eyes in it appeared, and he said, find out what you can about her. Then he red eyes disappeared. Then the shadow lightened when the duo got into the bank, went into the K and waited for their turn, and when it was They walked up to the cashier and the goblin who was doing some work said without looking up, "Welcome to Gringotts, how may I be of service?" "Greetings, I am Naruto Potter, and I would like to speak to my bank manager." Naruto replied. The goblin looks up and sees Naruto, then said, "Right away, noble Potter." Then he sent another goblin to get the manager of the bank. After about 5 minutes the goblin came back and said, "Right this way, noble Potter, your manager will see you now." And Naruto and Tagurahime followed the goblin. Upon reaching the Ragnarok's office the goblin knocked and said, "Sir, I have brought noble Potter +1. Let them in." Ragnarok called out from the other side of the door, and once Naruto and Tagurahime was in the office, Ragnarok said, "Hello noble Potter, what can we at Gringotts do for you today?" "Well, I am here for 3 types of business. The first one is to prove that I am who I say I am to Tagurahime here." Naruto said, "I see," Ragnarok said as he looks over to Tagurahime before saying, "And what is noble Potter saying to you?" "He told me that he is claiming to be the heir of all 4 founder of Hogwarts and thus the heir to Hogwarts." Tagurahime replied, "That's because he is the heir to Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw and Salazar Slytherin, and therefore the heir to the ground that Hogwarts lay on. But you need not to worry, we at Gringotts went through everything and found that the founders made a clause that should an heir of the founder be found they can claim the title as heir ad lord as long as they keep the school open and they attend it. And when we told noble Potter this, he said this, he doesn't mind, as it was the founders' way, ensuring that the future generations are protected and ensuring that they have an education." Ragnarok said, "I see, thank you for telling me all of this." Tagurahime said, "Not a problem, but why do you need noble Potter to verify he was who he said he was?" Ragnarok asked. "Oh right, I have introduced myself yet, have I? Well, I am Tagurahime, and I am the creature that Salazar left behind to protect Hogwarts from threats." Tagurahime said, "And what creature would that be if I may ask?" Ragnarok asked. "I am a basilisk," Tagurahime replied, getting a shocked look from all the goblins in the room. Ragnarok looks to Naruto and said, "I take it you had something to do with why she is human if she is a basilisk." The monkey symbol appeared in Naruto's eyes, as he said, "That's tight and I can change her back if you don't believe me." Ragnarok took a thinking pose and after about a minute he said, "No need, we trust you noble Potter." Then he turned to Tagurahime then said, "Tagurahime, if it's not too much trouble, can we have some of your venom, which we will pay handsomely to noble Potter for, as he is your hen?" "Why not ask him?" Tagurahime asked. Ragnarok smiled and said, "That is because we at Gringotts knows what I like, thanks to Karama, Lily, the Toad summons and 2 people from his original world when we meet to talk about our worlds, and I am sure he would have said that it would be your decision. Got that right?" Naruto said. Tagurahime thinks about it for a moment before saying, "Okay, you can have some of my venom. Also, would you like my skin that I have shed? Can we buy it?" Ragnarok asked after instructing one goblin to get something that was big enough to hold the venom and another one to prop a room. "Yes, you," Tagurahime replied. "Alright, then we can talk about collecting and price later." Then turned to Naruto and said, "So what is the next thing you want to talk about?" "The second thing is, do you know if there is shops in Diagon up for sale?" Naruto asked. "Yes. There is a few. Why would you want to know that, if you don't mind me asking?" Ragnarok asked. "Nah, I don't mind telling you," Naruto said. Then he begins to tell Ragnarok the type of shop he wants to open and the deal he made with the Weasley twins. When Naruto finished telling Ragnarok, he laughed and said, "Now that's the kind of shop I like. We at Gringotts have the perfect store for that. Let's just get the paperwork for it." Then he sent a goblin to get the paperwork for the building, then turned to Naruto and asked, "Now what is the last thing you want to talk about?" "That one is about Hagrid," Naruto said. "He is the half-giant that works as a groundskeeper at Hogwarts, right?" Ragnarok asked. "Yes, he is. And I have been in his home a few times, and it's just a little shack that is too small for him, so what I want to do is, as he is working for me, as he looks after Silverly and Brightstar and soon Tagurahime here, I want him to have a home that he feel comfortable in," Naruto said, realizing what Naruto was doing. Ragnarok said, "Now I understand you want us to build Hagrid a home, one that is big enough for him, right?" Naruto nodded and said, "Yes, and as payment will be the venom and the skins, and if it's not enough, to take the rest from one of my faults. That seems fair. After all, what is the point in paying someone for something only to being given the money back for doing a job? It's better to trade," Ragnarok said. "Exactly, we both get what we want, and we cut the middle name out." So to speak, Naruto said as the two goblins that Ragnarok sent out first come back, then they left the office to the room that the goblins set up, then the monkey symbol appeared in Naruto's eyes, then a beam shot to Tagarahime, then she was back in her normal form, then he said to the goblins when he saw they had their eyes close, "You can look, it is perfectly safe." Ragnarok said, "No, it's not, a basilisk's gaze can kill you." Normal, that would be true if they don't cancel the flow to their eyes, and I can prove it, Naruto said. How? Ragnarok asked, still not opening his eyes. Simple, though, my shadow clones cause you see. They don't have access to the talismans, so one look into the snake's eyes will kill them. Naruto said, fine. Ragnarok said. Naruto then turned Ragnarok around to he wasn't look at the basilisk, then Naruto said, shadow clone jutsu. Then when heard a puff he opened his eyes and saw two Narutos, one was looking at him with the ox in his eyes while the other one was looking at the basilisk dead in the eyes. The Goblin King was curious to see if it true, so he put his trust in Naruto and hesitantly turned to look at the basilisk and was pleased to look at the basilisk and not die. Then he turned to Naruto and said, how is it possible to look at a basilisk and not die? Which caused the other goblins in the room to open their eyes, then getting to work in collecting the venom. It's like this: back in my world we have an eye-based Kekkei Genkai called a Dojutsu, and to activate it you just need to channel chakra to your eyes, and to deactivate them just cancel the flow, Naruto said. And because magic and chakra was the near enough the same, you thought that the basilisk's gaze might be magic's version of a Dojutsu? Ragnarok said, yes. And I spent all day yesterday seeing if it was and made some basilisks proof glasses just to be on the safe side. Naruto said, nothing wrong in being safe. Ragnarok said. A goblin walks up and said, we have enough venom for now, sir. Good. Ragnarok said as Naruto turned Tagarahime human. Then the Goblin King said, now then how about we head back to my office? The paperwork for the store should be ready. Then they headed back to the office, and not surprised to see the goblin there with the paperwork. Then for the next half an hour was filled with Naruto signing the paper so he can buy the store. Then once that was done, Tagarahime headed back to school to let and Gringotts will let Fred and George know that the building was brought. Once they were at school, they was met by Professor McGonagall, who asked, so, did it go alright? Naruto nodded and said, it went smoothly, though I do need to talk to Hagrid. What on earth for? The deputy headmistress asked. Well, I kinda felt sorry for Hagrid about his living conditions, so I asked the goblins to make a house that Hagrid will feel comfortable in, Naruto said. That is kind of you, and I am sure Hagrid will appreciate what you are doing for him. And mind if I come with you? Minerva said. Not at all, Naruto said, and so Naruto, Tagarahime and Minerva headed over to Hagrid's hut, and after many hours of chatting and letting Hagrid know that goblin workers will be coming in 5 days to build a house that he was comfortable in, he gave Naruto a bone-crushing hug. If it wasn't for the power of horse, he would have been in the hospital wing getting his bones regrown. It is day after Naruto went to Gringotts for some business, and right now he is having his breakfast, and the team of goblins builders will be coming in the next few hours, which will give Naruto plenty of time to grab Tagarahime and get the skin that she had shed. So he quickly finished his meal and went on his way. It was around 11 when builders get to Hogwarts with Naruto and Minerva waiting, and the leader of the group said, greeting noble Potter, I Brickbreak, it is an honor to meet you. Greetings Brickbreak, and thank you for coming, as I know you goblins hate being around witches and wizards. Naruto said, that may be true, but I would look like a fool if I had turned down a job from you, someone that even our king likes. Brickbreak smiled and said, then he holds out a hand and said, payment first, right? Naruto said as he pulls out a scroll and said, here you go. Thank you, Brickbreak said as he took the scroll and said to his team, all right, the payment's been done, so let's get to work. Wait, aren't you going to check the contents of the scroll? Naruto asked. Normally we would, but Ragnarok assured us that it will be what you said it would be by saying that you are the most trustworthy wizard, Brickbreak said. Okay, now then I will lead you to where you will be working, and I am Minerva McGonagall, and I am the deputy headmistress of this school. Minerva said, greetings Minerva McGonagall, Brickbreak said, and then the professor leads them down to Hagrid's hut, and the moment they got there the goblins began to work by asking the half-giant what he want. Then after that they started to build next to Hagrid's hut, as the half-giant want to keep the hut. After many hours of working the goblins was almost finished when they heard, what in Merlin's name is going on here, and why are there goblins doing in my school? Causing everyone to stop what they are doing a look, and they saw the headmaster coming down the footpath. Brickbreak goes to met the Albus and said, well Albus, we are here doing a job that was commissioned by a Naruto Potter. This shocked the old man but didn't show it. Then he asked, what is the job if I may ask? The job was To build a hut that one Rubius Hagrid was comfortable in, replied the goblin. I see, the old man said. Then he walks over to Naruto and said while looking him in the eyes, Naruto, you have to get them to stop, otherwise they will bleed you for all your gallons. But to his surprise there was no Big Fox, and so he decided to try and get Naruto under his thumb, not realizing that he was being watched by the boy's mother, or that Naruto was his own special brand of stubborn and doesn't like being used. As upon Naruto just smirked, knowing what the headmaster was doing, when he said, No, I will not. After all, I made a deal with them, and I will not back out of a deal that I agreed to, especially when it was my idea, and besides, they're almost done, and as for the payment, well, that's been settled. The headmaster looks at the second-year student before saying, Well, I didn't authorize it and you need my authorization to build something like this, then turns to the goblins and said, All right, of you go. Minerva saw Brick Break was about to say something that will let Dumbledore know that her grandson was Lord of Hogwarts, quickly said, I authorized it, Albus, a little while ago. Naruto came to me concerned about Hagrid's living conditions, but I at the time said that I was aware of it but can't much due to budget, and then yesterday, he said that he found a way to get Hagrid a new house, and I asked how. He said not to worry about it. Well, be as it may, Professor McGonagall, I would like have known about it, the headmaster said before turning to Naruto and asked, So mind telling me how you paid for Hagrid's new hut? Let's just said that I made a deal with the goblins, Professor Dumbledore, Naruto said, not looking him in the eyes, knowing that as long as Kurama is with Hermione his mind isn't protected. What kind of deal? The old man asked, trying to get Naruto to look him in the eyes. A legitimate one, Naruto replied, getting a laugh from the goblins, knowing that he will not get the answer that he wants anytime soon. Albus said, Okay, that's fine, and thank you, Naruto. I have been feeling guilty about Hagrid's living conditions. Now I must take my leave, thing to do before the new school term starts next week. Then turns and walks back up to the castle, and as he does he think to himself, That's weird, wonder why I could get in Naruto's mind when I couldn't before, and what was up with the fox, also why would he hire those filthy half-breeds? As Dumbledore was walking away, Brick Break turned to the professor and asked, Minerva, why did you say it was you that authorized the hut when it was Naruto, as he is the heir to the founding four, thus the heir to the grounds of Hogwarts? Minerva smiled and said, Because if Albus knew that Naruto is the heir to the four founders, then he might try and use that knowledge to gain control of the school and change some of the rules that the founders placed, even though he isn't Naruto's magical guardian. I am as I am, grandmother. Not knowing that she had gained the respect from the goblin team. After another hour, the goblins were done, and Brick Break said, Noble Potter and Minerva, our work is done. We have done it to Rubia's specification, and so we will take our leave, and King Ragnarok will be sending you a letter about any excess cost. And when the duo nodded, the goblins quickly packed up and headed back to the bank. After they was gone, Hagrid said, Naruto, why don't you call your friends down and we can have a housewarming party? With a nod, Naruto left to get his friends and Hermione, who was being released after a few hours. Naruto and Co was sitting around Hagrid's table when Hermione asked, So what are we going to do? Everyone looks towards Hermione, and Neville asked, What about? About the whole Salazar's chamber ordeal? Hermione replied, I have been thinking about that. I think we should continue like we don't know Tagaraheim, and she doesn't know that I am the real heir to Salazar's house. Minerva looks at Naruto and said, Naruto, I might not be understanding this, but it sounds like you want Tagaraheim to keep on attacking the students? That's correct in a way, Naruto said. I don't get it. Why do you want me to keep on attacking the first-gen witches and wizards? Naruto, Tagaraheim asked before Naruto could reply. Hagrid said, Why are you saying that you were the one attacking the Muggleborns, lass? Because I am the beast Salazar put in his chamber, the one that is said to house a monster, and that one day his true heir will do make this school how it should be and purge the Muggleborns out of the school. But that's not me. I was born to be the school protector, just like Sylvaly out there. Though it was nice chatting to her again, Tagaraheim said. So, what kind of creature are you, if you don't mind asking? Hagrid asked. Tagaraheim looks towards Naruto, and he said, Go on, tell him. After all, he will be looking after you when I am not here, but it is your decision. Tagaraheim turns back to Hagrid and said, I am a basilisk, Hagrid. When Hagrid heard what Tagaraheim said, he was shocked, and after the shock had passed, the gentle half-giant said, If you are a basilisk, then how are you human? That would be because of me, Hagrid, and there are many things that I haven't told you, Naruto said, and Hagrid gained a sad look on his face, and Naruto saw it and knew what he was thinking, then said, Now Hagrid, the reason I haven't told you isn't because I don't trust you, it's because I do with my live. The reason is because you can't hold a secret. Then Hagrid went to protest. The bold ninja said, "What about the Philosopher's Stone? Even though you didn't tell us directly, you give us hints about it, and then there was how to get past your Cerberus?" Hagrid realized that Naruto was telling the truth, said, "You right? But know this, Hagrid, I do want to tell you, but if you did accidentally tell someone what I can do and what I am capable of, it will result in me being the target and hunted for everyone that think that are entitled to my powers, and some of them will go for the people I care about, and that is why I am not telling you." Naruto said Hagrid thought about it and remembered how Neville's parents used to be, and that was because they had some information the Dark Lord wanted, then sent a witch to get it, then said, "You are right, and I understand. Thank you," Naruto said, then go to say, "So, if it is all right with Tagaraheim, do you want to see her true form?" Before Hagrid could reply, Minerva interrupted by say, "Now Naruto," before Hagrid replies, "Do you mind explaining why you want Tagaraheim to keep on attacking the Muggleborns?" "Well, she wouldn't be attacking them per se," Naruto said, causing everyone to gain a puzzled look. Hermione, having a sharper mind than everyone else, realized what Naruto plan was and said, "She will be attacking you, wouldn't she? And the reason for it is because whoever it is might make a mistake at some point, and if they know that she is gone, then they will hide, and we will never know who it was. Correct, and tomorrow I will be sending Tonks a letter asking to get here with Amelia the day before the student turn up, then I will let them in on the plan," Naruto explained. Then he turned to Hagrid and said, "So do you want to see Tagaraheim's true, but it will have to be before the student come back?" "Yes, I would, and I can wait a week," Hagrid replied. After a couple more hours, everyone decided to call it a night and headed up to the castle, and just before the group entered the castle, Minerva said, "Naruto, mind if I have a word?" Naruto looks to his grandmother and says, "Sure," then turned to his friend and girlfriends and said, "You three can go on ahead." Then he turned to Minerva and said, "So what do you need to talk about?" Minerva said, "I trust that you know what you are doing, but I am still worried that something will go wrong, and when it does, I will be there sorting it out." Naruto said, already knowing that something will go wrong with his plan, but was not sure how or when. "That's great, Naruto, and good night." Minerva said it was around midnight when a sleeping Naruto found himself in a familiar place. Then he saw two flash of lights, and when they died down, they revealed to be Kami and Kurama. Then they said, "Hello again, Naruto, and to you, Kurama." "Hi, Kami. What can I do for you this time, as I am sure that you didn't come here to chat, and also thanks for giving me the Oni masks and the mythical items." Naruto said, "My pleasure, and one of the reasons I gave them to it's because I know what your goal is, Naruto, and you will need a lot of help to achieve it, which was also why I sent you them, but be warned that with the mythical items they need to be on the person at all time, otherwise the demon chi that they are imbued with will run rampart." Kami said, "So, the items will maintain the demonic chi?" Naruto said, "Yes, that is right." Kami said, then she sighed and said, "And you are right, I don't know how it happened, but the 8 gate have somehow appeared on this world not long before you started Hogwarts, which was the other reason I gave you the masks and items, shocking Naruto and Kurama, and the Panku box as it is needed to open the gates." Naruto asked, "It exists, but I don't know where it is, as you know that we gods and goddess aren't all seeing." Kami said, "That good to know, so I will tell Amelia about it next week." Naruto said. Kurama then decided to let himself be known by saying, "That's great, now we have to worry about 9 demon sorcerers if not so friendly assholes find the box and unlock its secrets." Also, on a side note, why did you summon me here? "To let you know that you have a unique ability," Kami said. "And what ability would that be?" Kurama asked. "The ability to summon your brother and sisters with all their memories," Kami said. "Sweet, so how do I do it, as I am helping a newly created Nico girl and I have no idea what I am doing?" Kurama said, "I am aware of Hermione, and it is simple. All you have to do is give up 1 tail, also you will need a physical body," Kami said, getting a downcast look from the 10-tailed fox and an intrigued one from the reincarnated boy. With a downcast tone, the fox said, "Well, I can't do that as I don't have a physical body." Naruto walks up to Kurama, pats him on the head and said, "Not right now, Kurama, but there has been a chi spell I have been wanting to try, and if I get it right then you will have a physical body." Kurama looks at Naruto with a surprised look, knowing what spell he was on about, and said, "You will do that, me, even though I'm keeping the old meddler of reading you mind? And if it mean you can be happy, then I will accept it," Naruto said without hesitation, and when Kurama was about to protest, the 12-year-old said, And don't you dare say that you are happy, cause in case you forgot that I am an empath and I can feel sadness rolling of you for two reasons. One is because you are trapped here unless you use the sheep talisman, but then you have to return here at some point, and the other is because you are lonely with only me and Karan with Componi plus there is a saying that goes something like I am thou, thou art I. Kurama was touched by what Naruto said and he said, "Thank you Naruto." Naruto just waved it off by saying, "It nothing after all, you know how my live has been and you also know the vow I made to myself." Kurama just nodded as he remembers the vow he was talking about. Then before anyone could say anything, Naruto and Kurama started to fade, and Kami said, "Well, looks like you're both waking up well then. Until next time." It has been a week since Hagrid got his new home and Naruto told his friends his plan, and in the week, Naruto and friends had been listening to Tagaraheim about some of the thing that Salazar and Godric got up to, and was shocked to learn that Salazar was a Muggleborn and Godric was a half BLD and not purebloods, and Naruto have been reading up on the body chi spell. It is lunchtime the day that Naruto was meeting MDM Bones about what is going on for the rest of the year in order to catch the so-called heir of Slytherin and to tell fact that about the demon gates and the Panku box, and right now he is in the Great Hall reading about the chi spell to give Kurama a physical body. Minerva walks up to Naruto and said, "Naruto, can you please come with me as there is someone here that want to see you?" And so Naruto put the book away and follows the professor to where the meeting was taking place, and when the duo got to the place, Minerva opens the door and said, "Here you are MDM Bones, here is Naruto." When Minerva was about to leave, Naruto said, "Bachan, stay, there is something you need to know as something might happen in the not-too-distant future," and so Minerva stayed. "So, Naruto, what do you need to tell me that you couldn't put in a letter?" Amelia asked. "Well, I take it that Nymphadora had told you about the 2 attacks on the first-gen witches and wizards?" Naruto asked, and when Amelia nodded, so he begins to tell her that the creature is a basilisk and that he needs her for his plan to catch the culprit, then tells her what her purpose was. Amelia was surprised to hear that the legend behind Salazar was a lie. She knew she had to kill the basilisk, but she couldn't due to the fact that she belonged to the Slytherin house, and then the fact that she was around long before basilisk breeding was made illegal and that she was protected as Hogwarts was classed a nation on its own. So she said, "Now Naruto, I know that I can't kill her due to the fact that she was around before breeding basilisks was illegal and that she is under the Slytherin house, and that fact that Hogwarts in classed a nation on its own, so until she does anything wrong she will die. I knew about the first 2 but not the last one, but I understand, and I will be the one that kills her as what she does will fall on me, so it will be my responsibility," Naruto said with a heavy heart. Amelia was shocked that Naruto will do that and could hear the heavy heart behind the words. "Good, you understand now. Then what else did you want to tell us?" "It will be better if I showed you," Naruto said as he goes through some hand signs, then said Genjutsu-style flashback jutsu. Then the trio saw that went on when Kami told Naruto about the demon gates. After it was over, Amelia turned to Naruto and said, "This is big and I will have to involve the ICW, so do you if I tell them about how I found out about the information?" Naruto had a feeling that something like that would happen and said, "I don't mind, as I had a feeling that it would happen." It is now the afternoon and Naruto is in the Great Hall having dinner when he felt something touch his leg, so looking under the table he sees the Khan he had looking up the woman that had the strange energy around her hold out a scroll and said as he grabs the scroll, "Thanks." The Khan nods, the goes back into the shadows, then he reads the file and was shocked to see what the Khans found out. Name: Narcissa Malfoy, nay Black, age true 25, spell 55, siblings: Bellatrix Lestrange, nay Black, twin; Andromeda Tonks, nay Black, older, spouse; Lucius Malfoy, children: none; biological Draco Malfoy, stepson. "Well, now I didn't expect that," Naruto said to himself. Neville, who was sitting next to Naruto, turned to him and asked, "What didn't you expect, Naruto?" Naruto didn't answer, just handed Neville the scroll, then goes to Tonks, and once with her he said, "Tonks, mind if we chat outside?" "Sure, Naruto," Tonks said as she gets up and they head out the Great Hall, and the moment the doors were closed she asked, "So what do you need?" "Just wanted to know if there are any spells that can alter the physical body," Naruto asked. "Like what hair color, skin tone, muscle mass?" Tonks asked. Naruto shakes his head and says, "No, I mean their age." "Yes, there are a few, but they were all banned but haven't been made illegal yet, though some are pushing for it," Tonks replied. "Do you know why they was banned and why are some people trying to get the spells made illegal?" Naruto asked. I do know that it's because the spells somehow stop the ability to reproduce, and that is why people are trying to get the spells made illegal to stop the noble families from dying out, Tonks replied. And let me guess to name that are against it the Lestrange and Malfoys the husbands your aunties. Naruto said. Tonks was shocked that Naruto just two names that was against it said. That right? How did you know that? Well, would look stupid. If you got caught for something that you were for, wouldn't it? Naruto said. Tonks thinks about it before saying, I guess you're right. Then she realized what Naruto truly meant before saying in a louder tone with shock in it, wait, you mean to say that both my aunties are not as old as we think? Yes, that are as a matter of fact your mother is the older one and both Bellatrix and Narcissa are twins, Naruto said. I see. So how did you get this information? Because I know that whoever made the contract, they wouldn't have told anyone, Tonks asked. Well, Nymphadora, when I was heading to Gringotts on the 27th and bumped into a lady, but something felt wrong. So I had some shadowy associate investigator her and I got the results today, Naruto replied before Tonks could say anything. Neville came out of the hall and asks Naruto as soon as he saw him, Naruto, mind if I talk to you in private, please? Sure. Lead the way, Naruto said, and then Neville lead Naruto away once. At the location, Neville looks at Naruto and said, Hey Naruto, is what is on this scroll about Bellatrix true? Is really 25? Unfortunately, Neville, of that I am not sure, but I think it is, as I don't think the ninja cons wouldn't have put it in the scroll if it wasn't true. After all, it was them that did a report about my mother actually being a half BLD and my grandmother is the witch. Then I went to Gringotts to see if it was true and I turns out they was right, Naruto said to his friend. Then he asked, now the question now is what will you and your family do if it turns out to be true? Neville gains a confused look and asks, what do you mean? What will you and your family do if what the Shadow Cons found is true? Will you still hold it against her because when she did torture your parents, she was a teen? Naruto asked. I see what you mean. That does raise a question, Neville said. Then he thinks of what to do before saying, to tell you the truth, I have no idea what to do. Well, maybe that's a good then. Think about it and talk to your parents and Nan about it over the summer. As I have no idea on how to turn her and Narcissa back to their true age, and the moment I do I will let you know, Naruto said. That might be a good idea, Neville said. Then they went to their dorm. After only a week into the new school term, Naruto has been reading and understanding the chi spell that can give spirits a body, and he believed that he was ready and was on his way to Professor McGonagall's office to see if there is a place to do the spell, and Neville and Hermione was accompanying him. The former was curious about chi magic and the other was needed to do, still having Kurama to help the newly created Nico understand her new power. When Naruto asked, Hey Hermione, have you told your parents that you are a Nico now? Hermione sighed and said, Yes I have, and they are not happy about it. No, I think that they might disown me. Well, give it some time and let them process the fact that you made a mistake, and if they don't like it then I will knock some sense into them, Naruto said, which Hermione found touching. And once the trio got to the professor's office, the professor said, Hello Naruto, Neville and you Hermione, what can I do for you three? Well, Bachan, I was wondering if there was any place that I can cast chi spell, Naruto said. Minerva thinks about it then said, There is, but why do you want to know? Well, you remember that jutsu I did that showed you Amelia and Nymphadora about the 8 demon gates? Naruto said, Yeah, what about it? Minerva asked, Well, there was more to the memory than I showed you, and if you want, I can show you the soul memory, Naruto said. Minerva thinks about it then said, Show us the whole memory, Naruto. Naruto nodded and with the hand signs then said, Flashback jutsu, and Minerva, Hermione and Neville all saw the full memory once the jutsu. Neville and Hermione was shocked that God was actually a goddess over. Naruto said, Well Bachan, there you have, that is why I need to an empty, because if I do manage to create Kurama a body then he can help Hermione. So let me get this straight, you give Kurama a body he can use one of and make the two-tailed cat that has a better chance to help Hermione, Minerva said. That's right, Naruto said. Minerva looks at her grandson with a worried look before saying, That's good, but it also comes at a cost because he is the only thing that is keeping those that can read your mind out of it, and that brought Neville and Hermione out of their shock. You're right, Naruto said. Hermione looks at Naruto before saying, Naruto, I don't think that is a good idea because like Professor McGonagall said, if someone reads you mind then they can find that you're a reincarnated ninja and what you are capable of. If it helps you with the powers that comes from being a Nico as well as make Kurama happy then I will do it, Naruto said with determination. At that moment Hermione's brown eyes turned red indicating that Kurama has taken over Hermione and said, Thanks Kit. Before turning back to Brown, Hermione looks around and said, what happened? Nothing much, just Kurama forcing a takeover to do something, Naruto said. Then how come that lasted a second? Hermione asked. It might have been because of that your power didn't like it being forced, so forced him to back, Naruto replied, then turned to his grandmother before asking, so can I have that room? Of course you can, but how long does the process take? Minerva asked Naruto. Thinks for a moment, then replies, if I do it right, about a day. That's good, Minerva said. Then she leads them to an empty room that wasn't too far from her office. While Naruto was setting up the chi spell, Neville asked, can I ask you a question? And when Naruto nodded, Neville asked, what about Kurama's power, will it still affect you? Naruto shook his head and said, no it won't, because if I did it right, then the moment his spirit enters his new body, then all his power that is sealed inside me will be removed. Will this be before or after the day is over, and what would happen to you after that? Minerva asked. It will be before the day is over, because as soon as the body is created, then the power will go to it, and as for me, it would leave weak for about a day too if I am lucky. If not, then I will be asleep for the day, Naruto said. What do you mean by that, Naruto? Hermione demanded. Well, normally when a bijou is removed from its host, they normally die, but you don't need to worry about it, Naruto said, but was interrupted. Hermione, not liking what she just heard, interrupted Naruto by saying, what do you not to worry about it? You are about to do something that could quite literally kill you. Well, Hermione, if you want to know that we Uzumakis are harder to kill than people care to realize even without the dog talisman, Naruto said. Oh right, I forgot about the talismans, and what do you mean that Uzumakis are harder to kill? Hermione said. Well, now that's a story on its own, so we might sit down, Naruto said, and when everyone was sitting, the wicked preteen said, you see, I am not the host to Kurama, I am the third. The first was the wife to the first Hokage Mito Uzumaki, and the second one was Kushina Uzumaki, and she was my Kuchan, and when Kurama was a nine-tailed fox, he was sealed in my mother back in my original world. On October the 10th was the day I was born, and she and Tusan the Hokage at the time named Minato Namikaze took precautions to deliver me, save not realizing that Kurama wasn't going to try and leave, but that day someone my parents trusted betrayed them, and someone came and extracted Kurama out of my Kachan and placed him under a powerful genjutsu that only a Sharingan can produce, but thanks to her being an Uzumaki, she survived the extraction. Whoever Tusan had no choice but to seal it in a newborn baby, one whose chakra coils hadn't developed, and just before Tusan done the seal, Kurama went to stab me with one of his claws, but both Tusan and Kachan took the blow. And then let's not forget that just before the Third Shinobi World War, it took 3 major villages to take down my ancestral home called Yuzu, which was a small island of the coast of Wave Country, and they still took out 2/3 before falling. Hermione, Neville, and Minerva were shocked by what they just heard, and Hermione said, now I can understand that you're not worried if the Uzumakis are that strong to kill. Diamin. Right, we are, and we can live as long as a normal witch or wizard, Naruto said. The looks at Hermione and said, oh, before I begin, if I have done it right, you will feel a pull. Don't fight it, because it is the chi spell locating and pulling what it's created for, and it will hurt if you do. And when she nodded, Naruto then starts the spell, and half an hour later both he, Hermione, and the girl was about to fight it, and Naruto sensed it, then quickly said, don't fight it, Hermione. After 5 minutes, then process was done, which caused Hermione to drop to one knee while breathing heavy while Naruto collapsed. Then Minerva told Hermione and Neville to head back to the dorm while she took Naruto to infirmary. Then she told the Metawitch why her grandson was like that, as the following day processed Kurama's new body was progressing excellently while Naruto was still dead to the world, and at the end of the day when he was able to move, he went to find Hermione, and when he did, he said, hey Hermione, causing Hermione to look down. When Hermione and saw Kurama, she said, Kurama, what are you doing here? Looking for you so I can do this, Kurama said as one of his tails combusted in a blue flame, then it flew next to him, then the flame grew bigger, then began to take shape, which was a cat made from blue fire. Whist was the same size as Kurama. Then he turned to the cat and said, hey Matatabi, you know why I brought you back into the land of the living? Yeah, because you miss us, Matatabi said. Kurama chucked a little before saying, that's part of the reason, but no. I know you want me to help one of Naruto's mates, Matatabi said, right, and I know that you can do a much better job than I, Kurama said, then turned to Hermione and said, you okay with that, Hermione? And when she nodded, he headed to the infirmary to be with Naruto. It was the following morning when Naruto woke up and he felt something on his eye, so he slowly opened his eyes and saw a reddish-orange ball of fur. Then he stroked the fox and said, So how does it feel to be in the real world, Kurama? The fox yarned as he woke up and said, It feels great. Naruto smiles before saying, I am glad that you are happy. Before either one of them could say anything, they heard someone say, Hey, what you doing, Naruto? Nothing much, Nymphadora, just thinking about a project I want to do but need someone to test them. Naruto said, Well, what is the project if you don't mind my asking? Tonks said, I don't mind you asking, Dora. After all, if it works then it will help the Aurus out. Naruto said, So, what is it? Tonks asked, What? I'm going to try and make some artificial talismans as well as create a seal that can store magic. Naruto said, Okay, you need to explain what you mean. Tonks said, Fair enough. Naruto said before starting, Well, if it works out then you can use a fraction of what I can so because I'm going to try and create some power for you Aurus based on about 6 of my talismans, but the downside is that they can be used once and will have a limiter on them, how long I don't know. So, Naruto, let me get this right, you are going to create powers for the Aurus that can be used once and will have a limiter like the ox, it could be last for 10 minutes and after that it will be powerless, and to get it right you need a volunteer, right? Tonks said, Right on both accounts, Dora. Naruto said, Cool, well, sign me up. Also, what was that about the seal that stores magic? Tonks said / asked. To simply put it, kinda like an artificial magic core. Naruto said, Cool, so what does it do? Tonks asked. Well, it siphons a little of your magic and stores it, and when you really need it the magic break the seal and all the stored magic will recharge your core. Naruto explained. Tonks looks at Naruto and said, Cool, now I wonder why nobody have thought of that before. No idea, and thanks Tonks for doing this for me. Naruto said. Then Tonks left so that Naruto can make the seals. It was around noon when one of the doors to the opened and Susan walks in and asked Naruto, Mind if I sit down? Naruto looks at the girl and says, Nah, I don't mind if you tell me why you are here. I came to apologize to you for thinking that you were that heir to Slytherin because you're a parselmouth. Susan said, Well, by right of conquest I am the heir to Slytherin. Also, why are you apologizing now and not after I find out who really behind it? Naruto said / asked. Well, I sure that my auntie who is the head of the Aura got a report from the Aura that's been around the whole year and also told her. When the whole school turned on you because we found out that you was a parselmouth excerpt for your friends because one day she came home and she was made then pointed out some key things. One was Hermione and your mother, or at least thought to be. Susan said, I see, well that's good, then there is hope yet. Naruto said, Though there is one thing that bother me. Susan said, Just one thing? Naruto asked. Okay, a lot of things, but the one that I want to know is why didn't you retaliate? I know you have the power to do so. After all, I noticed the ninjas with the red eye when you think that no one is around and appear from the shadows. Susan asked. Tell me, Susan, what the difference is between light magic and dark magic? Naruto asked. Susan looks at Naruto confused and asked, What does that have to do with anything? More than you realize, and when you figure it out then you will know why I didn't retaliate, so think strong about it. Naruto replied, Okay, I will. Well, until next time. Susan said as she gets up and leaves. Naruto was released from the infirmary just before dinner time, and he had dinner with his friends. All the while Susan was thinking about the question that Naruto asked her. She even told her friend Hannah about the question. It's now the middle of February, and in the past month Ron has been trying to convince Naruto and friends minus Neville that Hagrid was the one that has opened Salazar's chamber. Right now Naruto and friends was in the courtyard when Susan and Hannah walked over, and the latter said, Hello Naruto, can I speak to you in private please? Sure, you can, Naruto replied, then followed Susan. Then once they were alone he asked, So what can I do for you, Susan? It's about that question you asked me, Susan said. So do you think you have an answer? Naruto asked. I think so, Susan replied. So, let's hear it, Naruto said. Well, light magic can be used to help while dark magic causes harm, Susan said. Well, that's a good guess, but sad to say that is the wrong answer, Naruto said, and when he looked at her he saw that she did put some thought into the answer, decided to help her out a bit. Listen Susan, I will admit that was a good guess, but that answer was a textbook one, so I am giving you the answer. Not everything is classed as light and dark. Then Susan saw the tiger talisman appear in his eyes. Susan looks at Naruto confused and said, What do you mean? What I mean is that at its roots magic is neither light or dark, it's how it's used, even with the unforgivable ones, Naruto said. Susan looks at Naruto shocked, but be continued. Also, even with the labels that people nothing can truly use for light or dark, I still don't get it, Naruto, Susan said. Naruto chuckled and said, Don't worry about it for right now because at some point it will make sense of that, I guarantee. Now let's head back to the others. When the duo got back to the others, Naruto noticed something off and asked, "So, what's wrong?" Daphne said, "Nothing but the usual, the red moron telling me to get lost because I am corrupting you and that Hagrid." Unleashing Tagereheim, and when Hagrid came by asking if we was talking about him, Ron took off. Then when we asked Hagrid what he was doing, he said he was taking some flesh-eating slug repellent to Professor Sprout for the mandrakes, and he also told us to look after ourselves, but he should know you better. Both Susan and Hannah looked confused. "I see, well, good for them, well, at least the students will." Naruto said before the two new people could ask who Tagereheim was. Neville ran over and said, "Guys, you have to come quick." "Neville, where are we going before we follow?" Naruto asked. Neville looks at Naruto confused but got his answer when the blonde preteen points to the Slytherin and Hufflepuff, then said, "Oh right, sorry, but it's in Gryffindor." "Okay," Naruto said, then turned to the three non-Gryffindors and said, "Sorry, but we have to see what's got Neville riled up." Susan waved it off and said, "Don't worry about it, we understand," which Susan and Hannah agreed. When the trio of Gryffindors got to the males' dorm room to find out, it was a complete and utter mess, and Ron was there, and it looked like he was looking for something and was also muttering, "Where it?" Naruto was curious about what Ron was looking, asked, "Where is what, Ron?" Ron jumps a little and turns to Naruto, Hermione, and Neville, then said, "Just a dairy that belonged to a student that attended here 50 years ago by the name of Tom Marvolo Riddle, and he received a medal for doing something noble, and the reward is in the trophy room." "And what was that?" Hermione asked. "The reward was for stopping the one that opened the Chamber of Secrets back then," Ron said. "And who was it that opened it?" Neville said. "That is what I have been telling you, it was Hagrid, and now the proof to remove him is gone," Ron said, shocking Neville and Hermione. Naruto smirks and said, "Well, you might have gotten him fired, but he wouldn't leave." "And why would that be?" Ron asked. "Well, that would be telling," Naruto said, then begins to tidy up with Hermione and Neville helping, and once it was tidy, he said after seeing Ron still looking, "Well, whoever it was that came in here, it looks like they knew what they were after," then went to find Daphne and tell her what was going on. It was Gryffindor's Quidditch game agents Hufflepuff, and they were heading to the pitch when Professor McGonagall was coming to meet them and said, "I am sorry, but Quidditch has been cancelled." "What, you can't just cancel Quidditch?" Oliver said. "Quiet, Wood," Minerva said, then said to the team, "I want you all to go back to the dormitory." As the team was going, the deputy said, "Mr. Potter, we need to find your other friends as there is something you need to see." "Right, Professor?" Naruto said, then he shouted to the twin, "Hey Fred, George, the professor wants to show us something." Minerva looks at her grandson and said, "Somehow I am not surprised that you three are friends, given you all are pranksters." Then they left to find the others. After finding most of Naruto's friends minus Hermione, they headed to the hospital wing, and the professor said, "Now I must warn you, this might be a bit of a shock." Then she shows then a petrified Hermione on the bed. The Medawitch looked at Naruto and said, "I thought you said that the petrified student will be your clones. That was the plan, so I don't know how this could have happened." Naruto said then he begins to think about possible solutions. After a few minutes, Daphne had a thought and said, "Maybe when she petrified Hermione, she thought it was you, Naruto." Naruto looks to his betrothed and asked, "What do you mean, Dop?" "What I mean is snakes don't see, hear, or smell like normal animals, because snakes can only see via heat vision, like body heat. They hear via vibration and smell via their tongue." Understanding what Daphne was saying, Naruto said, "I get now, because me and Hermione spend so much time together. Tagereheim mistook her for me, as my scent will be on her. That's what I am saying, but you have to understand that is only my theory." Daphne said, "Well, if you ask me, it's the most likely one, because she will be the only true student I've had since you found Tagereheim." Poppy said later that day, with all the students in the dorm, Minerva came in and said, "Okay, in light of recent event, there will be some new rules that will be put into effect immediately. The first rule is all students must be in their house common room every day by 6 in the evening, and the second rule is all students will be escorted to their class by a teacher, and there will be no exceptions. And before I leave, I should tell you, unless the culprit is found and caught, Hogwarts will have to close." Later that night, Naruto heard the door to the bedroom close, and looking around the other beds, he sees Ron's bed empty. Then he decides to see where the redhead went, and wasn't too surprised to see him heading down to Hagrid's house. Both Naruto and Ron were there for long before there was a knock at the door, and knowing that Ron will get if caught, so Naruto placed a hand on his shoulder, and the snake talisman showed up in his eyes, and Albus and a man was walked in, and Ron said, "That's Dad, Boss Cornelius Fudge, and he is the Minister of Magic." Then Naruto caught Fudge say, "I am sorry, Albus, but with Hagrid's past agents him, I have to take him." Shocked by this, the half-giant said, "Take me where not to Azkaban prison, before Fudge could answer. The door opened and Lucius Malfoy walks in and Hagrid said, "And what are you doing here, and get out of my house?" Lucius ignores Hagrid and walks in and looks around and says, "I must say this is a rather impressive for someone with your job." "Thanks, have a good benefactor," Hagrid said, then goes on to ask, "Now what are you doing here?" "Well, I was in the area and wanted to confirm what Draco has told me, and lo and behold there was a unicorn, and whatever that this is." The older Malfoy said, "Yes, now you can sod off," Hagrid said. Now how much for them?" Lucius asks. "Well, what make you think that Bright Star and Silverly are mine?" Hagrid asks. "Well, Draco said that you are always feeding them, and I doubt my son will lie to me," Lucius said. "Well, if you want to try and fail at buying them, then talk to Naruto," Hagrid said. "So, what are you doing here, Lucius?" Albus asked. "Well, I am here to hand you your suspension papers," Lucius said, and as he hands the headmaster the papers he said, "And I am sure you will find all 12 signatures on it." "I see, well then I will take my leave them," Albus said. Then Fudge walks up to Hagrid and said, "Come Hagrid, let be of." "All right, but should anyone want to find out what happened, tell them to follow the spiders and that about it," Hagrid said as he went with the minister. Naruto drops the power of the snake and said, "Well then look like I need to step my game and find the but that unleashed the beast." Then he sees the spiders, then heads outside. "How did you do that, Naruto?" Ron asked. Then he sees Naruto heading outside with a lamp, then asked, following the ninja, "Hey, where are you going?" "Well, I don't know about you, but I am wondering what creature that Hagrid was framed for," Naruto said, realizing where the spiders was going into the Forbidden Forest. Ron said, "What are you nuts? They are heading into the Forbidden Forest?" "Yeah, and you have two choices. One is risk getting caught as you head back to the castle. After all, you was lucky enough to get out, but you might not be getting in. Or option 2 is you can come with me, as I can easily get us back in," Naruto said. Ron looks at Naruto, then to the castle, then back to Naruto, and reluctantly said, "I guess you're right." Then as the duo was heading into the forest, Ron said, "Oh, I hate spiders. Why, it couldn't be following the butterflies." As the duo was following the spider, Naruto noticed that the spiders were gradually increasing in quantity. Ron was saying, "Naruto, are you sure it is wise to follow the spiders?" "Not really, but it's the best lead to uncover the Chamber of Secrets, but you don't have to worry, as I promise you that you will get out of here alive," Naruto said as he looks around, then goes under a fallen tree. The blonde said, "Well, into the spider's den." Then a big spider came down behind them. The dup got to the base of a massive tree that had enough webbing that looked like a spider was hiding, waiting for prey, and Naruto said, "Well, I guess we here." Ron looks at Naruto and said with a terrified tone, "Are you sure?" Before Naruto could answer, there was a thumping sound like footsteps, then a voice that sounded said, "Who goes there? Is that you, Hagrid?" "No, it's not whoever. I am a friend of Hagrid," Naruto said. Then a spider that was the biggest one Naruto seen in this world crawled of the den and said, "Wow, you're a big one, aren't you? So what's your name?" "Is my name is Naruto. I am Aragog, and it is nice to finally meet you, and I see you are not surprised to see a spider my sized," Aragog said. "Well, believe me when I say this, I have seen bigger," Naruto said. "So, what brings you here to me?" Aragog asked. "Well, you see there is trouble in the school, and they say Hagrid has opened the Chamber of Secrets because of what 50 years ago," Naruto said. "That is a lie. Hagrid never opened the chamber," Aragog said. "Oh, I know he didn't beat you. The moron behind me does, and I thought that hearing from someone that was probably around back then might help," Naruto said. Aragog was surprised by what Naruto just said, asked, "And how did you know that he wasn't the one that opened it and that I was around 50 years ago?" Naruto smiles and says, "Well, it wasn't that strong to figure. The first one is that Hagrid doesn't have a single bad bone in his body. Then there is the fact that whoever set him up the first time had to use a creature agents him, and seeing you the creature that got him expelled, I knew that you wasn't the creature, as I know that Acromantula don't have that power." Ron took that moment to say, "Naruto?" "Yes, Ron," Naruto asked, and all Ron did was point up, and when Naruto looked up, he saw a lot of spiders coming down. Then Naruto turned to Aragog and said, "Well, it's nice to meet you, Aragog, but we must go and help Hagrid out." "Go, but you can't go, as my sons and daughters don't harm Hagrid upon my orders. However, I cannot deny them fresh meat when it wanders into our home, so I must say goodbye, friends of Hagrid," Aragog said. Naruto looks at Aragog and said, "Now, Aragog, no need to do this. After all, if you kill us, then you will never see Hagrid again." Then with the rabbit's power was on his back, then whispers, "And I have an idea that can be beneficial to both of us, and I will come back once the Chamber of Secrets fiasco is over." Then he was next to Ron. Just as Aragog's children was about to pounce, there was another elderly voice, but this time it was female's, and it said, "Wait." Then there was a set of thumping sounds like steps, then another spider came out of the hole and said, "So you are Naruto, the one that Hagrid speaks so fondly of. Well, I hope he said good things he told you and you are Miss." Naruto said, "Oh, I am Mozag, and I am Aragog's wife, and he said that when you make a promise then you will try and keep it." Mozag replied, "That is true, and with all the promises I made I failed to keep one, but that was because I died." Naruto said, "But how is that possible as you are standing here before us?" Aragog asked, "Well now, that is a story all on its own, and I will tell that when I come back to talk to the two of you, and as I have said it will be beneficial to all of us." Naruto said, "Very well, you can go, and I expect to see you before you leave for the summer." Aragog said, "Thank you both for your time." Naruto said then as both he and Ron. Then Naruto stops, then turned and said, "Oh, I know you are giving me the benefit of the doubt, so I am going to do the same." "What are you going to do?" Mozag asked. "This," Naruto said as he unseals a box, then said, "I am going to leave this box with you, and this will prove that I will come back to collect it before I leave for the summer, as this has 7 artifacts that will cause more harm if they get loose." "Why would you leave something like that here?" Mozag said. "I know you are giving me the trust that I will come back, however to prove that I will come back is to give you something that can cause a lot of damage, and to prevent it is to collect it. Before summer hits now I must leave before this team faints or dies from fright." Then he and Ron leaves the forest, and Naruto, unaware that he had gained the Acromantula trust. The next morning Naruto was telling his friends about his adventure last night with Ron. Then George said, "Wait, so you mean to tell us that in the forest there is a Acromantula colony and Ron was there?" "Right, even though I couldn't tell if he was going to faint or die from fright," Naruto said. Then Susan, Hannah, and Tonks came over, and Tonks said, "Hey guys, what are you talking about?" "Nothing much, just about the large Acromantula colony that is in the dark forest, and Naruto plans to go back there to talk to them about something and to collect the demon artifact he left behind." Tonks looks at Naruto and said, "Are you nuts, Whiskers? You left them something that dangerous?" Before Naruto could reply, Susan said, "Okay, I have had enough of this." Naruto turns to Susan and says, "What have you had enough of?" "All the secrets you lot seem to have." "Like who is Tagareheim?" Susan asked. "Oh right, we haven't told you anything yet, so if you and Hannah want to know then come with up to Hagrid's home, as we need to Fong as well as my animals." Naruto said. An hour later Naruto and friends minus the twins was heading down to Hagrid's to feed the animals. Naruto was telling Susan and Hannah everything they want to know, from who and what he was to who Tagareheim is to what the artifacts was that he left at the large Acromantula colony. A week has gone by since Hagrid was taken to Azkaban prison, and in that time Susan and Hannah was getting to know Naruto, Neville, Daphne and Tonks, as well as Fred and George when they weren't studying to keep their part of the deal that Naruto proposed to them, or pranking those that deserved it. And right now the group of 5 was at Hagrid hut looking after his and Naruto animals when Susan asked while brushing Brightstar, "Hey Naruto, I have been wondering, how did you get Brightstar?" "Well, I am sure that you might have heard that me, Hermione, Neville, and the human waste disposal got in trouble for being out past the curfew, and as punishment we went into the Forbidden Forest," Naruto said. "Yeah, we heard about it, thought it was just Ron making it up." Susan said, "Remember this, when it comes to myths, legends, and of course rumors, there is some truth to it." Naruto said, "What does that mean, Naruto?" Neville asked, "What it means is that at the core of the myth, legend, or rumor there lies a thin layer of truth. I mean, look at the world we live, we are basically living proof to Muggle myths and legends," Naruto said, then goes on to say, "Anyway, let's get back on track. The reason that our punishment was in that forest was because Voldemort, getting flinch from the witches and wizard, which Naruto caught, then said with a sigh, 'Oh come on, you can't be scared of a man who is afraid of death, can you?' Care to explain that?" Susan asked. "Some other time, maybe." Anyway, Voldemort, who had processed Quirrell, was doing some vile drinking the BLD of the unicorns that was in the forest, and so the detention was to go in the forest and find any dead unicorns we find, and so Hagrid decided to sit up, and it was him, Neville, and Hermione, and me, Ron, and Fong. After a little while Fong noticed something which made me and Ron to look, and saw this creature acting like vampire, and when he noticed us then started to come toward us, which causing Ron and Fong to ran. Then I said that if he doesn't want a mega butt kicking then he can go get lost, and I was hoping that he would choose the former, but unfortunately I was interrupted by Centaur and he caused Voldemort running. Then the Centaur spoke to me, but I ignored him and helped the unicorn. Then once she was up she gave me her horn, which is a sign of ownership. Naruto said, and Bright Star snorted in agreement. While that's something, Susan said. Yeah, it is, and I wouldn't change anything as it's the good and the bad that makes us anyway. We better get going, it's almost curfew, Naruto said as the group they all headed back to the castle. Along the way they met with Fred and George, and they were looking around and also seemed worried, and Naruto said, "Hey guys, is something wrong?" The twins looked to see Naruto and friends. The Fred said, "You could say that, right, brother of mine, right? You are my less than handsome brother of mine," George replied. Naruto turns to the others and says, "You guys go on to your houses, I will help them with what their problem is." "You sure we can help?" Susan said. "I know, but I can tell that even after a week of doing Hagrid's and my animals you are still not used to it," Naruto said. Then they went on, and once they were out of sight the blonde ninja turned to the twins and said, "So what is the problem?" "Well, you see, Ginny is missing," Fred said, "and has been all day," George said. "Well, that not good, and as I said I will help you out," Naruto said. As the now trio was about to start, there was an amusement from Professor McGonagall, the acting head of the school. "Attention, all students please return to their house dormitories immediately, and all teachers please come to the second floor corridor at once." Naruto turns to the twins and says, "Are you two thinking what I'm thinking?" The twins look at each other, then nodded, then turned back to Naruto and said, "We think so." Then the three headed to the second floor. When the trio got to the corridor, Gust but all the teachers got there and Ron behind them, and Minerva said, "As you can see, there is another message from the heir of Slytherin, and our worst fear has been realized, as a student been taken by the monster, and now the student is now in the chamber, and with this the students must be sent home because Hogwarts school is not safe. Then it is the end of the school." Just then the Dada professor came and said, "Sorry, dozed off, what did I miss?" Snape looks at the professor and said, "A girl has been kidnapped, Lockhart, and a good thing too, as this is now your moment to prove yourself." "What do you mean, Severus?" Gilderoy asked. "Weren't you saying last night that you found the location of Enter the Chamber of Secrets?" Snape said. "Well then it's decided. Then I will give you 5 minutes to get ready, then you will take me to the chamber, as there is something I need to do. As for the rest of you, go to where you are needed, right? You are Professor McGonagall, but before I do go and prepare, might know the identity of the student that's been taken?" "I don't see why not," Minerva said. "The student, it's Ginny Weasley." "Shocking, the Weasley," Minerva said. Then once all the professors was gone, she sighed and said, "So what do you think, Naruto?" Naruto causally walked out from behind the wall with Fred and George as Ron ran off to Lockhart office and said, "So how did you know that I was here?" Minerva just smirks and says, I just knew you would do something so about my question." "Well, you will need me to get into the chamber, as you need to be a Parseltonge to get in, and I must say this, that Gilderoy is unfit to be a professor, a fictional writer maybe, and no doubt he is trying to run, and no doubt Ron is heading to Lockhart right now," Naruto said. Minerva looks at her grandson and says, "Well then let's see that is true." Then Minerva, the three students headed to the Dada classroom. Upon arriving they see Ron and Lockhart coming out, and the latter was at wand point by the former, and the acting head said, "Mr. Weasley, what is the meaning of this?" "Well, Professor, I went to see Professor Lockhart about my sister, but he was in the middle of running away, so after a little of persuasion here we are," Ron said. "As I have told you when we were coming out the classroom, I lied about knowing where the chamber is," Lockhart said. "Figured as much. You are nothing but a glorified phony that most likely took created from other people," Naruto said, then turned to his grandmother and said, "Did we really have to come to find this out?" "Not really. But now we can start telling people what kind of person he really is," Minerva replied, then turned to the Ron and said, "Now Mr. Weasley, you are Tom head to Gryffindor, right?" Then turned to the twins and said, "I trust you two will accompany him back so he can stay there." The twins look at their house head. George said, "Oh, we wanted to go to the chamber." Then Fred said, "But we understand." Then turned to Naruto, "You bring Ginny back, okay? I promise you too that I will bring your sister back," Naruto said. Then the three Weasleys headed to their house. Minerva turns to Gilderoy and said, "And as for you, you are to stay in your office till I get back, and that is an order." Then turned to her grandson and said, "Now then let's go to the chamber." Then the duo left. When the two got to their destination, Naruto opened the chamber and went. They went down, then headed to where the main part was. Once both Minerva and Naruto got to the main chamber, Naruto opened the door, and upon opening, they both headed inside with wands at the ready. As they walked further in, they saw the body to the youngest Weasley, causing the duo to run over and dropped there as they kneeled next to her. And Minerva tries to wake the girl. Naruto see that she is holding a black book off to the side. 16-year-old boy walks out of the shadow and says, She will not wake Professor, causing the two family members to jump when Minerva gets a good look at the boy and gasps as she recognized the boy. Then says, "Wait, I know you're Tom Riddle, but how can this be? You attended here 50 years ago, and what do you mean by that? As I know she isn't dead." "Oh, you're quite right, Professor, she still is alive, but just," Tom said, "I am going to guess and say this has something to do with the book that Ginny is holding," Naruto said. "And what make you say that?" Tom asked. "Well, for starters, Bachan just said that you attended here 50 years ago, and yet here you are about 16-17. Naruto said, then turned to Minerva and said, "Well, Bachan, I think we just found out who was setting the basilisk loose, and she is both the innocent and guilty." "What do you mean, Naruto?" Minerva asked, unaware. Tom picking Naruto wound up. "What I mean is that the book holds this parasite," Naruto said as he points to Tom before continuing. "Ginny must have opened up her heart to it, which is dangerous because if an inanimate object is alive then it can process you." Realizing what Naruto was getting at, Minerva said, "You're right, Naruto, and while you are processed you don't know what is happening, as it feels like you are in a trance or asleep." Naruto nods his head and says, "Right, so if you take that into consideration then it's this person that set the basilisk loose now and 50 years ago, and now it's nothing but a parasite." Tom got mad at what Naruto said, then said, "What did you just call me?" "I called you what you are, a parasite, as you are nothing but a memory of someone that attended here 50 years ago that has been preserved in a book that Ginny is holding and properly draining the life of it." "Girl, now if that not a parasite then I don't know what is," Naruto said. "Oh, and how do you know that?" Tom asked. "Like you're the first snake but I met that seems to be afraid of death," Naruto replied. "I will get you for that remark, but I have to answer the question that the professor asked," Tom said. Then he turned to Minerva and said, "As this boy said, I am a memory of the boy that attended here 50 years ago and let loose the basilisk back then, but things got a bit hot after the death of that mudblood, so I framed that brainless oaf. Hagrid then left behind that dairy, hoping one day I will be reborn and finish Salazar's Slytherin noble work. Professor Dumbledore kept a close eye on me after I framed Hagrid. Oh, so I was right. So we have what, half an hour?" Naruto said / asked, which Tom just smirked. Minerva looks at Naruto while having a feeling on what he was talking about, then she asks, "What are you talking about? Half an hour before what?" Naruto looks at his grandmother and says, "You already know the answer to that question," then turns to Tom and says, "Go on, continue you story." But as time passed, the power that the dairy processed got too much for the girl, and so she tried to get rid of it, and I was hoping I would be found by you, but I was found by the girl's moronic brother, and so I tried to use him to get you away from Hagrid, thinking that he opened the chamber, but alas, it was all for naught." Tom said. Naruto smiles and says, "Damn right it was. I will always trust thoughts I care about until they themselves breaks my trust, and it's a shame that all your strong work will be for nothing, as in a few hours the mandrake potion will be ready." "Yeah, well, that doesn't matter to me at the moment because I am interested in you," Tom said. "That nice and all, but I don't swing that way," Naruto said. "No. You misunderstand me. For many months now I was wondering how a baby with no extraordinary abilities was able to beat the greatest wizard of all time," Tom said. "Well, now you have piqued my interest. How on earth do you know about Voldemort, as he was after your time?" Naruto said with a quirked eyebrow. "Well, if you're that interested about that then I will tell you," Tom said, and with a sinister smile said, "You see, Voldemort is my past, my present, as well as my future." Then he turns around and writes his full name in the air with Naruto's wand, then waved the wand a few times as it wasn't listening to him. Then letters rearranged themselves. Then once it was done, Minerva gasped. Then Tom said, "As you can see, I am Lord Voldemort as well as the heir of Slytherin." "I don't believe it," Minerva said. "Surely, Professor, did you really think I was going to keep my father's filthy Muggle name?" Tom said, and when he saw that Naruto wasn't surprised, he asked, "Why aren't you surprised?" "Well, I already knew that Voldemort was the heir after all when he was beaten. I took those of Slytherin," Naruto said. "You lie," Tom said. "I am not, as it said so on the Goblin's confirmation and inheritance test," Naruto said. "Well, it doesn't matter. When I left, I fashioned a new name, one that will strike fear at those that hears it," Tom said. "Well, until you go to France then you will get laughed at and maybe called a coward," Naruto said. Minerva looks at her grandson and asks, "Why would he be called a coward, Naruto?" "Because Voldemort is French, which translated to flight from death, which means running away from death, and that is why I don't fear the dumbass," Naruto said. Tom was getting angry, turns to the statue and says, "Open up and release the beast and obey me." The mouth opens. and the basilisk slithers out. When Tagiraheim was out of her chamber, she noticed that there was 4 people in her home, then turned to Naruto and says, "Hello, Ms. I am sorry for what I did to your maid. It was an accident. I smelt you was near, and when I found out that I had petrified her, it was too late." "Don't worry about it, Tagiraheim, I figured as much, but you know that in a few hours you are going to need to apologize to the 3 students that has been petrified, right?" Naruto said. Tagiraheim nodded and said, "Yeah, I am aware." Tom couldn't believe what he was seeing and hearing, then said, "What is going on here? You are to listen to me as I am the heir of Slytherin, and what about your job set by Salazar?" Tagiraheim turns to Tom and say, "What I job is to protect this school from threats, but as my familiar bond is tied to the House of Slytherin house, I can't disobey them, and I hated what you made me do now and 50 years ago, and as for why I am not obeying you, well, that bond changed ownership 11 years ago on All Hallows Eve, and I am aware of what my supposed purpose is, and let me tell you that is a lie, as Salazar Slytherin was a Muggle-born and the younger half-twin to Godric Gryffindor." Tom was shocked to hear this and said in human tongue, "No, you lie. There is no way that the greatest founder was a mudblood. Believe what you want, but the truth is that my first emissary was a Muggle-born." Tagiraheim said, then turned back to Naruto and said, "What is the matter with the little girl? I sense that her life force is getting weaker by the minute." "Oh right, almost forgot about that," Naruto said. Tun himself then said to Tagiraheim, "You see, Tagiraheim, Lord Scaredy-Mort is taking the girl's life to be resurrected." "I see," Tagiraheim said to herself, then to Naruto said, You have to act quick, grab the book and let me bite it." Tom smile and says, "Oh Naruto, you think you are fast enough." "Oh, I know I am faster than you are," Naruto said as the rabbit talisman appears eye on his eyes. Then he was gone. Tom was shocked and looks at Ginny and sees his dairy was gone and looks around and sees, "What the, where did he go?" Naruto was smiles as Tom looks around, then says, "Hey, over here." Tom stops looking around and looks to where Naruto is, just as the blonde preteen was holding the dairy out and Tagiraheim was lowering herself to bit at the memory, says, "No, don't do it." Naruto looks at Tom and says in a cold tone, "You are getting what you deserve, Tom." Then Tagiraheim bits the dairy and Tom screams in agony as his whole body begins to glow before shattering. Then he turns to Tagiraheim, "So what did you want to bite the book?" "Simple put, I wanted revenge for what he made me do, and I thank you for it." Tagiraheim said, then heads into her chamber, said, "Now I am going to rest as I will be busy later." Ginny gasps and bolts up, looks around and sees Naruto and Minerva and says, "Professor, I am sorry I was the one that let the monster out, but I swear I didn't mean to do it." Minerva says, "I know, Miss Wesley, the spirit that was killing you told us everything, and thanks to Naruto here finding out chamber beforehand, I knew where to and retrieve you, and to Tagiraheim who destroyed the vessel. Now let's get out of here so Mdim Pomfrey can check you over." And the professor and 2 students left. As the trio was leaving, Ginny asks, "Professor, who is Tagiraheim?" "Well, Ginny, she is the creature that Salazar left behind," Minerva said, shocking the girl. Ginny looks behind her and sees the basilisk, then she screams and hides behind the professor, then says, Professor, aren't you going to do something about the basilisk?" "Unfortunately, Miss Weasley, I cannot do anything about it, as I am not the heir or lord of the Slytherin house, nor am I the headmistress of Hogwarts, so there is nothing I can do now. Let's got you to the hospital ward," Minerva said. Then the trio began to walk out of Salazar's chamber and to the hospital wing. Upon reaching the hospital wing, the Medowitch saw them and said, "Did you do something again that will land you here again, Mr. Potter?" Naruto looks at MDM Pomfrey and said, "Well, last year was because I gave Neville the horse talisman, and at the Quidditch match I didn't want people to see that I have powers, then class me as turning evil." Realizing that Naruto was right, the Medowitch said, "I understand, Naruto, and as I have said before, under my healer's oath and patient confidentiality, what you are and what you can do, I cannot tell anyone unless I fear you are at risk to yourself or others." Then she asks, "So if Mr. Potter isn't being admitted, then I take it's Miss Weasley is?" "That's right, Poppy, as she had been processed by a spirit of a man that once walked these walls," Minerva replied. "I see. Well then, Miss Weasley, please get on a bed and I will see if there is any lingering damage," Poppy said, and Ginny did as told. Then the Medowitch did a few scan charms, then she said, "Well, good news is that there is no lingering damage, but I would like you to stay the night just to make sure. Also, I would recommend you get some therapy, and I will let them know as soon as they get here after Professor McGonagall informs them," which I was going to do that once Miss Weasley was admitted and sent Naruto off to get her brothers. Minerva said. Naruto looks at his grandmother and said, "Okay, I will go, and then I can go and sort things out for tonight." Then just before he goes out the door he turns to the Medowitch and he says, "Oh yeah, when I come here tomorrow I will be giving Hermione one of my Oni masks." Then he walks out, then ID a hand sign, then said, "Shadow clone jutsu." Then there was a puff of smoke and next to him then he said to the clone, "You go and find and let her know that his danger has passed." The clone said, "Sure thing boss." Then he went down the hallway. Once the clone was gone, Naruto said to himself, "Now then just need find Fred, George, Percy and Ron, just hope they are in the dorm." Then he left to find Ginny's brothers to let them know that she was now safe and sound and is currently in the hospital wing. Then went to bed. Dreamworld/astral plane. Naruto finds himself in a place that is all sky that seems to stretch forever no matter which way you look. Then from behind him came a voice that he had heard a few times already. "Hello Naruto, how are you doing?" Turning around, Naruto see Kami and replied with, "I am doing good, so May as usual, so can I ask what do I need to do for you this time?" Kami quickly realizes that the two other time that she had contacted him was because something was amiss in the world, so she quickly says, "Oh no, it's nothing like that, at the opposite actually, I am giving you a reward." Naruto smiles and says, "Nice." Then he gains a confused look then asks, "For what exactly?" "For getting rid of 3 of Tom's 7 Horcruxes. And I know that you the type of person that will do what is right without expecting anything in return, and that is why I am giving you the reward," Kami said with a smile. "Cool, so what is it?" Naruto asked. "I am not going to tell you what it is, but I will say that it is an agreement between Peveril and another family. Even though this family was not magical, they knew of the magical world due to their guardian at the time." "You really are not going to tell me what it is, are you?" Naruto said. "Nope, but you will find out what it is when you start your 3rd year. Kami said as Naruto was beginning to fade, indicating he was waking up. Once he was gone, Kami turned to one side, said to face a young girl that was around Naruto's age, and she had a slender physique, soft skin, and green eyes as well as blonde hair. "So what do you think?" "Well, he is cute, I will give him that, but are you sure that he is the one that Merlin foretold that will bring in a new era in the world?" The girl replied, "Yes. He is Artoria, and now go along I things to sort out, like send a note to Gringotts as well as to Minerva." Kami said as she and Artoria left the plain real world. The next morning after Naruto wakes up, then he says to himself, "I wonder what Kami's gift will be." Then he gets up and get ready. Then once he has gotten ready, he goes over to his trunk and inside it to special compartment that had a chakra seal on the as this compartment held his most prized and dangerous possession that he didn't want anyone to get their hands on, and pulled out 2 Oni masks. Then he placed them in his pouch. Then he headed to the Great Hall to have breakfast. After Naruto was done with breakfast, he was making his way to get Tagaraheim when the Weasley twins walked up to him, and Fred started saying, "Naruto, we would like to thank you for saving our baby sister." George finished, "No need to thank me, I just do what is the right thing to do, and that is something I will always do." Naruto said, "But still thank you," George said. "And what are you doing?" Fred asked. "Not much, just getting Tagaraheim so she can apologize for petrifying those she did. Also let MDM Pomfrey know," Naruto said. "Will do, and see you in the hospital wing," George said. Then they went off to see their sister, and Naruto headed to Salazar's chamber. When Naruto got to the chamber, he saw that Tagaraheim was all coiled up, so he said, "Hey Tagaraheim, it's time to get up, you have something to do." Tagaraheim opens her eyes, then rose up, looks around, then upon finding Naruto she said, "Morning Naruto, I take it you are here for me to apologize to the students that I petrified since I did the caretaker's cat?" "That's right also, so the girl that was here last night will be there with her family, so you might want to apologize to her as well, even though you didn't do anything to her directly. But I feel you was involved in it somehow, as the dairy was a Horcrux created while Tom was 16 years old, which was how she was possessed." Naruto said, "You're properly right, I would have, so how about you turn me human again, then I can do what I need to," replied the Queen of Snakes after some thought, as the boy seemed exactly the same as the last time she saw him. "Okay, the Queen of Snake wants to be human, then that is what she shall become," Naruto said as the monkey symbol appeared in his eyes, then shot a beam at the mighty snake who became human. Then he said, holding his arm out, "Well, let's hit the road," which got a laugh from Tagaraheim, and the duo left the chamber. Upon exiting the chamber's entrance, Tagaraheim saw the ghost, the girl that she had killed when Tom was the heir to Slytherin, and she feels guilty for it. The thinks, "Well, as I am apologizing to those that I petrified while Tom was processing that girl, now is the time to set things right and hopefully loosen my guilt." So she turned to Naruto and said, "Wait a moment Naruto, there is something I need to do, and this is well past due." Naruto turns and says, does this have anything to do with what happened the last time the chamber was open and in the hands of a self-righteous but? Tagurahime nods her head and says, yes it does. Okay then, if you need anything I will be right outside the door, Naruto said, then goes out the door. Once the door was closed, Tagurahime turned to the ghost and said, I know you are there, come out, I need to talk to you. The ghost come though any of the cubicle doors and said, who are you? Tagurahime took a deep breath to steel her nerves, then said, someone that you have met once before and has been feeling guilty ever since. Myrtle floated there for a few moments before saying, sorry, but I don't remember anyone like you before. Tagurahime, who was expecting that answer, said, that is understandable, but you and I have met, but it was in my original form, and it was in this very room that we met for the first, and it was the last time. What are you talking about? Myrtle asked. I am the creature that killed you the moment you looked out your cubicle to tell a boy to piss of, and for that I am really sorry, Tagurahime said as she gets on her hands and knees and bows in an apologetic manner. Myrtle looks at the bowing form of Tagurahime, then says, before I decide whether or not to forgive you, I need to know one thing first. Tagurahime gets up and asks, what do you want to know? Did you mean to kill me and those you petrified? Also, how did you become human? Myrtle asked. Tagurahime shakes her head and says, no, when I hatch, I and the other 3 creatures was tasked to protect this place. However, 2 of the 4 creatures are now dead, and I am sure that Naruto is looking for another one of their kind as well, looking at others for protection. And there is one other piece you should know, Salazar and Godric weren't purebloods, only the Helga and Rowena was. Godric was a half BLD while his younger half-twin Salazar was a new BLD, and as for how I am human, well, Naruto did this to me, but he didn't force it on me. I see, and a younger half-twin, I didn't know that was a thing. The ghost said, it's rare but it does happen. Godric's father, who was a wizard, feel for a muggle woman, but the woman was already married, so he told her that as he was the first of his line he was allowed to take on another mate, so he would give that over to her to some time, but he run her over, and so he brought them both into our world. Then a few years later both Godric and Salazar was born, but as both males didn't know who was the father, Godric's father knew a spell that could tell him and was surprised to see the results. The firstborn was his while the second was the muggle. Tagurahime explained. Okay, now I know that. Why did you do it if you didn't want to do it? Myrtle asked. It's not that simple. I might be bound to the grounds that Hogwarts is on, but I am still tied to the Slytherin line, which is now Naruto's though right of conquest, but I didn't feel it as I was sleeping at that time. Then when that spirit-possessed girl came I still felt the bond, but it was very weak, but I didn't think anything of it at the time until Naruto came to me with his grandmother. Tagurahime said, I get it. Salazar must have done the master's pact to be his bloodline and not himself, and with that sort of bond you can't go against your master's wishes, and as you didn't know that the pack had changed owners due to you being asleep. Myrtle said, that is right. Tagurahime said, now I know that you didn't mean to kill me. I will forgive you, though why do you look Japanese? Myrtle said / asked. Oh, I was hatched in Japan using an egg that was laid there as well as a Japanese toad, Tagurahime answered, then goes on to say, now I must be going as I have other people to apologize to. She walked out the bathroom to see that Naruto was waiting for her, and before he could say anything she said, now I am ready and I am sorry about that. Naruto just waved it off and said, don't worry about it, as I am sure you felt that you had to do what you did. Then they both headed to the hospital wing. Once at their destination they both stopped outside the door and Naruto turned to face the basilisk and asked, you ready to do this? When do you feel ready to do something like this? But give me a minute to calm my nerves. Tagurahime replied, so she took another deep breath, then looked at Naruto and said, I might not be ready, but this I have to do now, otherwise I won't do it. Which Naruto nodded. Then they both went in. Upon walking in they see all the student that was petrified together waiting for Tagurahime, and at Ginny's bed was her brother what was at the school as well as her parents. Then Naruto turns to Tagurahime and says, well, it's now or never, but know this, I will be right here, and if they have a problem then they can come to me. Thank you, Naruto. Tagurahime said. Then she goes over to the then students then says, hello, how are you all doing? The Slytherin looks to Tagurahime and asked, who are you and what are you doing here? I am Tagurahime and here to say sorry for what I have done to you all. Tagurahime said, and what did you do to us? The first-year Gryffindor asked. I am the one that petrified you all, as I am the creature that Salazar Slytherin placed in his chamber to protect the students from hostile forces. Tagurahime replied, oh, like I am going to believe that Salazar would be that noble after all. Everyone know that he hated Mutta Muggleborns. The Slytherin said, well, That's funny after all Maya was a Muggleborn and also fell in love with one but was Japanese. Tagarheim said, "You lie, Lord Slytherin was a pure BLD who hated Muggleborns, which was why he left the monster in his chamber to get rid of the Muggleborns." The Slytherin said, "No, MST are wanted those that would use magic to help those in need, not to hurt others like what you was lead to believe, which I know of thanks to Naruto here." Tagarheim replied, getting mad due to the student that was in her MSTR's house, which caused her to grow concerned at what the student was like in her master's house, but had a good idea on what they was like due to the student before her and her last Tom. Molly, who was listening in on the conversation, walks over and said, "Dear, I must say that you are delusional. Everyone knows that Slytherin was a dark wizard." Tagarheim turns to Molly then says, "I don't think so, Mrs. Weasley, as I have been at this school since Emma and his brother Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff and Rowena Ravenclaw founded it, and they each created a chamber and placed a creature inside it. Both Helga's and Rowena's creature have passed away, I being Slytherin's, and the Gryffindor's creature is left to protect this school." Molly was shocked to find Tagarheim knew who she was, and that fact that she was a firm believer of light and dark. Said, "Be as it may, dear, I think you need to rest and get your thought back on the right track." Tagarheim sighed then said, "I am in my right mind now, leave me alone or I will petrify you, and tell Pomfrey to wait till tomorrow before throwing you out." Molly, once again shocked by the fact that Tagarheim just threatened her, so she said, "Dear girl, there is no need to joke about that, as no one can petrify anyone, and say you could. There is no way that Poppy would follow your order." Poppy, who had walked in to hear what Tagarheim said, followed by what Molly said, so she said, gaining Molly's attention, "Actually, Mrs. Weasley, as long as you aren't in danger, I would have to also. She can do what she says she can, as I have." Molly turns back to Tagarheim then says, "Oh dear, you shouldn't use that dark power. I have had enough of this," Tagarheim said to herself. Then she looks Molly in the eyes and her eyes glowed yellow, and Molly went all stiff. From the doorway came, "What is going on here?" causing everyone to look over to see the head of Ding and Tonks. Tagarheim bows and says, "Sorry about that, BT. She was beginning to piss me off with claiming that I was delusional for knowing the founders, or that I shouldn't use the power that my kind is known for." Amelia nods then says, "I see." Then she turns to the Weasleys and says, "Is this true?" Out of all the Weasleys, Ron was the first one to speak by saying, "No, it's not. She attacked our mother for no reason," which caused him to get a slap from George. Arthur sighs then says, "Sorry about that. So can you ignore what Ron just said? Also what the lady says is true." Molly was saying things that was getting to Tagarheim. Then he looked to the basilisk turned human and asked, "That is what you said, your name was right?" which got a nod from Tagarheim. Then he turned back to Amelia before continuing, that was getting Tagarheim mad, so she warned Molly that she would be petrified if she didn't stop, and as you can see this happened. "I see," Amelia said, then turns to Minerva and says, "Professor, let talk somewhere that a bit more quieter so you can tell me what happened." "Of course," Minerva said, then begins to walk out the wing. As Minerva and Amelia was walking out the Medowitch, "Wait, Minerva, you can use my office." Then turns to Tagarheim and asked, "So Tagarheim, when can I unpetrified Mrs. Weasley?" Tagarheim thinks for a moment and says, "Wait until I head back to Minister's chamber, as that way I can finish up here without the urge to kill her." "Understood," Pomfrey said, then went off to do what she need to do, like discharging the 3 students that was petrified. Tagarheim nodded, then turned to the Weasleys, then bowed again and said, "Ginny, I am sorry that you had to go, though what you did, even though I didn't do anything to you directly. Naruto thinks you might have indirectly helped with your possession, as the spirit was from the dairy, which was when the boy attended here." Ginny smiles and says, "I forgive you, as you weren't the one possessing me, nor was you involved directly." "Thank you, Ginny, you are a sweet girl. The boy that gets with you will be one guy." Tagarheim says, "Thank you for the compliment, but can I ask you some?" Ginny says / asks, "Sure, go ahead." Tagarheim replies, "What are my chances to get with Naruto?" Ginny asks while looking down. The human basilisk takes a good long look at the girl that was in the middle of her family, then says, "Before I answer that, allow me to ask you this. What do you like about Naruto?" "What does that have to do with anything?" Ginny asks. I take it that someone in your family has been filling your head up with being with Naruto Potter, the boy who lived, right?" Tagarheim asked, and when Ginny nods, Tagarheim sigh as she sits on the bed and says, "I am going to be honest here, Ginny, so I am sorry if this hurts your feelings. I understand if you think this is what I need here, then I will hear it." Ginny says, as she knew that what she was about to hear isn't what she wants to hear. Tagarheim nods then says, Good, I might not have known Naruto for that long, but what I do know enough about him to say that he hate people like you, Ginny, and before you get the wrong idea what I mean by that is fangirls, as she was getting up she turned to Ginny and said, also Ginny, you have to remember that the fame that Naruto has come at a price. Ginny thinks over what Tagiraheim had told her then thinks, could she be right? Do I like Naruto only for his fame? Also she is right, I don't really know anything about him apart from that he lost his parent when he was 1. He has shadow things at his call, he is a parcelmouth, and that he has unusual magical power from what they was talking about. Then she looks over to Naruto, who was chatting to Hermine and Tonks, unlike Hermione, Susan, Hannah, those 2 Slytherin girls, and that or they probably know a lot more about Naruto than I do. Arthur, who looks at his daughter who was deep in thought, then turns to his sons and said, come on you lot, let's give Ginny some alone time to think about what Tagiraheim had told her, which got a nod from Percy, Fred and George, while Arthur went over to Poppy and said to her, then Pomfrey, me and the boys are going out for about an hour to give Ginny some time to think things over. Poppy nods then says, understandable given the advice that Tagiraheim just gave her, right? Arthur said, then goes and joins his sons and sees the twins was having to drag Ron out with Naruto, Hermione and Tonks, who was chatting. Then Naruto pulls out one of his Oni masks, the blue one that had green eyes, then said, Hermione, this is for you, so you have protection when you need it. Hermione takes the mask and asks, son, how is a mask going to protect me? Tonks gets a good look at the mask then said, wait, isn't that mask one of the 9 Shadowcon statue that we saw in your mindscape when Kurama told us what happened when you accessed the tailed beast cloak? Realizing that Tonks was right, Hermione said, you are right. Now which one does it belong to? Then after a few moments of trying to remember she said, it's the samurai cons, right? Naruto smiles then says, correct, Haim. Hermione looks at the mask with a loving smile then says, thank you for looking out for me. Then she puts it on. The spirit of Ikazuki took over Hermione, so she looks around and upon seeing Naruto she says, greetings Lord Naruto, I take it you gave this girl my mask. That is right, Ikazuki. Naruto said. Ikazuki nodded then said, well then I have no choice but to give control back to the young Nico. Then on her own voice, whoa, what just happened? Nothing too serious, just Ikazuki took possession of you until he knew that I gave you his mask, and he will always be with you, so don't be too surprised if you suddenly start hearing voices. Okay, thank for the tip and for looking out for me, Hermione said. Tonks, who was looking at the scene before her, says, oh, can I get the mask that controls those cute little ones? Think the cons was Minnie. Sorry Tonks, but no can do, Naruto replied. Oh, why not? Tonks asks. Well, I am planning to give the mask and artifacts to the girl that I plan on marrying one day. So like Hermione here, Daphne due to a marriage contract, as getting to know her, the Fleur again due to a marriage contract, and after getting to know her also it means that I can trust you completely, Naruto said. So, if you plan to marry me then I could get the mask as a sign of good faith, Tonks asked. Well yes, sound about right, Naruto replied. Before Tonks could do anything, Kurama, who had 9 tails, decided to show up and said, well then you should just give the mask of Mosuguran, as you seem to like her a fair bit and she seems to really like you, and not for your fame or for that mask, as there is a good few pages full just talking how kind and compassionate you are in her dairy. Why you little, I am going to gut you for going down my stuff, Tonks said. Naruto watches Nymphadora for a few moments before asking, wait, what Kurama just said true? Tonks slowly turns to Naruto, trying to hide her blush but wasn't going so well due to her hair being the embarrassing type of red, and says, yes, what the nosy fox just said is true. Over the course of the year you have showed that you are kind to those you care about, help those that need it, and there are other things I like about you. Naruto smiles then says, well if that is the case then I might have to go back to my dorm shortly and get another mask, right? Nymphadora then kisses her on the lips. Then a ball of blue flames came out of Hermione and took shape of Matatabi, and Hermione said, thanks for your help, Matatabi, you were a great help in controlling my abilities. Then Flame Cat then says, think nothing of it, it was a lot of fun for me as well as it was the first time I was inside a proper Nico. Also, what are we going to do now? Well, I need to speak to Bachan about something, so I am going wait until she is done with Amelia, Naruto said. Well, as my job here is now officially finished, I need to go back with Mdim Bones when she leaves, Tonks said, and I should be discharged soon till I talk to the other again, Hermione said. When Amelia came out of the office she turned to Naruto and said, Naruto, can I please have a word with you about what happened in the chamber? Sure, I don't mind telling you and hopefully we can right a wrong, Naruto said. Then he turned to his grandmother and said, Professor, do you mind staying as there is something I need to take care of and would like you there as witness? Sure, I can wait if you need me for what you are going to do, Naruto. Minerva said, thanks, Professor, said as he walks into office and give the DMLE head a report on what had happened in Salazar's chamber. After 10 minutes of questioning, Naruto and Emilia came out and the latter said, well, that should do it, but I will need to go into the chamber if that is all right. Naruto thinks about it then said, I don't see a problem about it, so he turns to the human basilisk and says, you mind taking them down there? Tagurahime nodded then says, I don't mind doing it, but once they are done, mind turning me back. As much as I like being human as I get to take to you all, I just prefer being a basilisk. I planned on doing that anyway, as I am sure that being in another form feels unnatural to you, as I feel that way at time. Naruto said. Then he turns to his grandmother and said, well, Professor, ready when you are. Right, so let's get going. Minerva said as both her and Naruto headed out of the hospital wing. Along the way, Minerva asked, so Naruto, where are we going? Naruto smiled and says, well, there is something I need to collect from the Forbidden Forest as a token that I will return. Minerva looks at her grandson and said in a stern tone, and why do you have something in the Forbidden Forest, Naruto? Well, Bachan, when Hagrid was arrested, he said that if we want to know what happened 50 years ago, all we have to do is follow the spiders, and I told the spider in charge that once that the chamber fiasco was over, I will go and talk to them about something that could help us both. Naruto said, and what would you talk to them about? Minerva asked. I was thinking about letting them help protect Hogwarts and its students, then that way they can wander around the grounds as long as they don't bother or harm the student. Naruto said. Minerva thinks it over then says, I get it now, as Hogwarts is a big school, it's too big, two creatures, and even more so if you add the school grounds to it. Right, so as the future heir to the founders, I need to make sure that the students that are now attending as well as the ones that will attend are safe. Naruto said, I suppose you're right. Minerva said, knowing that Naruto was doing what he thought was right for the protection of the school and its students. After a bit of walking, Naruto and Minerva was now at the Acromantula, and Naruto said, Aragog and Mozag, I am here as I have promised. There was 2 sets of footsteps and the 2 Acromantula leaders came into view, and Aragog said, greetings, Naruto, and welcome back. As you have kept your promise, we will return your Sitsi to you. Then Naruto's Sitsi was carefully places in front of him, and Aragog continued, so what is it that you wish to talk about? The one that can benefit us as well as you? Well, Aragog, how would you and your family like to roam around the grounds of Hogwarts? Naruto asked. What are you talking about, Naruto? Mozag asked. Well, Mozag, as I am the heir to Hogwarts founders, I will own the school and the grounds as long as I keep the school a school and I attend it, and as such I need to these grounds, and it is too much for Tagurahime and Silvally, and as leader yourself you want to keep the one that are you reasonable for safe, right? Naruto said. You are right there, Naruto. I would do anything to keep my children safe, and I can guess that there are some that are like that, and judging how you act, you are the kind of person that will put his life on the line to keep those close to you safe. Aragog said. Naruto nodded and said, you are right about that, but let's get back to why I am here. Yes. Let's. So you want us to protect something or someone? If I had to guess, thanks to what you said about protecting those that are your responsibility, Aragog said. And you would be right as long as you and your family don't disturb the students. I would like you and your family help Tagurahime and Silvally protect this school and those that work and attend here from those that wish to cause harm, Naruto said. Mozag then says, let me see if I get what you are getting at, Naruto. Go on. Naruto said, you want us to help protect the school that Hagrid works at from any and all threats, and at the same time we get the threats that the 2 other guardians don't kill, and in return the big ones are free to roam the grounds while little ones are in building as long as we don't freak out the students. Is that right? Mozag said. Naruto nodded and said, that's right. Shocking all the Acromantula that was in the nest. Aragog was the first to snap out of his shock and said, you want us to help protect the school? You must know that we Acromantula are known as dark creatures, right? Naruto once again nodded and said, yes, I am aware of that label, but because of what I was in my past live, I don't see thing in light and dark, as I know that magic at its core it's neither light nor dark, so why can't creature be like that? Naruto said, but he knew that someone was going to ask him about some spell that he know that are just evil, so he said, and before anyone asks, I know that there are some spells that are different, that they just evil. Before I chose, I have something I would like to ask, Aragog said. Go ahead. Naruto said, what would you do if I don't go agree to this? Aragog asked. I would do nothing unless you or your children do something that will threaten the school as the last thing. I would want to do is upset Hagrid as well as this is also your home though you would be monitored. Naruto said. Aragog looks at his mate then back at Naruto then says, I would like to tons speak about it with Mozag, would that be okay? That's fine, but I will come by in the morning as I would like to get this over with before Professor Dumbledore comes back. Naruto said, I see, well you have the right to decide when you get the answer. Aragog said then he remembered something from the last time the wizard came by. Then he said, wait, gaining the attention of Naruto and Minerva, you said before that you have seen spiders bigger than us, but Acromantula are the biggest spiders in the world. Naruto thinks about it then says, well I don't see any problems telling you. Then he told them who and what he really is, and once he was done, he said, well we best be off as you have important business to talk about. Then both he and Minerva left the forest. Once outside the forest, duo went their separate ways as Minerva had schoolwork to do and Naruto headed to his common room and get the Oni mask of Mosugurin to give to Tonks. Then he was to look for Daphne to give her the mask of Murasaki. While Naruto was heading to the Gryffindor, he saw Ron who was coming up to him and he said, hey Potter, I want a word with you. Look Ron, I don't have time for your bullshit, so why not just tell me what you want, then we can both get on with the day, and by that you go off to who knows where and plan on getting easy money and I can head to the common room and get something, then go and find Daphne and Tonks before she leaves with her boss. Naruto said, why did you bring my sister in this? Ron said. Huh, what the F are you on about? Naruto asked. I know you are the heir to the filthy snake's house, so admit it, and I can't believe that you would be that low that you would get my sister involved in your plans. Ron said. Naruto sighs and says, are you stupid? Alright fine, I admit it, I am the heir of House of Slytherin, but that is though conquest when I was one also. If why would I set Tagareheim off and attack the first gen when I am in a relationship with one? Ron huffs and says, I don't know, have it as a cover to make you seem like an unlikely suspect. Naruto was getting pissed at what Ron was getting at, so he said, Ron, if you know what is good for you, back off and forget it, or you will end up in the hospital next to your sister, even though she is getting out later on today, you early tomorrow, with something that even Mdim Pomfrey will take days to fix. You think you can threaten me, you might not realize it, but now that you have said what I wanted you to say, I hold the power, Ron said with a smirk. Naruto knew what Ron was going to do, but he also knew that this kind of threat can only on those that are ashamed of what was behind the threat, and said, oh okay, let's say I did feel threatened by you, what do you want? Ron smiles and says, I want your pet. I don't have any pets. Naruto said, knowing he was revering Hermione, which pissed him off even further. I want you to give me the Nico, Ron said. Even if I could, why on Kami's green earth would I do something that stupid? Naruto asked. Surely you must know what Nikos are classed as, right? Ron asked. Naruto shakes his head and says, no I don't, nor do I give HT, they live on this planet just like you and me, so they have their right to do what they want to. Then he turns to leave Ron, being the idiot he has decided to say, well you should, as they are classed as creatures and therefore are not allowed to have a wand, let alone attend magic school, and no doubt that the ministry have already heard about it and are getting the paperwork to get rid of her ready. Naruto stops and turns to face Ron, then said with a smirk, let them try. Then he walks away. Once Naruto has the mask that Tonks once wanted, he headed to Salazar's chamber, and once he got to the girls' bathroom, he saw that the Tuor was coming out of the chamber while being led by Tagareheim, so he said, well that's good timing, hope your such was fruitful. The two turned to face Naruto and Emilia said, yes. It was an interesting, we found a few things. That's good, Naruto said, then looks at Tagareheim and said, you ready Tagareheim? I am. Tagareheim said. Then the monkey talisman appeared in Naruto and shot at Tagareheim, turning her back into a basilisk. Then she said, ah, now that is much better. Then she slithered down the pipe. Naruto then walks up to Tonks and said, here you Nymphadora, I present you with the mask of Mosugurin, the Oni of the mini-cons. Then as Tonks took the mask, he summoned a squad of them. Both Aura would have laughed if they didn't get the feeling that there was more to them than they saw, so Tonks said, how many times do I have to tell you not to call me Nymphadora? Naruto just laughed, then said, well what do you expect after all, isn't it a boyfriend's duty to tease their girlfriends like they do when they tease their boyfriends? All the while thinking about all the times that Dora had teased him. Emilia laughed and said, well as much as I enjoy you both teasing each other, I want to know that these cons can do? Well, I like to think these cons are unique, as unlike the other these are perfect for being an aura, which is the main reason why I gave Dora them in the first place and not because she just asked for it. Naruto said, what do you mean by these are perfect for this job, Naruto? Tonks asked. Well, while the other can take you through the shadow realm with this mask, you can walk out the front door with little to no injuries. Naruto said. Emilia was now intrigued by what Naruto just said and asked, "How so?" Before Naruto could answer, the door opened and Malfoy walked in and said, not noticing the mini-cons that was by Naruto's feet, "Well, here you are, Potter. I was looking for you. I heard from my father that the Minister Fudge is planning to do something about that pet of yours." Naruto smiles and says, "Well, team, you are the second person that told me that, and I will tell you what I told the first. They can try, but that is the thing when you let idiots like him have that much power." Malfoy looks at Naruto confused and said, "What are you talking about?" Naruto smiles then says, "To simply put, they don't know what they are doing. They don't think they are above the law and I know that some of the stuff that he has done can be considered illegal and downright stupid." Then he had an idea. Then he gained a smirk. Malfoy had a shiver go down his spine when he saw the smirk that Naruto and not like it was about to run away when his world went dark. Standing next to the now collapsed boy was one of the Shadowcon, but it was a bit bigger. The Emilia asked, "Naruto, what just happened?" "This is the power of the mini Shadowcon. They are more like leeches as they have the power to eat someone's shadow." And to prove a point, Naruto had lifted up Malfoy and said, "Now cast the light spell." Tonks casted the spell and both was shocked to see that on the wall they saw only Naruto had shadow. Then Emilia said, "Now I see how the mini-cons are good for Tonks. If she is stuck, pined, or whatever she would do in this job, all she has to do is summon the cons to help out." Naruto nodded and said, "Right." Then he turned to Tonks and said in a serious tone, "Now Nymphadora, just because you have the cons doesn't mean you can rely on them. While it is true that they will help you, but rely on them, then they will become a crutch." Know that Naruto was telling her for her own good. She said, "I understand, Naruto, and before I put the on, is there a way to remove it if needed?" Naruto nodded and said, "Yes, there is. And you need not worry, I will never remove the mask unless you are not worthy of it or the Oni take over." Knowing what her new boyfriend is on about, she said, "I hope I live up to what you think of me." Naruto laughs a little and says, "You already are just by being yourself, and that is enough for me." Tonks gains a smile as she could see, hear and feel that Naruto was being truthful when he showed he cared for her for who she is and not just because she was a metamorph magi. So she said, "Thank you for the advice and being here." Then she put the mask on. The moment Tonks put the mask on, it took her over just like the mask that Naruto gave Hermione. Then upon seeing Naruto, she took a knee and said, "Greetings, Lord Naruto. As you are here, am I to assume that you gave this young shapeshifter my mask?" "You would assume correct, Mosugurin, but I do have one thing for you to do. And I forgot to tell Ikazuki to do this." Naruto said. Mosugurin looked up at Naruto and asked, "And what would that be, my lord?" "As you and the other Oni know what I am like, I fear that the power to use the Shadowcans will be too much for them, so the moment you feel that she begins to rely on them, I want you to take her over and come to me so I can remove you from her." Naruto said, then let out a sad sigh before saying, "And I know what I am asking is a lot, as you all want is to be free and have a human partner, but I will give you back once they have collected themselves. While I don't like the thought of being back in this mask," Mosugurin said, then gave Naruto an encouraging smile, then said, "But I understand that you fear for the safety of your mate, and so will the others." Naruto smile and says, "Thank you, Mosugurin, that means a lot." "Think nothing of it, my lord," Mosugurin said before the mask disappears, giving Tonks control again. Then she looks around then says, "What the hell happened and why am I kneeling?" "Nothing much, just the same thing that happened to Hermione when I gave her the mask of Ikazuki," Naruto replied. "So that's what it felt like. Cool," Tonks said. Emilia then said, "Well then, now that you and Naruto are finished with what you both are doing, can we get going and finish up here, as there is a lot of paperwork to do?" And with a quick embrace goodbye, Tonks left to go back with her boss, while Naruto was hunting down Daphne to give her the mask of Murasaki and Hermione to spec to Ikazuki. When Naruto found Hermione and Daphne, it was dinner time, and he was heading to the Great Hall when he saw them and said, "Hey girls, how was your day?" "It's been good, except for Ron bugging me about trying to get you to confess about what happened to Ginny was an act." Hermione said, "Same here, but I had to have to deal with Malfoy trying to get to agree to marrying him." Daphne said, "Yeah, Ron did that to me, also said that he knew I was the heir to Slytherin and threatened me to get to you, Heim, but I told him he can shove it." Naruto said, then goes on to say, "Well, apart from the two dumbasses, that's good. That's good. So how was your day, Nair?" Hermione asked. "Well, It's been good. Saw a friend of Hagrid's who is a acromantula whose name is Aragog and his mate Mozag and their colony which is located in the Forbidden Forest with Professor McGonagall and we are meeting them in the morning. Then I headed to Salazar's chamber for Tonks and gave her a mask of the Minicons then spent the rest of the day looking for you too. Why was you looking for us? Daphne asked. Well, Daphne-chan, I was looking for you so I can give you one of the Oni masks, Naruto replied. Nice, which one? Daphne asked. Naruto unseals the mask and says, this is the mask of Murasaki, the Oni general of the Razor-type Shadowcans, and summoned a Razor Khan. Daphne looks at the Khan and said, now that is impressive. Then she looks at Naruto and asks, I take it you are giving us these masks as a way of protecting us? Naruto nodded and said, right, because in my last life on my very first mission I run into someone that gave me advice that one is at their strongest when they are protecting those they care for, and as you both know I grew up alone so I will gladly do what I have to protect those I care for. Both girls blushed at what Naruto just said, then they kissed him on the cheek and Hermione said, that is so sweet of you, Naruto, so why was you looking for me? Well, this is for both of you, Naruto said before continuing, I know you neither of you wouldn't do it. But I don't want you to use the Shadowcans so much that they become a crutch. Then he turned to Hermione and said, do you mind letting Ikazuki be in control for a few minutes? I need to speak to him. Sure, Hermione said. Then she closed her eyes and the mask materialized. Then she said, greetings Emps are Naruto, what can I do for you? Give me a second, as what I am telling you I need to tell Murasaki as well. Naruto said, offered Daphne the mask. Does this have something to do with what you told your mate about not using too much of our power? Ikazuki asked as Daphne took the mask. Yes, it does, Ikazuki, Naruto replied as his Slytherin girlfriend put the mask on. Then moment Daphne put the mask on, it came alive and looked around and turned to Naruto, bowed and said, greetings Emps are Naruto, what can I do for you? Well, you two, what I need you both to do is make sure that the one that is wearing you is safe, but don't interfere unless death is certain, and if you feel that they are using your power too much then you come to me so I can remove you. Naruto said. The two Oni look at each other, then back at Naruto. Then Ikazuki said, so what will become of us once you remove us from our hosts? I will place you back in my trunk, but I will give you back when I feel they are back to normal, Naruto replied. The two Oni nodded and Murasaki said, we understand Emsters, you want your mates to be okay, right? Yes, that is right, and I will do any and everything that is within my power to do so, Naruto said with determination in his voice and fire in his eyes. We understand, sir, Ikazuki said. Then both masks disappeared, causing both Hermione and Daphne to look around. Then Hermione said, I hope you don't do that too often, Naruto, I don't like it. Daphne nodded and said, I have to agree with her, Naruto, I like it either. Naruto also nodded and said, yeah, I know what you mean, as you know what is going on, but you can't do anything to stop it, and I won't do it unless it's absolute necessary. Now come on, let's get some dinner, I am hungry, which got a laugh from the girls. Then the trio headed to the hall. Unaware to the trio they was being watched as a hallway behind them Ron was watching them. Then he said to himself, I don't know why Hermione doesn't see that I am more of a match for her. I can't wait for Dumbledore to get back them. He can try and convince her I am better match than Naruto. Then he headed back to the Gryffindor house and try and make plans to make Naruto seem is going dark. On the other side there stood Susan and she seemed intrigued. So those are the Shadowcon that my aunt spoke of. Wonder how I can get one, and I think I need to go with them tomorrow if I truly want to understand what he means. Mothering is black and white. What do you think, Hannah? I think we should if we do want to understand what he means, Hannah said. Then they both headed to the hall to get dinner. The next morning Naruto was getting ready to meet with Aragog to see what he has decided. Then when he was in the common room, he saw Hermione and said, good morning Haim, how are you doing? Startling the poor girl, Hermione jumped. Then she turned to look at Naruto and said, Merlin, Naruto, don't do that. Just because you were a ninja in your past life doesn't mean you can give me a heart attack. That might be true, but it sure is funny to watch that no one can sense me, though I think Bachan is gaining a sense when I am near, Naruto said. Then he asks, anyway, what are doing up so early? You aren't usually awake for another hour. Well, I was wondering how big Aragog is, as I have read Acromantula, Hermione said. Naruto looks at her then said, are you sure you want to come? After all, you are scared of spiders, and Aragog and his mate Mozag are properly the size of the spiders from the movie Eight-Legged Freaks. Hermione froze upon hearing the size, but she said in a shake voice, I will be fine, Naruto, as long as you are there with me. And maybe I might get over the fear. Okay, you can come, but only if you are completely sure you want to come, Naruto said. Hermione nodded and said, I am sure. Naruto nodded then said, "Fine, come on, we need to get going because Bachan is waiting and I want to get this over before Dumbledore get back." Then they both left. When the two got to the entrance to meet with Minerva, they was also met with Daphne, Susan, and Hannah, so Naruto turned to his grandmother and asked, "Bachan, what are the girls doing here?" Minerva smiles and replies, "I think it will be best if they speak their reasons themselves." Daphne was the first to step forward and said, "Well, I thought it would be nice to see what kind of creature the acromantula known as Aragog is." "Okay," Naruto said, then turned to Susan and Hannah and said, "And what about you two?" "Well, we want to know more about what you said," Hannah replied. "And what did I tell you?" Naruto said, "That magic is neither light nor dark," Susan replied. "Ah, well then come along. As I told Hermione, I want to get this over with before Dumbledore returns, as I don't want to tell him that I am the heir to the founders," Naruto said as he walked out the doors with the others following. As the group was heading to the Forbidden Forest, Susan asked, "And why not? He is a great man." "Maybe to you all, but to me," Naruto said. "What is he to you?" Hannah asked. "To name a few, a manipulative beastie that likes the power that he has that comes from being the guardian of me. Then there is the fact that he likes to meddle in my life when he has no authority to do so, and lastly, he left me with relatives that hated any and everything to do with this world, well, until recently for my aunt. Also there is the fact that he has left an innocent man in Azkaban for the past 11 years. Naruto said, knowing what was about to be asked next. Minerva quickly said, "Now there is no need to bring your godfather into this, Naruto, as I know you are doing all you can to get him free." Then she quickly said, knowing that her grandson can get him out with other type of ways, well, ways that is within the law. "Wonder who his godfather is. I will ask Aunt Amelia in a few days," Susan thought. When the group got to the Forbidden Forest, Naruto turned to the girls and says, "Okay girls, this is the last chance to back out, as Bachan can verify the Forbidden Forest is a dangerous place, and if you are brave enough to come, then I am the only one that can protect you, and if not, then I will not think differently if you are too scared to come, as I only need Bachan to come with me as she is acting head professor." The girls looked at each other and Hermione said, "Well, me and Daphne are coming with you as we want to know what you have to do for the school, as you are the heir and future lord to Hogwarts, and as your future wives we might have to take your place for a couple of things." Daphne nodded and said, "She is right about that. And as I said, I want to know why you think that magic is neither light or dark." Susan said, "Yeah, and where Susan goes, I go," Hannah said. Naruto nodded then said, "Right, let's get going." Then just as they were about to go into the forest, he spotted something heading towards them. Then he said, "Hey, what's that coming this way?" When it was close enough, Daphne said, "It's Tracy. What is she doing coming here?" As Tracy was coming closer, Naruto had a thought as he realized something. So he turns to Daphne and says, "Maybe she wants to spend some time with you, as you have been with me since you found out that it is I that you are engaged to." Daphne then gained a look of shock as she realized that Naruto might be right. Then she said, "You're right, Naruto. Now I feel like a bad friend to her. I am sure deep down she understands as you are getting to know your fiancé, but she is mad at the moment as you seem to have forgotten about her in the process." Naruto said, "I have a lot to making up, just hope she will forgive me." Daphne said, "And I have an apology to make." Naruto said then he remembered something that Ragnarok told him when he asked if there was a house restoration law. When Tracy got up to them, she opened her mouth to say something, but Daphne beat her to do it by saying, "Tracy, I am sorry, I have forgotten you since I found out that it was Naruto I was engaged to. Forgive me." Tracy nodded then said, "There is nothing to forgive, as I am sure that I would have done the same thing if I was in your position, but it doesn't hurt less." Naruto then stepped forward and said, "I too must apologize, as I didn't see it sooner, and as a way to say I am sorry." Tracy looks at the blonde and says with narrowed eyes, "And what would that, Potter?" "I might have a way to protect you from unwanted marriage contracts and for you to be with Daphne," Naruto replied. Tracy gives Naruto her full attention and says, "You have my attention, Potter, so make sure this better be worth it. Before I answer, I need to get a meeting I want to get to before the actual headmaster gets back," Naruto said. "And when Tracy nods, they headed into the Forbidden Forest. Then Naruto, "Now as for the offer, how about you become one of my concubines?" Tracy, everyone looks at Naruto, confusion on their face then, and asks, "What are you on about?" "Well, not many people know this, as I asked the goblins, as I am the heir to a few houses that have thought to be extinct, so I asked if there was something similar to what was back in my original world about clans." Naruto, "What law would that be?" Hermione said, "Well, when A clan was on the verge of extinction. The daimyo came up with a way to prevent it. If the last member is a male, then he gets to have a H-arm, and if it's a female, then she can go into hiding to make sure that no village can use her as a breeding station, Naruto said. And is there a similar law in this world? Susan asked. Naruto nodded and said, there is. If there is one member left of an ancient house, then they can have a CNCBN. I see. So what house would I be a CNCBN to? Tracy asked. Which? Ever I house give Daphne, Naruto said. And I take you haven't decided on which house you giving us? Daphne asked. Actually, I have already decided, Naruto replied. So, what house will I be the lady of then? Daphne asked. Naruto shows his fox-like smile and says, why would I tell you that when I want to see the look on your face when I propose to you, Hana-chan? Making her pout. Then he see Hermione open her mouth and quickly says, the same goes for you as well, Haim-chan. Getting her a pout as well. Then he says, you both are cute when you pout, which got them both to blush. And you are fine with giving me something like this? Tracy said, sure, I was planning to let my girls choose in for me, and I have a feeling that Daphne was going to choose you, Naruto said. Got that right, though it's a shame that I don't know what house I will be the lady of, Daphne said. Daphne, can I ask you for a favor? Hermione asked while being ashamed of something. Sure, what is it? Daphne said, can you help me be a lady? Hermione asked. Is that what you are ashamed of, Hermione? Daphne asked, and when Hermione nodded she was hugged by all the heiresses, and Daphne said, there is no need to be ashamed, Hermione. Yo grew up in the muggle world as you and I will basically be Ichirm's sisters. We need to look out for each other after our man, as they are the top two things that we should worry about. She is right about that, Hermione, Tracy said. Then she turns to Naruto and asked, so what does a CNCBN do? As I drought they would make that rule just so that the males can legally have a MSUS, right? In one, Tracy, they didn't. Basically what a CNCBN is basically a substitute, just in case the actual lady is incapable of going and will be referred to Mrs. and not lady, Naruto said. Then he sees the look on all but his grandmother's face. Minerva took that moment to speak up by saying, what he means, girls, is let's say that Naruto gets Daphne gets PR'd and hopefully when you both finish school and there is a meeting on the day she has an hospital appointment, then Tracy will go to the meeting instead. But the CNCBN ring will have a special charm that is linked to the lady's ring that will prevent her from getting PR'd before the lady does. Oh, said all the girls in the groups except for Daphne, as both her and Naruto was blushing thanks to that PR'd comment. Then Naruto sees where they are. Then he gains a serious look as the blush go. Then he says, we are on the side Aragog's territory, so stay close. Then they walk. In the moment the group go to the center they heard, Naruto, is that you? It is Aragog. I have come here to hear what you have decided for your colony, Naruto said. Aragog came view causing the teen girls to freeze up in fear. Then the giant spider said, me and my mate have decided to become the new guardians of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As Hagrid see this place as home, and so do I, and it is nice to protect your home. That's good to hear, though you will have to listen to Tagareheim and Silverly well when it come to protecting the school, and now they will leave your colony alone now, as I am sure they are happy to know they have helped protecting the school, Naruto said. I understand, and I will do what I have to protect my family, Aragog said. Naruto nods then says, that's good, now that is all, we shall take our leave. As everyone was about to turn around, Mozag began to come out, causing the group to stand still, and when she was out, she said, Naruto, mind if you clarify something for me? Sure, Mozag, what is it? Naruto said, I know you said that magic and creatures at the core aren't light or dark. What I want to know is what brought that kind of thinking, Mozag said / asked. I think it's better to show you for you to truly understand why I think that way, Naruto said as the tiger talisman appeared in his eyes and he began to glow. When the light died down, everyone saw that there was now two Naruto, and they cloud tell that it wasn't a shadow clone, as one of the Naruto had blue skin and glowing red eyes while the other one had white skin and glowing green eyes. Then the one with red eyes burped and the green-eyed Naruto said, pardon you, Een. Oh, bite me yang, nor let's get this over with as I want to do, Naruto replied before saying, now Aragog, Mozag, the two of us are basically the same person but just the other side of the coin. Young Naruto just sighed before saying, now Mr. Aragog and Miss Mozag, what my dark means to say is that the two of us represent the two sides that is of the same person, and at the same time everyone. Now I am the young Naruto or light Naruto, which means that I am polite, kind, and a pacifist. However, should the situation calls for it, I will defend those that I care about. and I am Naruto or Dark Naruto, which means that I am rude, mean, and a hothead that will get into fights for the slightest thing, but I would never hurt the ones that I care about, and I will kill anyone that shows they mean them harm, Naruto said. Aragog and Mozag was thinking about what the two Narutos was saying. The female spider said, Naruto, I think I get what you are saying. While we are labeled as dark creatures, that doesn't really mean that we are dark. Well, the female as a brain, young Naruto said, be nice young anyway, I think we have shown that enough, Naruto said to his dark counterpart before the two fused together. Then he turned to the two Acromantula and said, and you would be right Mozag, I believe at one point that all creatures didn't have a label of light or dark until some stuck up but put them on after some dumbass used them for bad things. I see. Thank you Naruto for giving us a chance, Aragog said. Think nothing of it, Naruto said. Naruto, one more thing before you go. While you were split in your yin and yang, I take it when you said that the two of you represent the two sides that is of the same person and at the same time everyone. I take it that everyone has a yin and yang side in them, Aragog said. A lot of people would disagree, but yes, it's true, everyone does have a yin and yang side. So see you lot at some time as we have breakfast waiting for us, as I wanted to do this before Dumbledore came back, Naruto said. Understandable, Aragog said. Then the group left. While they were walking back to the castle, Susan asked, Naruto, now that you explained about the yin and yang, I finally get the question that you asked me, differences between light magic and dark magic. So, what is it then? Naruto asked. There is no difference between the two but how the spell is used, and that includes the unforgivable curses, Susan replied. Naruto nodded and said, that's correct. Then the group came out of the forest. Minerva said, you lot go on ahead, I need to speak to Naruto in private. Okay professor, everyone said before heading back to the castle. When Naruto's friends and fiancés was out of sight, Naruto turned to his grandmother and asked, so what do you want to talk about, Bachan? It's about the couple suit that I have been trying to get you for most of the year. I have finally got it approved, but as it is the end of the year, you will move into it at the start of next year, and I will try and get permission for Miss Granger, Miss Greengrass, and now Miss Davis to move in there with you. Sweet, well I got to be off, things to do and places to be, Naruto said as the rabbit talisman showed in his eyes. Then he ran of later in the day. Naruto was in the headmaster's office and Dumbledore had asked, so Naruto, what happened down in the Chamber of Secrets? Well headmaster, not much to tell. Met a leech that attended the school 50 years ago after finding out what the anchor was destroyed it. I see, and what of the creature? The headmaster asked. Won't be a problem, Naruto replied. Care to explain, Naruto? Dumbledore asked. Well, it won't be a threat to the school or those that attend it, Naruto replied before either of them could say anything. The door opened up. Lucius walked in, and before Lucius could say anything, Naruto saw a familiar house elf and said, hey Dobby, I see I get to see which house you serve, and somehow, I am not surprised at a family that has a stick up their butt. I will deal with you later, Lucius snarled at Dobby. Then he walks up to the desk to faces Naruto and said, out of the way Potter and boy, watch your tongue. Then to the headmaster said, so it is true you have returned, so what happened? Well Lucius, when the governors of the school found out that it was the daughter of Arthur Weasley who was taken into the chamber, they saw fit to reinstate me, Dumbledore replied. You have got to be kidding, Lucius said, although Lucius cared to explain why several of them were under the impression that you were going to cure their family if they didn't vote to have me removed in the first place. Dumbledore said, what are saying? Lucius asked. Beg your pardon? Dumbledore asked, how dare you say what you did? My sole concern has always been to this school and always will be, and that extends to the student that attend the school, Lucius said, then asked, so I take that who was behind the attacks has been identified and stopped? Dumbledore nodded and said, yes, the culprit identified and stopped. And so, who was behind the attack? Lucius asked. Dumbledore took a few seconds before replying. It was Voldemort, though this time he worked though someone else by using this as a medium, and holds up the diary. Upon seeing the diary, the older Malfoy seemed nervous and said, I see, Dobby was trying to get Naruto's attention to inform him of something that Naruto had a hunch about concerning the diary, while Dumbledore was saying, and fortunately we can thank young Mr. Potter here for finding it, and now one can only hopes there isn't any more of Lord Voldemort thing that he had while he was here around and can get into the hands of the innocent, and should that happen then the ones that is responsible would be quite severe. There was a twitch on Lucius's face. Then he said, then let's hope that Mr. Potter will always be around to save the day. No need to worry if there is trouble, I will always be there and help out no matter what it is, from save someone that had been possessed to helping a convict find justice for something he didn't do, Naruto said with determination in his voice, causing Dumbledore's eyes to go wide. Dumbledore composed himself then said, as you Lucius, Naruto will be there anyway. He can? Yes, I can see that, and that is all for now, Lucius said then as he turns to leave. He said, come Dobby, we are done here. Then he kicks the house elf down the stairs, causing the elf to grumble as Naruto watched the scene before him. He thought with W's smirk, well, he seems like an but, and I know I see why Dobby is the way he is, so let's teach him a lesson. Then he turns to Dumbledore and said, is that all you need, sir, as I have to get packed? Yes, that is all, you can go, Dumbledore said. That's good. Before I mind if I take the dairy, Naruto said. Mind if I ask why? Dumbledore asked. Well, I thought it would be a cool souvenir. Naruto lied, thought his teeth. I see, well then you can, the headmaster said as he handed the dairy over to Naruto. As Naruto takes the dairy he said, thanks, then he heads out of the office. In the hallway just out the headmaster's office, Naruto caught up to Lucius and said, Mr. Malfoy, wait up as I have something of yours, then hands him the dairy. Are you sure this is mine? Lucius said. Oh, I am sure, you see I have a few skills that I am proud of, and one of them is having sharp eyes. While I didn't say anything at first, I saw you slip this into Ginny Cauldron while we was at the Fraud's book signing, and while you was in the office just now I saw you twitch upon see the dairy, Naruto said. Is that right? Lucius said as he hands Dobby the dairy. Then he gets up into Naruto's face and said, why don't you prove it then? Because I don't have to, as I know for a fact that karma always come and bites us in the butt for the actions we take. Naruto said. Lucius scoffs then says, is that so? Then to Dobby said, come Dobby. Then he walks out the hallway. Oh, and another thing before you go, Lucius, Naruto said. Lucius turns to face Naruto once again and asks, what is it now? Well, I knew a few of your secrets, like you and the Lestrange using a age manipulation spell, Naruto said, causing Lucius to go wide-eyed. Then before Naruto continued, then there is the mark in on your arm, causing Lucius to rub it. So if you don't want those two things to get out, then you can go and tell UPP squad to leave me and my friends alone. And if there is one thing you should never do, and that is PSS of a fox, as you never know what we will do to get even. Well, thank you for the warning, Mr. Potter. Dobby. Then he turns again. Naruto then whispers to Dobby. Dobby opens the dairy. Dobby does as Naruto said, and to his surprise there was a sock. Then said, Mester has given Dobby a sock. Dobby is now free. What are you on about? I never. Lucius said. Then he realized what Naruto said to him, and this was a warning that he means business. He said, you have lost me, my servant? Naruto shrugged and said, I don't know what you are on about, as I still have both socks on. Then he shows him that he was still wearing both sock. Then you must have transfigured something into a sock, Lucius said. What, in the headmaster's office? I know he is a kind man, but I don't think he would let me do something like that, Naruto replied. Lucius growls. Then she said, fine, you win this round, but the next time you mess with me there will be consequences. Oh, and how will you know if it was me or not, as you don't have proof that I put the sock in the dairy? Naruto said. Knowing Naruto has a point, Lucius said, don't get smart with me, boy, maybe a lesson should do you wonders. Then he raises his wand to cast a spell. Dobby steps in front of Naruto and said, you shall not harm Naruto Potter. Then he sends Lucius flying. Lucius gets up and said, you are just like your parents, Potter, meddlesome, so mark my words, the day will come where you will meet the same sticky end. Then he leaves. Once Lucius was gone, Naruto did a hand sign that said Kai. Then one of his socks disappeared. Then he looks down at Dobby and said, I bet doing that to Lucius felt satisfying. Dobby nodded and said, it did. Then he turns to face Naruto and said, Naruto Potter freed Dobby. How can Dobby ever replay him? Before Naruto could think of something, he heard his mother say, get him to be your house elf, Naruto. Huh? Naruto thought back. Oh, right, you don't know house elves are like the symbionts from Venom, they need a host to survive, Lily said. Oh, so house elves will die if they don't have a witch or wizard to serve, Naruto thought back. Yes, they will, and it's never more than a week, Lily replied. Naruto turns to Dobby and, well, Dobby, I can think of two things. And what are these two things? Dobby said. Well, the first is don't try and save me again, and the other is how would you like to be my house elf? Naruto said. Do you really mean it? You want Dobby as your elf? Dobby asked. Well, that is your decision, Dobby. I will never force you to be with me if you didn't want to, Naruto said. Dobby will become Naruto Potter's house elf, Dobby said. That's great. Now then we need to get you some clothes, Naruto said. What, but Naruto Potter just said he wanted Dabi to be his house elf. Dabi said in a panic. I probably should have worded that a bit better, Naruto thought, then said, Dabi, calm down, I do mean by what I said, and if you give me a moment I will explain. Okay, Dabi will let Naruto Potter be explaining, Dabi said. Good, now while it is true that I will be giving you clothes, but it's for another reason. I want you to look like you are my house elf, and for that you need something that is called a uniform, Naruto said. Dabi gets it now. Naruto Potter wants to give Dabi clothes, but not as a way of letting him go, but so that proves who Dabi works for, Dabi said. You could say that, Naruto said. Then he heads outside and finds a big enough rock. Then he transfigures into an elf size of the imbu minus the body armor. Then he turns to Dabi and said, now Dabi, are you ready for my first order? And it will not be an easy one, but it is really important. Dabi is if Naruto Potter is trusting Dabi for something like this, Dabi said. Naruto smiled and said, thanks Dabi, this means a lot to me as I want you try and find my mother's body. Now Dabi sees why Naruto Potter said that it will not be an easy order. BT Dabi will not fail. Naruto Potter, Dabi said. Then he disappears. Well, now I have someone looking for Kachan's body. Time to get the homework done, Naruto said, but he had taken a few steps before he realized what he had said. Then said, man, Irika would either think what I just said was a genjutsu, have a heart attack, or wonder if I am feeling okay, then go off and find Hermione and thank her for causing a miracle as she has shown to be to a good influence on me. Then he walks off and gets his summer homework. A few days later on the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall tapped her gauntlet and said, can I have your attention please? Professor Dumbledore would like to have a few words. Professor Dumbledore stood up and said, before we begin with the feast, let's have a round of applause for Professor Sprout and Mdim Pomfrey, who worked together to make the mandrake just that has been administered to those who had been petrified. Then the students started to clap. When the clapping had stopped, the headmaster said, also as a treat for what had happened thought out the year, all exams have been cancelled. This caused all but Hermione to cheer. Then the cheering was calming down. The doors opened, and Hagrid came in, and he stopped by Naruto and his Gryffindor friends. Then the half-giant said, you didn't think you would get rid of me that easily, did you? And also I would like to thank you for proving my innocence. And Mdim Bones even said that I can use a wand, or in my case my umbrella, and that the ministry will pay for the qualification I need if for a career I might choose. I am glad I could help, and this place wouldn't be the same without you here, Hagrid. And do you have something in mind? Hagrid nodded and said, that I do, and I will not be telling, as I want it as a surprise for the next time you see me. I must be a good influence or a bad one if you are not telling, Naruto said. You could say that, Hagrid said with a little laugh. Naruto hugs the gentle giant and says, well, either way it's great you're back. When Naruto let the half-giant go, he went to the faculty table. Then the door opened and the minister and a lady wearing pink came in. The minister said, sorry for coming here this late, BT. We have heard that there is a Nikomata attending here, and as you know all creatures can't have wands. Before Ron was the first one to react by standing up and pointed to Hermione and said, there she is next to Naruto Potter. Then when the duo headed over to Hermione and the girl was getting nervous and the minister said, girl, please hand over your wand. Naruto then stood up while holding a folder and said, actually minister, she will do no such thing because of what I have here, which proves that an all-human-like being that don't weird wild magic can have wand and attended school, just as long as there are measures in place to keep the students safe, like getting werewolves to secure please on the night of full moons, and as this is ICW law you can't change it. Then he hands over the folder, shocking everyone except for two in the hall. The two that wasn't shocked had a scroll on their faces. Cornelius takes the folder and looks thought it, then he gains a scroll, then said, I see, well I was unaware of thins, so I thank you for letting us know of this. Then he turned to the lady in pink and said, come Dolores. There is nothing else for us to be here. Then they felt when both people from the ministry was gone. Hermione turned to Naruto and said, is this that what you had planned? You had the shadow con, see if I can stay. Naruto nodded and said, right, I would do anything to protect the ones that I care about. At the last day of the term, Naruto and group was at the train and the ninja turned to Hagrid and said, you better get what you said you want, I want to know what it is. Hagrid looks down at Naruto and said, why not have a con find out then? Now where is the fun in that? Naruto replied. Then after a few buys the group got into the train. Then after 5 minutes the train began to move and was heading to London as Naruto's summer drawn to a close. He had a decent one as Petunia was taking better care of him and finally saw that her son wasn't the angel due to Naruto good nature after seeing Dudley doing something that pissed him off, and so she had to do something she thought she wouldn't do. But the downside was Vernon and Dudley still abusing Naruto. The day that Naruto was dreading had finally come. The day that Vernon's sister Marge came to visit as Vernon had come thought the door after Marge came barging though and handed Naruto her umbrella, turned to Naruto and said, "Now you listen here boy, while my sister there better be no funny business and you better behave and I might sign that permission slip to let you go to some town, or was it a village?" "Oh, I will, but as long as she does," Naruto replied while glaring at Marge, who was placing her bags on the floor. As Marge looks up to her brother, she sees Naruto and said, "You're still here, I take it?" Naruto glares harder and said, "Well, you see me, don't you? That should be enough proof. Don't you dare speak to me in that." Marge said, "What way?" Naruto asked. "That ungrateful tone that you have, especially after my brother took you in. After all, if it was up to me, you would have been placed in an orphanage the first change I got if he had been placed on my doorstep," Marge said. Then she looks around and asked, "So where is my nephew Pooh? And you think it a mystery why you are single, you fat beach?" Naruto thought. "Well, I had done something that I should have done a long time ago," Petunia said. "Well, what are you waiting for boy? Take Marge's suitcases upstairs," Vernon said to Naruto, and as Naruto took pup Marge's thing, he then faces Petunia and said, "And I still don't see why you had to do it, pet." Marge was looking between Vernon and Petunia, then asked, "What did you do, Petunia?" "I had to discipline him because I found out that he was bullying kids," Petunia replied. "I don't believe it, there is no way Dutters would do something like that," Marge said. "I didn't either until there was a bunch of mothers outside my door moaning that my son had picked on their child and stole their stuff like phones and money, and let not forget that he has assaulted a few girls. Thank God it was anything worse than a few gropes, and I am thankful to be told now before it got too far," Petunia said. "And you believed a bunch of random people over your own son?" Marge asked. "Well, yes, after all there was 10 mothers there. Now if it was only 1 or 2 then no, but with 10 what do you expect me to do?" Petunia said. "And I have told you that they are lying, set up by him," Dudley said as he came in and pointed at Naruto, who had entered. "How can you say that when I have no idea what you are talking about, as I have always been with Aunt Petunia?" Naruto said with a slight smirk, as he had sent a clone to do it for him. "Well, he does have a point there, Dudley, as he is always doing something around the house, so he would never have the time to do something like that," Petunia said. "Well, enough of this conversation," Vernon said. Then he turned to Naruto and said, "You better start on dinner boy, and remember no funny stuff." Later that evening, while everyone was finishing their dinner, Naruto was clearing up the plates when Marge snapped her fingers and said, "Hey boy, over here," before turning back to Vernon, who had offered her some brandy, then said, "Well, put a bit more in." And when the glass had enough and she said, "That's a boy," then she looked down to her dog and said, "Do you want to try a bit of brandy?" And when she looked up and saw Naruto with a raised eyebrow, asks, "And what's with that look for?" Naruto smirked and said, "Wouldn't you like to know?" Marge gained a sneer. Then she turned to Vernon and asked, "Where was the school again, the one that you sent the boy to?" "It called Street Brutus. It's a great institution for helpless cases," Vernon replied. Marge looks at Naruto and asked, "Boy, let me ask this question, do they use the cane there?" Naruto looks at Vernon with a raised eyebrow, who gave him a nod and a look that said, "Do it or else." Then came Naruto's reply, "Oh, I have no idea, as I don't go there." Then I don't believe that for 1 minute, so when the new semester starts, I will phone St. Brutus and tell them to increase their punishment on you boy, as you have yet to show respect," Marge said. "Oh, don't worry, I do show respect, but only to those who needs it," Naruto replied. Marge turns to Vernon, who was red with rage. Then she bends closer to Ripper and whispers, "Go up to the boys' room and get the birds." And as the dog left the room, Marge turned Vernon and said, "Now Vernon, you mustn't blame yourself on how the boy turned out. After all, it has to do with BLD." "It does?" Vernon asked. "Of course, after all, with good BLD they turn out good, and with bad they turn out bad," Marge said. Then turned to Petunia and asked, "What did the father do again?" "Unfortunately, I don't know, seeing as I hadn't seen Lily since she gave me the key to this house on my and Vernon's wedding day." "Unfortunate be to you, he was probably unemployed and a drunk," Marge said. "That's a lie," Naruto said, getting pissed off. "Care to repeat that?" Marge asked. "Oh, don't worry, I will. My 2 sen wasn't a drunk," Naruto said as the lights flickered and Marge's glass smashed, causing Petunia to become worried, knowing what might happen if a wizard or get too emotional. No need to worry or fuss, Petunia, I have a firm grip and I sometimes use a more grip than I should, Marge said. I think you should go to bed, boy, Vernon said. Marge turned to Vernon and said, be quiet, Vernon, then turned back to Naruto then said, you clean it up. Oh, do it yourself after you need the exercise, seeing as I am going to go in the garden and try and clam down before I do or say something I might regret, Naruto replied then heads to the garden. Typical lazy boy doing whatever you want to get out of doing good honest work, Marge said. Then she turned to Vernon and said, you know, actually it has nothing to do with the father, it actually to do with the mother. You will see it in dogs all the time. If there is something wrong with the beach, then there is going to be something wrong with her pups. And I take the is why you don't have kids then, Naruto said finally. Losing it and making several things simultaneously explode in the process. Marge froze then said, what did you just say? You heard me, or do you want me to say it again? Naruto said with his eyes having a red tint to them. Before Marge could say anything there was a yelp followed by thumping noise as if something fell down the stairs. Then Ripper came bolting in with cinched fur and marks on his body, followed but Zazu and Hedwig. Then Ripper went out the door into the garden and the two bird followed. Everyone was looking out the door. Naruto started to laugh. Then Marge said, what was your two birds doing to my Rippy Poo? Well, if I had to guess they was attacking him because they felt threatened by him. Naruto shrugged then thought, you know what, I think it would be better if I went to Leaky Cauldron, then that way I don't have to put up with the drama that is to come. Then he went into the hallway to go upstairs to pack his school things. When Naruto came down with his school stuff, he was met with a pissed Marge with Vernon behind her, and Marge said, I demand retribution. Naruto looked at Marge then to Vernon then back to Marge then said, why should I? Because thanks to those bloody birds of yours I have to retire poor Ripper and he can't sire any more pups. Marge said. Naruto smiled then said, good, then the Zazu and Hedwig did the world a favor by doing what they did. Then he left. Naruto walked down the street to a park then sat down and a minute later saw Petunia coming down the street and said, mind if I come with you? I don't think I stand Marge after what she said about Lily. Naruto shrugged and said, nah, I don't mind, as I was just thinking on how to get to London. As both Naruto and Petunia were thinking of how to get to London, the playground behind them started to move as there was children, but no one was there. Petunia was scared, turned to Naruto and asked, Naruto, what's going on? I have no idea, Naruto replied. Then there rustling from over the road, and Naruto was by his aunt in a protective manner then said, but I have feeling we are about to find out. Then a large black dog came out and it looked menacing, and Naruto thought after looking at it, wait, isn't that Ajisari? Sirius started to bark, causing Naruto to jump back, and Naruto accident flared his magic. Then an old-style triple-decker bus slowed down to a stop and the conductor said, welcome to the Night Bud, the emergency transport for the witch and slash or wizard. The name is Stan Shunpike, and I will be your conductor this evening. Wow, I didn't know about the night bus, Naruto said, and your world gets better and better with I could be a part of that world. Petunia said. Naruto looks at Petunia and said, and who says you're not? So, what are you doing? Stan said, well, Stan, both me and my Oba was surprised about the night bus, Naruto said. Then he remembered and then said, now give me a second. Then he looked at where the dog was and found it gone. Stan looks at where Naruto was as then asked, now what are you looking at? I was looking to see if the reason I accidentally flared my magic, but it looks like it's gone now, Naruto replied. Then he went over to get his suitcase just before Naruto was about to pick his luggage when Stan said, no, I'll get it you and the miss get in. Naruto looks at Stan and said as Petunia was getting on, are you sure it could be heavy, and you don't look like you can lift it? Yeah, I am. Sure, Stan said as he bent his knees to pick the case up. Well, suit yourself, Naruto said with a shrug, and get on the bus to see that it had beds and not chairs. And Petunia with a look of wonder then he said as Stan was struggling to get the teen's luggage on, well, now that is a face of wonder, and I still make that face once in a while. Then they headed to the front of the bus and sat down on the beds. Petunia gave a sad sigh and said, yes, and I know that I can have seen a lot more of I was envious of Lily growing up. Stan then asked, so are you two going this fine night? I don't know, seeing as I am a muggle, so I will leave the destinations to my nephew here, Petunia replied as she points to Naruto, not missing a beat. Naruto then said, we are going to a place in London called the Leaky Cauldron, and hands Stan some money. Stan nods and said as he rings the tickets up, well, you heard him, now take her away. Then the shrunken head then said, yeah, Ernie, time to take the show on the road. Cause the driver to jump. Then he takes a bit out of a sandwich, then pulls the hand brake while the head said, it going to be a bumpy ride. Then it laughs as the bus drives off at mad speed, making all the bed to go to the back of the bus. When the beds came forward, Stan said, what was your names again? We never said, but I am Petunia Dursley, and this is my nephew. Petunia said, but was interrupted by Naruto. Naruto knew that Petunia was about to reveal who he was, so he said, name Menma Uzumaki, nice to meet you. No offense, but you two don't have any similarities, Stan said as he picks up a newspaper. Oh, it's no problem seeing as my mother was adopted by her family, Naruto replied, then looks at Petunia and said, we'll explain later. As they were heading to London, Petunia was looking out the windows and asked, Stan, what about the Muggles? Muggles, what about them? Stan asked. Well, can't they see the bus? Stan said. Stan was about to say something when Naruto said, now that don't they see what they want to see? What do you mean? Petunia asked. It's not just with Muggles, everyone does it, they see what they want to see. I mean, take you for instance, until last year you hated magic because of Snape as well as being envious, so you didn't see it. But I am sure since then you have been noticing magical things everywhere you go. Naruto said. Petunia took a moment and think things about her noticing the thing from before and after she let go of her hatred and jealousy. You are right, I have noticed the things you speak of. Naruto nodded and said, correct. And that was you knowing that magic exists, but what would happen if you didn't know it existed? Realizing where Naruto was going, Petunia said, I wouldn't see the magical things. As the bus goes down a road, the head then said, hey Ernie, there's a little old lady at 12 o'clock. Then just before the butt hit the lady, it stopped dead, which almost sent Petunia into the driver's window. If Naruto didn't stop her, then the moment the lady was out the way, the bus took off. Petunia, who was trying to get used to the movement of the bus, sees Stan reading the newspaper and see the headline about someone escaping prison, then asked, Stan, do you mind telling me who that man is on the front? Stan looks at the front before turning it around, then said, well, seeing as you're a Muggle, I don't think you would know who he is. But that man is Sirius Black. He is a murderer and got himself locked up in Azkaban for it. Catching Naruto's attention. What is Azkaban? Petunia asked. Is the prison that we put our criminals that are the worst of the worst, and until now it was thought to be inescapable, Stan replied. So do they know how he escaped yet so they can prevent it from happening again? Petunia asked. No, they haven't, Stan replied. Also, he was a big supporter of you-know-who, Stan replied. And how would anyone know that? Naruto asked, but before anyone could reply, the head said, hey Ernie, we have two double-decker right on top of us. Then the driver pulled a few levers, then the triple-decker slowed right down as if it was in slow motion and went in between the two double-deckers. Then the head said, hey guys, I have to ask why the long faces. Then when the SUS was out, the bus speed of again. After going down a few more road, they was at Leaky Cauldron and the bus stopped, but not before hitting a car and setting the alarm of. Then Stan said, well, here we are, Leaky Cauldron. Then he took Naruto and Petunia the back, and Naruto grabbed his suitcase as the conductor said, I hope you enjoyed your journey on the night bus. Then when Naruto and Petunia was off, the bus took off. Before Petunia could ask what to do, there was a gruffy voice and said, Mr. Potter, I see you have arrived and you brought someone. Then both Petunia and Naruto turned to see an Igor-like person who spoke again. Will you please follow me? The minister would like a word with you. Then he walked over and took Naruto's luggage and then headed inside Leaky Cauldron with Naruto and Petunia following him. The man took Naruto and Petunia to meet the minister, and upon entering he saw Hedwig and Zazu was already there and said, Hedwig, Zazu, how did you two know I was coming here? Well, Mr. Potter, those two birds are quite smart as they showed up about 5 minutes ago, the hunchback man said. Then there was a cough and the trio turned to face minister, and Naruto said, so what do I owe the pleasure, as I doubt you will come here for every witch or wizard that decides to run from home. Well, Naruto, the minister started but stopped when Naruto held his hand up. Naruto lowered his hand and said, it's Mr. Potter, only friends and family can call me by my name, as well as those that has earned me respect, like Amelia Bones, that is head of magical law enforcement. Well, Mr. Potter, as the Minister of Magic, it is my duty to inform you that we felt something amiss at that house that you reside in, and upon inspecting it we found that your aunt's dog, as well as your room, had magical burn marks, and upon digging deeper found it was done by your phoenix. Cornelius said, yeah, I know, and if you think you will take Zazu from me, then you have another thing coming. Naruto said, oh, no need to worry about that, Mr. Potter. The investigation, we found out that it was out of self-defense, so we modified her memory, seeing as she doesn't know of the magical world. Cornelius said, well, that's good, so can we leave? I need to get 2 rooms, Naruto said. Oh, no need to worry about that, I have already sorted it out as well as took the liberty of getting your school books, Cornelius said, then with a serious look on his face said, now you running away like that was very irresponsible of you, even more so with the state of things. Does this have anything to serious Black? Petunia asked. Cornelius turned to Petunia and said, you must be Petunia Dursley née Evans? That I am now answer my question? Petunia said, yes, it does have to do with him, Cornelius said. So, what does he have to do with my nephew? Petunia said, nothing that is important because all that matters Mr. Potter is here safe and sound. Cornelius said, well, Minister, you should stop worrying about me as I am more than capable of defending myself. Naruto said. The minister scoffed, then said, really, you can take the equals care of yourself, agent's a killer. Well, yeah, after all there is more to me than meets the eye, so some words of advice. Cornelius fudge, never judge a book by the cover, after all you never know what they might know, Naruto said with eyes crimson red. Cornelius paled a little, then beat you remained composed, then said, well, now I best be off as I have things to do, so Tom here will show you to your rooms. Then the hunchback man left the room and Naruto and Petunia followed after grabbing Naruto's schoolbooks. Once in the room, Petunia put the book on a table and while getting ready for bed turned to Naruto and said, so what was that all about with the minister? Oh, nothing much, just a corrupt person acting concerned about something he has no right to, Naruto said as he gets into bed. I see, so it is to do with this serious Black character, right? Petunia asked. It does, Naruto replied. Petunia was beginning to get curious about something, so she asked, hey Naruto, can I ask you something? Well, you just did, but go on ahead, Naruto replied, getting a chuckle from his aunt. What did you mean by there is more to you than meets the eye? Petunia asked. Naruto just sighed and said, well, I was going to tell you eventually after you started to make amends, so I will tell you tomorrow after I have done some business first. Okay, night Naruto, Petunia said as she gets into bed. The next morning Naruto was woken up by Petunia's yelling and he asked in a groggy tone, what's with all the yelling? Petunia gained a blush of embarrassment, then said, well, I was curious about one of the furry books, and so when I undid the buckle it started to attack. Well, that was mighty dumb of you, but I can understand. So where is the book now, Naruto said / asked. Petunia thinks for a moment before saying, I think it went under your bed. Naruto turns onto his front and looks under the bed and sees the book looking at him with its beady spider-like eyes. He then says, ha, that's cool. Then the book starts to attack, but before it could get to blonde, Naruto used the rooster talisman to stop it in its track and pulls it out. Then as he puts the buckle back on he says, well, Oba-chan, I can see why you screamed like you did. Then he gets ready for the day, and once he was done he said, so you ready for the day? So, what business do you need to take care of? Petunia asked. And they both left the room. Well, last year I found out that someone had been taking my money that Tu-san and Kachan left me, and let's just say that the bankers aren't happy whenever anyone takes money that ain't theirs without permission, so they are looking into it too, Naruto relied. Oh, I see. Then what do you have planned? Petunia asked. Naruto shrugs and says, nothing much apart from waiting for some of my friends and one of my fiancés to show up. I see, but remember what you said, Petunia said. Yeah, I remember I said that once I was done with my business with Gringotts I would show you around, and when I said I would do something I keep my word, for that is my ninja way, Naruto said. And what does that mean? Petunia asked. I will explain later, Naruto said before noticing where they are, then said, well, looks like they are here. Before went up to the stairs and entered the building. Upon entering Petunia got scared and Naruto asked, are you okay, Oba-chan? What are they? Petunia said, knowing what she was asking. Naruto said, they are goblins, the best bankers there is you could ask for, but that can be ruthless at times, but if you're too scared to be in here then you can wait outside. I don't mind, after all I will be 10 minutes. Thank you, Naruto. But I'm not really scared, I'm more nervous, Petunia said. Before going outside after a few minutes of waiting, Petunia was looking around but never going too far from the bank bumped into someone and she said, I am sorry about that. So she turns to see how she bumped into and sees a man around her age, and he had an eccentric look, who looked slightly cross-eyed and had shoulder-length hair that was the texture of candy floss. The man said, that's a right, and I take it it's your first time in Diagon Alley. That's right, how did you know? Petunia asked. Simple, the way you were. I have seen any first-timers do the same thing anyway. I have daughter about to start her second year at Hogwarts. So you have starting magic school? The man asked. I have a nephew about to start his third year, Petunia said. What, but you said that this is your first time here? The man asked. Well, what's your name? I am Petunia. Petunia asked. Oh, right, my name is Xenophilius Lovegood, but everyone calls me Zeno, Zeno said. Well, Zeno, I have known about magic because of my adopted little sister, but I grew to resent her. But 13 years ago I took in her son and took my resentment out in him and treated him like dirt. Then last year I started dreaming about my late sister and realized I didn't truly hate her, I was just jealous of her because she could do something that I couldn't. Petunia said, I see well. Then, I am glad you have got over your hatred of magical beings, Zeno said. So am I, and now I have problem. Petunia said, well, what seems to be the problem? Maybe I could help you out, Zeno said. But my nephew had always known who he was, but he never left. He just put up with the abuse, be verbal from me and physical from my husband and son. Petunia said, I see well, that does bring a conundrum. So my advice is ask him why he stayed despite knowing about his family. Zeno said, well, suppose I could. After all, the worst he could do is tell me nothing. Petunia said. Then both he and Zeno fell into a pleasant conversation, all the while missing the knowing look the people were giving them as they walked by. When Naruto finally came out, he looked around and he sees her talking to Zeno and smiles at how she was smiling and walks over to them and says, Hey Oba-chan, I'm back. Petunia jumps a little, then says, What, you're done? But I just came out of the bank. Naruto laughed a little and then said, Actually that was 15 minutes ago, but I see you enjoyed your company that much you forget the time. Then he gained a mischievous smirk, then said, So when are you two going on a date? Petunia looks at Naruto with shock, then once it passed said, Naruto, how could you say that? What about Vernon? Oh please, when was the last time he even touched you, treated so you feel like a woman, let alone took you out on an actual date? Naruto said then as he saw Petunia open her mouth to say something, but he quickly said, Now Oba-chan, there is no need for you to choose what you want to do now, but just think about it. Petunia gains a thoughtful look, then Zeno looked at Naruto then said, Well, if it isn't Naruto Potter. Yeah, what can I do for you? Naruto said, giving Zeno a judging look. Nothing, Zeno said, then turns to Petunia and said, Well, I must be of, but remember the advice. I will, and thank you. Petunia said. Then Zeno left. Then she turned to Naruto and asked, So you going to show me around? And so Petunia tour of Diagon Alley started. After a few hours, Naruto and Petunia was having lunch when Petunia said, So what are you really? Before I tell you what I really am, you have to know that I am still your nephew, Naruto said, and when Petunia nodded, he started to tell her everything about him, including what he is capable of. Then as he was finishing, he said, Oh, and before I forget, there is something you should know. Those dreams you have been having about Kun while I have been at yours? Yeah, what about them? Petunia asked. Well, they went dreams. You have really been talking to your adopted sister while you were sleeping, Naruto said. Petunia was shocked when she heard what she did, then asked, How is that possible? Because of me, you see. Then but that came for me that night was about to kill Kun. I used the sheep talisman, which is astral projection, Naruto replied. And that is, Petunia asked, basically removes the spirit from the body, Naruto explained, then asks, So no doubt you have a few questions, so ask away. I see. Okay, my first question is why? Petunia asked. Why what? Naruto asked. I know you always knew who was, so why did you stay? Petunia asked. Well, as you know, in my past life, I was a ninja, but what I didn't say was I was part of a clan known as the Uzumaki, and they had a rule that must be followed, or risk being banished, Naruto said. And what was this rule? Petunia asked. Family above fame, family above wealth, family above all, Naruto said. I take it no matter what family comes first? Petunia said. That's right, Naruto said. That's good, but that doesn't explain my question. Petunia said. Oh, right, well I have two reasons for that. The first one is in my past life all I ever wanted was a family. Naruto replied in a sad tone as he remembered his childhood in his old world. Petunia hears the tone and says asks, I see, so what is the other reason? The other reason is, and no one knows this about, and I don't think it showed up on my test I did when I went to Gringotts for a full inheritance test, and that is I have always been an empath, and in my time at Hogwarts there is one I have come to know is that you can't hide your true feeling from magic, Naruto said. What do you mean by that? Petunia asked. What I mean is that before I started at Hogwarts, when you was made at me, I wasn't anger I felt from you, it was sadness, guilt, and regret, and so I thought my power wasn't working properly, and when I started at Hogwarts I looked up to see as I can correct it, but I couldn't, but in the process I discovered that my empath ability is so strong that I can read someone true emotions, the one that come from the heart, Naruto said. Petunia sighed and said, Yeah, it's true, I never hated you, I just putting up a show, and I do regret doing what I did to you for 10 years. Naruto just smiles and says, "It's alright, it's all in the past, the only thing we can do is be there for each other like family." Petunia was shocked that her nephew was just forgiving her just like that and asks, "And you're just forgiving me just like that?" "Of course, after all, if I didn't then I would be what? People said I was as well as I would be like those I hate." Naruto said as he remembered at all the names he was called in both lives, which Petunia felt guilty as because of what she called him, and for the rest of the day Naruto was answering all the questions that his aunt had. The next day, as Naruto and Petunia left the room, Naruto saw a cat chasing a rat and thought, "Hey, isn't that Crookshanks?" I haven't seen him since Io got him for Hermione when I first met her." Then they headed to the eat hall, and as they heard arguing, then Naruto said, "Great, those two are at it again." Petunia turned to Naruto and asked, "You know who's arguing, Naruto?" "I do, so I better stop them before Ron does something stupid," Naruto said, then headed into the eat hall. When Naruto and Petunia entered the hall, they heard Ron say, "I'm warning you, freak, you better keep that monster away from Scabbers or I will change it into something like a tea cozy." "Well, what do you expect, you daft idiot? It's a cat and it's their nature to chase rodents," Hermione said. "Is that what they tell you? What it is more like a pig with fur," Ron said. "Oh, you should know that, don't you?" Hermione said. "What's that supposed to mean?" Ron asked. "You know what I mean, Ronald, or are you that stupid?" Hermione said. "Why you, but we all know that you are nothing without Naruto," Ron said, and go to hit Hermione. Naruto sees what Ron was doing and quickly activated the rooster. Freezing Ron then said, "I would think twice about doing that, Ron, after all you know how protective of my mate I am." Hermione turns around and says as she runs over to Naruto, "Naruto, you're here, so how was your summer?" "It was fine, but how was yours considering you're now a Nico?" Naruto asked. "It was great, thanks for asking," Hermione said. Then she noticed Petunia and asks, "So who's that behind you?" "Oh, right, you haven't met yet, this is Oba-chan." "Petunia, this is one of my girlfriends." "Hermione," Naruto said as he introduced them. As the twins entered the room, "You mean the one that seemed to hate you for being a wizard?" Fred asked. "The very same," Naruto said, and before he could speak to Hermione some more, Molly said, "Naruto, how are doing, and do you have everything?" "I am fine, Ms. Weasley, and I do, thanks for asking," Naruto replied. "That's good, so who is this?" Molly said as she gestured to Petunia. "This is my Oba-chan, Petunia," Naruto said. Molly gives Petunia a stern look, then said, "Oh, I see." Arthur then stepped forward and said, "Naruto Potter, how are you doing?" "Mr. Weasley, I am doing well, thank you for asking. And how was your family trip to Egypt?" Naruto said, "It went great. Now mind if I have a word with you?" Arthur said / asked. "Sure, I don't mind," Naruto said, having a feeling on what it was about. "That's good," Arthur said as he led Naruto to a court part of pub, and as he asked, "So you looking forward for a new term at Hogwarts?" "Well, yeah, I am, but just hoping it will be a Quart 1 BTU. With my luck I doubt that will happen," Naruto said. "That's good that you are looking for the new term, but not so good that you think something will happen. But anyway, there is something you should know within the ministry. Some are strongly against what I am about to tell you, but I think you deserve to know you are in danger," Arthur said. "Well, tell me something I don't know, as there is the famed murderer Sirius Black," Naruto said. "So, what do you know about him?" Arthur said. Naruto decides to lie about all he knows about Sirius Black. "Not much, just what I have read in the library and what that I was sent to Azkaban for murder and now he has escaped." "And do you know why that is?" Arthur asked. "My guess would be either me or the sum that sent him there," Naruto said. Arthur was shocked to hear this and asked, "What do you mean?" "Well, Mr. Weasley, over the summer I was chatting with one of my girlfriends whose name is Nymphadora Tonks, and her mother was a Black, and according to her, Sirius Black was best friends with my father to the point that they were like brothers." Naruto lied at where he got his information from, knowing where Naruto was going. Arthur said, "So you think he might not be a follower of you-know-who," which got a nod from the teen boy. "But what would you do if he was?" Naruto's eyes gained a red tint, which was to scare Arthur. Then he said, "If Sirius Black did in fact betray my parents, then he would wish he stayed in Azkaban." "But what can you do against him?" Arthur asked. "Well, Arthur Weasley, let's just say there are some things that I know but will not tell," Naruto replied in a tone that told the man, "You best drop it." Arthur caught the hidden message and said, "Well then just promise me that you won't go looking for him." Naruto smiles a little and said, "There is no need for me to do that," which Arthur sighs in relief. Then Naruto said, "After all, if he is after me, he will come to me, and if that day comes, I will be ready for him." Arthur gives another sigh of relief, then said, "That's good, now let's get your stuff so we can got you off to school." In an hour the big group was in the platform and once again Petunia was looking around in wonder while Molly was running up and down the platform with Scabbers looking for her youngest son, and she manages to give Ron the rat before the train started to move and everyone went home. When Naruto, Hermione, Daphne and Tracy was looking for a compartment, they saw one that someone, a sleeping man, and Naruto said, "Come on you two, let's stay in this one." When the trio sat down, Hermione looks at the man as well as his luggage then, and Daphne said, "Well, I guess this man is going to be our new data professor." "Yeah, and let's hope Professor Lupin is a good one," Hermione said, causing both Naruto to gain a look while Lily was laughing in his head. Both Daphne and Tracy look at Hermione with a questionable look and Tracy asks, "And how do you know his name? Who do you think his luggage?" Hermione replied while pointing at the man luggage. Both Slytherin girls looks to where her friend was pointing then pouts as Daphne said, "You win this one." Then she composes herself, then she turns to Naruto and asks, "So what are you planning to do?" "What about?" Naruto asks, "You know about Sirius Black?" Daphne said, "Well, I don't plan to do anything about him. Beat you. If he come to me then I will ask if he was there." "Keeper," Naruto replied, already knowing who their keeper was. Hermione looks at Naruto with a critical eye before saying, "Are you saying that because you don't know, or is that because you don't want anyone knowing that you talk to your mother whose spirit is inside you because you have 12 magical stones inside you, or the fact you already know Professor Lupin?" Naruto sighed and said, "Yes to both, as I do know who the actual keeper was, and I do know Uncle Remus seeing as he was friends with Toussaint, Hermione, Daphne." And Tracy nodded in understanding. Then the Greengrass heiress shouted, "What?" Then remembered that they had company and glanced over to see if the man was awake, but he didn't seem to have moved. Then said, "And you haven't told anyone about this?" Not realizing that the Remus was woken up. "Actually, I did, but they can't do anything seeing as they can't prove that it was Kuchan that told her. Then there is the fact that it was done that I would be sent to the Dursley." Naruto said all the girls were shocked by this news, and so was Remus, as he didn't know this and did all he could not to show that he was awake. Before Hermione said, "What do you mean to tell us that the one that placed you with the Dursleys did it on purpose?" Naruto nodded and said, "That's right, Dumbledore did, seeing as he was the one that cast the Fidelia spell in the first place." "I still don't get it," Daphne said. "Daphne, Dumbledore cast the Fidelius? So he knew Sirius wasn't the secret keeper, so why didn't he go and sort it out?" "Then there is the fact that Amelia looked into it, and there isn't anything to do with this the case of my parents' murder," Naruto said, realizing what Naruto was saying. Daphne said, "So why didn't the headmaster set Sirius free?" "Simple, he was the one I was meant to go to if anything happened to Toussaint and Kuchan," Naruto replied. "So, the question is why do all this?" Hermione said, "Most likely to stick with the status quo," Naruto answered. "What do you mean?" Daphne asked. "Daphne, if you did start talking to me last year, what would you think about magic?" Naruto said. Daphne thinks about it before saying, "I would still be thinking that it was light and dark, but what does that have to do with anything?" "I will be getting to that in a sec," Naruto said before turning to Remus, then said, "Are you going to keep on pretending to be asleep, Uncle Mooney?" Remus removed his jacket and said, "Now how did you know that I was awake, Naruto?" "The moment I saw that jacket, or when I saw that the headmaster purposely placed me with the Dursleys," Naruto said. "Somehow, I am not surprised, seeing as you have always been so observant even when I babysat you," Remus said. Then turning fully to Naruto he said, "Now is what you said about Sirius true? Well, what do you think? The two was known for being like brothers, so everyone would just assume that Toussaint would choose Sirius, but I don't know whose idea it was to use Peter," Naruto said. Then Lily spoke up by saying, "Naruto summoned me." "You sure, Kun?" Naruto thought back. "Yes, I am. Remus need to know, and it is my responsibility to do it, seeing as no one told him I the first place and spent the last 12 years alone," Lily said. Naruto nodded and was about to make a shadow clone when the train suddenly stopped, causing everyone to jolt in surprise, then said, "What the why have we stopped?" "That's what I want to know, seeing as we are not at Hogsmeade yet," Hermione said as Naruto got up to look out in the corridor to see if anyone knows what is happening. As Naruto was looking in the corridor, he sees Fred in the compartment next to him and says, "Hey Fred, do you know what's going on?" "Unfortunately, we don't. This is the first time this has happened since both me and George started Hogwarts," Fred said. Then they heard Ron says in a petrified tone, "There is something moving out." Before either Naruto or Fred could say anything, the whole train shook, causing Naruto back in his seat. Then the lights went out and Daphne asked, "What was that?" Naruto looks out the window and said, "I have no clue." But I know it mean bad news. The train shook again, and Hermione then asked, and what was that? My best guess would be someone getting on board the train, Naruto said as he reached into his pocket and pulls out a kunai. Remus was about to scold Naruto for having a weapon before I suddenly got cold, and Hermione said, now there is no way this is normal for September. You got that right, miss. There is a few magical creatures that can bring the cold like this, and there is one that would be around here. Remus said. A ghostly figure appeared in the door, and it magically opened the door and looked around, scaring Crookshanks. Then upon looking at Naruto, it was about to do something if Remus didn't bring out his wand and cast a spell that produced a silvery glow which made the creature ran off. The group of students looks at their new professor, and Naruto said, what was that thing, professor? It is one of the foulest creature you will ever met, called a Dementor, and they are the guards of Azkaban, but no need to worry, it's gone now, and they was searching for Sirius. Now I will be of and see if I can help the driver out, Remus said. Then he heads out of the compartment. Then the group fell into a comfortable conversation, and it wasn't long before the train started to again. When they got school, they went to their house tables, but not before seeing Nymphadora at the professor's table, and it wasn't long before Minerva came in with the new first years came in as well, as a girl that looks like she should be in her 3rd or 4th year. And Naruto noticed the smirk that his grandmother was him as she walked past him. Unfortunately for him, Hermione noticed it as well, and she said, so what was that about? I don't know, but I have a feeling it would have to do with the dream I had after Salazar's chamber was sorted, Naruto said. Oh, and what was this dream about? Hermione asked. Naruto smirks and said, I'll tell you later, as I think there will be some people will call me a liar as they listen in. Hermione nods, then says, fair enough. Then they see Dumbledore stands up, then says, now before we start the sorting ceremony, I would like to say that it is an honor to have someone from a noble line that was once thought extant. Now allow me to introduce someone that will be starting in their 4th year due to some circumstances which I will not divulge. Artoria Pendragon, which silenced the whole hall as everyone knows of the Pendragon name. Then the head turned to Artoria and said, now if you will please take a seat on the stool, and we will see which house you will be in for the rest of here at Hogwarts. Of course, headmaster, Artoria said as she sat down in the stool. Then Minerva places the sorting hat on her. After a few minutes, the hat shouted, Gryffindor. Artoria gets up and goes over to her new house table and sat next to Naruto, and he said, hi, you must be the one Cammy told me about. All the while the first years was getting placed. Artoria nodded and said, that's right, I am. And it is nice to officially to meet you, Naruto, and I saw you when Cammy told you that you was getting a reward which was to do with the Pendragons and the Peveril. Realizing what it was that was between the two families, Naruto said, well, I have to talk to Bachan about the couple's suit about adding one more it. Artoria looks at Naruto and said, oh, and here I was thinking that I was going to be your only special lady. No, you didn't, because I am sure Cammy told you about the laws of some of the houses that I am parts of and properly told you who I will get with instead. Naruto said, yeah, you're right, she did tell me about that, Artoria said with a little port as she was trying to get Naruto flustered and noticing the look she was getting from a Katie Bell. Then once the sorting was done, they turned to the teacher's table as Dumbledore stood up and said, now be we too engrossed by or beginning of the year feast. I have few things to talk about. The first is to welcome Professor R. J. Lupin, who was kind enough to fill the post of the defense agents. The dark arts. Good luck, Professor. Then Albus gestured to Remus, who stood up and did a few little bows before sitting back down so Albus could continue saying, now the second thing is the professor that was in charge of care of magical creatures has decided to retire so that he can spend time with the limbs that he has left, and fortunately for us I am delighted to announce that our very own groundskeeper has taken up the role as Professor Rubius Hagrid, who thanks to a mysterious benefactor has gained all the licenses he need. Then Hagrid did the same thing that Remus did with some help from the other professors. So that's what he wanted to do. Good for him, Naruto said. Hermione looks at Naruto and said, you're his benefactor, ain't you, Naruto? And when Naruto nodded, Hermione said, did you know that Hagrid was become a professor? Well, I knew he wanted to do something, I just didn't know what, saying that he wanted it to be a surprise, Naruto replied. Then he looked over to Hagrid and said, well, I am looking forward to the magical creature lessons now. So am I. After all, he knows more about the creatures than even the old professor, Hermione said. Then Albus continued his announcement. Now on to the last bit of what I have to say. In light of recent event, the Ministry of Magic has requested that Hogwarts will house the Dementors of Azkaban until the fugitive known as Sirius Black is caught, and they will be stationed at all the entrances of the school grounds. Now I Have been assured that while here they will not disrupt our day-to-day activities. Here is a word of caution: dementors are vicious creatures, as they'll not distinguish between the one they hunt and the one that gets in their way, so therefore do not give them a reason to harm you, as a dementor's nature, if not a forgiving one. And I am sure you have noticed the young woman next to me is the someone that was seen around the grounds last year. She is here to protect the one that Sirius want to kill, so she will all of Naruto's listens but will not interfere, just like last year. Now here are some words of advice. Happiness can be found anywhere, even if it's in the darkest of times, if one remembers to turn on the light. Now let the feast begin. Then he waves his hand and the food appears. After a few hours everyone was leaving the hall. Naruto, Hermione, Artoria, Daphne, and Tracy was stopped by Minerva, who was standing at the door, along with then Nymphadora. Then Minerva said, "Good, now that you are all here, I can show you to the couple's suite." "Well, that saves me something to worry about," Naruto said. "What do you mean, Naruto?" Tonks asks her, was all Naruto said as he gestured to Artoria. "But why would you be worried about her, seeing as you both met today?" Tonks asked. "Well, just as I was starting to get magic lesson from my mother, both my father and mother made a marriage contract to the youngest of the Peveril, but I died before the contract to be fulfilled." Artoria said. This shocked everyone. Then Tracy asked, "So how are you alive?" "Well, as Naruto had got rid of 3 of Tom's Horcrux, the goddess decided to revive me as a reward," Artoria said. "So that what you meant earlier, Naruto?" Hermione said. "And what do you mean, Hermione?" Daphne asked. "Well, when Professor McGonagall brought in the first years." Artoria looked at Naruto and smiled at him. "When I asked what that was about, Naruto said he had dream after the whole chamber debacle last year, and would tell us later. Once Minerva had showed the group their new chamber, she said, 'Now remember, you lot, getting this is a privilege, so that mean we can take it away if you don't behave, right? We will try and keep Naruto out of trouble," Hermione said. "Why am I being singled out, Hermione?" Naruto asked. "I don't know, maybe because of what happened over the last 2 years, Hermione answered with a sly smile. "Oh, like I had anything to do with what every happened?" Naruto shot back. "That may be true, but you got dragged into it by the end of the year," Hermione shot back. "Well, she does have you there now, if you don't mind. I have things to finish off before tomorrow," Minerva said before walking out. The next morning, when everyone was in the hall having breakfast, the househeads was handing out the lesson schedules for the year when Minerva took Hermione out of the hall to speak with her in private, and then they came back and Hermione sat down next to Naruto and he asked, "So what did Bachan want to talk to about?" "Sorry, Naruto, but I can say," Hermione said. "All right, I won't ask again," Naruto said. "Thank you, Naruto, you are the best boyfriend I could ask for, always helping me out like you did for my parents to get used to me as a Nico," Hermione said. "And I will try and be there for you and the others and help you with whatever problems you might have," Naruto said. "And that is why you are the best there is," Artoria said as she finished her meal. Before turning to Naruto and said, "Now before the lessons start, I need to point out something." "And what would that be?" Naruto said. "Your Quidditch teammate Katie Bell, what do you think of her?" Artoria asked, seeing Katie walking up and Naruto not noticing her. "Well, I think she's sweet and kind and a capable Quidditch player with the potential to become a professional someday." "Why do you want to know?" Naruto asked, not knowing that Katie was behind him with a blush on her face. "Because she has been giving me and Hermione an evil look and I want to see what you think of her," Artoria replied. "No, like I said last night, and you want the evil look to stop?" Naruto said. I mean, what are you on about?" Artoria said, trying not to look in Naruto directions. "Judging by how you are acting, I am right on the money," Naruto said before getting another feeling, then said in a dry tone. "And why do I get that Katie is behind me?" Neville, who had just finished his meal, said. "That's because she is Naruto?" "Great," Naruto said before turning to face Katie and said, "Hey Katie, what can I do for you?" "Is what you said true, Naruto?" Katie asked. Naruto knows what she was asking, but him being who he is said, "I say a lot of things, so you are going to need to be specific. That you think that I am sweet, kind, and that I can become a professional Quidditch player?" Katie asked. "Well, yeah, but you will have to put the effort in the Quidditch though," Naruto replied. And was surprised to see Katie bend down and give him an embrace on the lips. As Katie was pulling back, she said, "I expect a date to Hogsmeade this year, you hear me?" Realizing that he can go to the town, Naruto knew he had a dilemma, then said, "Well, that is one thing I need to sort out." Before realizing it was almost time for divination, then said, "Well, I can sort the problem out then," before getting up and heading out of the hall.